Good evening. I'd like to call this Ashland Board of Health meeting officially to order at 7 p.m. on June 21st, 2016. This meeting is being broadcast live on WACA-TV and will be rebroadcast numerous times by WACA-TV. Check the WACA-TV website for details. The listing of matters is reasonably anticipated by myself, the chair of the Ashland Board of Health, which may be discussed at this meeting. Not all items listed may be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by law. The agenda may be subject to change. And with that, I would like to...
Mr. Chairman, if you may, and we're also tape recording.
Okay, we're tape recording. Is anybody else with a recording device that needs to be disclosed? Are we?
I think we were. The intent was
Hit
yes,
play.
we are.
All right, we'll start off with citizens' participation. Is there anybody here for citizens' participation this evening? Good evening.
Good evening, Steve Morgan, 136 Concord Street. I came down this evening to follow up. You have on your agenda an item this evening regarding an open meeting law complaint I filed.
Correct.
I understand that the board has 14 business days to respond. I did reach out to the chair and offered to discuss the resolution of the complaint. I haven't heard or seen a draft of that come back, but
Well, Mr. Morgan, if I could stop you right there.
Sure.
It is on the agenda. We do plan to
Okay.
discuss it. So I think it'd probably be best if everybody's use of time if we just use that.
I would withhold my comments for later if that's
Okay, I
acceptable to the
appreciate that.
chair.
Thank you for coming.
And I had one other comment I want to make, which, if I may, I'd just like to let the board know that I have here a Public Records Division order to produce records. Some of those records relate to the Board of Health meetings, and so I just want to let you know, to the extent that you might like a copy of that, I can certainly discuss it with you after the meeting.
Do you want to give us a copy of that so we can look at it, or do you have copies to share? Because maybe we can
I
make
don't.
copies.
If staff wanted to make copies, I certainly have a copy that someone could copy.
Yeah, I think we probably want
I think this
copies.
went to Tara and to the to the town manager. I don't know if it reached the board. One of the 6 items on here did relate to Board of Health, so I just, obviously the town didn't produce the records in a timely manner. I had to go get an order for the production of them, and that has apparently arrived.
Well, we're all here, so we might as well take the opportunity to make a copy if you don't
I
mind.
don't know who.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here for
Access.
citizens' participation?
Great, thank you.
Seeing none? All right. Well, I see our next person on the agenda is here. Cece, you're a little early, but I hope you don't mind going. Thank you for that. Thank you for being so accommodating.
Well, thank you for having us here tonight. And the reason that I had asked for some time on the agenda this evening is to discuss electromagnetic radiation and health. This is an issue that I initially brought.
Can I
Sure.
just stop you? 'Cause
Yes.
we all know you, and we
Oh, I'm
appreciate you
sorry.
being here, but everybody may be watching on TV doesn't know who you are. So if you
Sure.
could just disclose. Thank you.
Cecilia Doucette, 31 Fatima Drive. I'm an Ashland resident, a former Town of Ashland employee. And 3 years ago, an electrical engineering friend of mine tipped me off that there could be biological effects from electromagnetic radiation. And it was news to me. It was at book group, so I kind of filed it away. And then it crossed my path again from another source. And I thought, if there's anything to this, I should investigate, because I used to run the Ashland Education Foundation. And in so doing, I ran 7 campaigns to bring technology into our schools. And then I went to work directly for the schools as our grant coordinator, and I helped all of our teachers, or a lot of our teachers, get wireless devices in their classrooms, from iPads to Chromebooks, to Apple Minis, to Apple TV, and smart boards, and a whole gamut of wireless technology. So I began to investigate, and I had checked with our IT director, and he at the time was not aware of any biological harm, but he looked into it and came back and said the FCC says it's fine. And then when Alan Graham left the district, I asked Paul Carpenter the same thing, and he hadn't heard of it before either. So as I began to investigate, and I came up with additional information from studies that have been done all over the world for decades, I began to filter that information off to our school administrators and our school committee. And they began to do their due diligence as well, and I was very, very grateful for their efforts. On the one hand, we have thousands of peer-reviewed, non-industry funded scientific studies. On the other hand, we have additional studies that would show no evidence of harm, and those are by and large funded by the industry of telecommunications, technology, and so forth. And so when our school committee got to the point of looking at the fine print that comes with each one of our mobile devices, in it there's a disclaimer buried very, very deeply in the fine print that says, do not keep this device anywhere on your body or you will exceed the FCC standards. And the FCC standards were set back in the 1990s, influenced by data from the IEEE, or the Institute of Electronic and Electrical Engineers, not by scientists, not by medical doctors. So we were given standards back in the 90s based only on how much heat it would take to raise the temperature of the skin, and that's called the thermal effect. That's the only standard that we've ever had in our country for how much radiation can be emitted from all of these devices. And there was no testing done on children, there was no testing done on fetuses or the elderly or of people with already existing health conditions. And so back around 2007, a group of world scientists got together and recognized that this technology was initially developed for warfare. It comes out of our militaries from all over the world. And now that we had begun to deploy it commercially, they wanted to understand what that means. So they gathered up the research that had been done for decades already and said, this does look to be harmful, but we need to understand it better in the context that we're now using it in the commercial sector. So at that juncture back in 2007, some countries said, okay, if there's evidence of harm, we're going to invoke the precautionary principle, which basically says if there's evidence of harm, you stop, you do the research, and once it's been proven safe, then you continue. But here in our country, we did not do that. And so they did more studies for 5 years, from 2007 through 2012, and not just a couple, but 1,800 new studies. And the large majority of those proved there was indeed biological harm. That was reported out in a very large document, I think it's like 1,400 pages, called the Bio-Initiative Report. And in 2014, there was an executive summary put out for the public, which this board might like to begin examining. And so we have, in the last decade, I think all of us adopted Wi-Fi technology in our homes, in our schools, in our workplaces, in our public libraries, in our public buildings, without having any safety information to accompany those choices. And as we began to do the research in Ashland Public Schools, I spoke with our health agent, Mark Oram, who was very gracious to meet with me, and we talked about this, and he hadn't heard of it either, but he was generous enough to reach up to the state level to see what they might know. And he reached out to Dr. Bob Knorr at the Department of Public Health and the Environmental Division. And at that time, 3 years ago, Dr. Knorr wasn't very informed on this issue either. So Ashland Public Schools came out with what they called their best practices. And that says to keep the devices off of our bodies, off of our students and staff bodies, so that we're not setting microwave radiation on our bodies. They also said to turn off the Wi-Fi, meaning the routers and the access points, when not in use. And then they also said to turn off the devices, the actual devices, when not in use. And we have to understand that this radiation, it's not just about little Johnny sitting there with it in front of him. It's like a pebble in a pond, and it ripples out. So if you've got a classroom with 25 or 30 students who probably, in the upper grades, all have a cell phone with them, now they're all using an additional device in the classroom. Plus, we've got the access points up in the ceiling. That's an awful lot of microwave radiation that's coming at our students and staff. So the schools went ahead and rolled out their best practices. And what the scientists who actually have worked with this technology for years will tell us is that the only safe solution is to be hardwired. But I was grateful that our school committee did their due diligence and at least put some precautionary measures in place. I then went to meet with Senator Karen Spilka because, as Mr. Orem identified, there was no information that we could pass along from the state to help educate our community. So I met with Senator Spilka and showed her what we had learned here in Ashland and asked if there was a mechanism to help begin informing the public so that we would know about this and have a choice as to how we want to deploy our wireless or hardwired technologies. And so Senator Spilka's office crafted a bill that's Senate 1222, and it's to form a committee at the state level to start getting the right minds to the table to start looking at this, and then hopefully inform the public that this is biologically active and there are measures we can each take to lessen our exposure. So I was very thankful that Senator Spilka introduced that bill during this session that's just closed up. And I had heard from others, you know, don't get your hopes up because nothing ever happens to a bill the first time it's in session. But because an unusual chain of events happened, we had an expert panel of world scientists and technologists come to Massachusetts last summer and speak to our legislature. And then they also held a public forum right here in Framingham that some folks in Ashland got to go to as well. And we had Dr. Deborah Davis, who's one of our nation's top scientists. She holds a Nobel Peace Prize co-laureate for her work in climate change. She was also one of the scientists responsible for getting cigarettes out of airplanes, and she's held top posts in our government. She taught us about the science and that it's biologically active, and we really need to protect especially children and fetuses. She brought with her Frank Clegg, who was the now retired president of Microsoft Canada. And Mr. Clegg, when he retired, pictured a nice cushy retirement, but having worked in the industry for 30 years, he knew there was something up with Wi-Fi, and he knew enough not to have it in his home, but he didn't really understand it all. So he sought out a dozen of the world's top scientists. And Mr. Clegg came back to North America and said, our standards are not safe. And he's been working up in Canada. He's formed a nonprofit called Canadians for Safe Technology, and he is now working with Parliament to begin working on solving the mysteries of why we have radiation exposure up to here, but biological harm way down here. Also at that forum was Dr. Catherine Steiner-Adair, and she is a child psychologist, and she came to tell us that aside from the biological harm, our excessive use today of screen time is also doing a lot of psychological harm to ourselves and our children. And there was also a woman named Janet Newton, whose husband was overexposed to microwave radiation, and she was here to talk about the fact that we have standards in place for protecting people who have to go up on our rooftops, like the HVAC guys, the AC guys, the elevator guys, and there should be protocols in place to protect them from the near-field exposures to all the antennas on the rooftops, and they're not actually being upheld by our government. And then the fifth and final gentleman who came to speak to our legislature was Dr. R.S. Sharma, and Dr. Sharma is the gentleman in the Indian government who sets the standards, the recommendations for how much radiation can be exposed to the population. Their standards used to be up where ours are still today, and Canada's are still today, and Dr. Sharma brought their levels down by 90%. So it can be done, but the question is, who wants to wait until the years unfold like it did with tobacco or with asbestos before our government steps up and conclusively says, yes, this is carcinogenic? With tobacco, with asbestos, the science was done for decades, and it took a very long time for our government to actually come up and say that. There's a lot of politics that play. Harvard University put out a study last summer called Captured Agency, and Captured Agency is a 59-page report out of the Law School Center for Ethics that details how it is that our FCC has put our guidelines in place and in some ways suppressed evidence of harm, created doubt so that the public will continue to buy their products. Meanwhile, the science is mounting very greatly to say this is toxic. In fact, just last month, the National Toxicology Program, which publishes a document that I believe our Board of Health works with called the Report on Carcinogens, the 12th edition. I think there's actually a 13th edition that came out in 2013. But the National Toxicology Program tracks carcinogenic items, and their rodent report, they've actually done a series of studies using rats and mice, and they have done a first section on that. And because the evidence was so compelling that the radiation that came out of the cell phones is causing cancer in these rodents, and what happens in rodents happens to humans, and we also have epidemiological studies already done that showed the brain cancers, and there's heart cancers, there's salivary gland cancers, and so forth. So for our government to finally come out with a study that's saying, yes, this is carcinogenic, that leads me to ask for your help in figuring out how we can go ahead and inform the public that we need to take precautions around this. So in Ashland, when that panel came to the State House, they informed me that we are the first public school district in the nation to begin putting preliminary measures in place to protect our students and staff. So I get calls all the time from people all over the country saying, what advice do you have? Because we're working with our schools in our town too. So in addition to Ashland being the first with that initiative, we are also, from what I understand, the first to have held a 6-part series on Wi-Fi radiation or electromagnetic radiation and health. And I know a couple of you were gracious enough to come attend some of those screenings that we had in our library. And I thank you for that, for coming to get educated. We are also the first in the nation to have on loan an acoustometer, which is about a $400 scientific device that measures electromagnetic radiation. And this is something that every member of the Ashland community can borrow. The way it works, just real quickly, anything that goes into yellow is where people who have developed sensitivities to this are seeing symptoms. Anything that goes up into the red is where there's a whole lot of scientific research indicating biological harm. If there were no electromagnetic radiation in this room, we wouldn't see anything. We might just hear a little crackle, but I suspect we have some wireless devices as well as access points to our routers here. So these are items that we might want to think about. We might want to ask ourselves, you know, what do we see around us when we drive through our neighborhoods? Are we seeing cell towers mounted inside neighborhoods? And I used to think, okay, you know, I've heard cell towers are bad, but what I didn't understand, it's not the tower itself, it's the antennas that are mounted on it. And if, for example, you look down on Cedar Street, the water tower down there has been licensed somehow for antennas, and you look and you start counting. Every manufacturer has their own antennas up there. Some countries say, okay, you get to put one here and you get to put one here, but we don't have those kinds of precautions put in place. We're now putting them right in neighborhoods. So people may be feeling early symptoms of electrohypersensitivity. They might not be sleeping the way they used to sleep through the night. They might be getting headaches that they can't account for. They might be having tinnitus in the ears, which is the ringing. So if I could explain just for a moment biologically what our scientists are finding and why this is impacting us in such ways. Dr. Martin Paul has been looking at this, and he's discovering something's going wrong with the voltage-gated calcium channels, and I know Ms. Margulies might understand that with her nursing background. But we are biologically electrical beings, and we have cell-to-cell communication that happens all the time and by and large runs our body chemistry. When we're exposed to electromagnetic radiation, that compromises the cell membrane and causes a leakage at the voltage-gated calcium channels. That leakage causes a chemical reaction that produces peroxynitrite. Peroxynitrite is a really bad free radical that then goes in and gravitates toward wherever our individual weakest systems are. So that's the first thing biologically that happens with this technology. The second thing happens as part of our circadian rhythm, and when we sleep at night, our pineal gland in the brain is in charge of releasing melatonin in the wee hours of darkness. Melatonin goes in and helps to clean up things like free radicals and other natural breakdowns of our cells and cleans everything up. Unfortunately, what's happening with the electromagnetic radiation is it sees it as the light energy form that is as it is. And so the pineal gland doesn't properly release the melatonin in the wee hours of darkness if we've got these electromagnetic fields surrounding us while we're sleeping. So those of you who know somebody with breast cancer might already know that those folks often have very low numbers in melatonin, and this could be part of the reason for that. The third thing that happens is in controlled medical settings, we are now using electromagnetic radiation to stimulate cell growth, to make bones grow, to make other tissues and organisms grow in our body in a good way. But that's in a controlled setting. And what we've come to adopt so rapidly is Wi-Fi technology in a very uncontrolled setting. And so all of the ubiquitous radiation that we're exposed to is also exacerbating the growth of cells that we don't necessarily want to be growing in our bodies. So I wanted to spend just a moment telling you what other towns outside of Ashland are doing. Framingham Board of Health Director Mike Hugo came to the forum last summer with the world experts, and he got up and spoke for about 10 minutes, and there's a really good video of him saying that he had worked with Dr. Deborah Davis years ago to try and keep cell towers at bay in Framingham. And he thought maybe Framingham might one day become the first East Coast town to start putting precautions in place. If you buy or lease a cell phone, instead of fine print buried where nobody's gonna see it, put up a sign, give somebody a flyer that says, if you keep this cell phone in your bra or in your pocket or anywhere on your body, you will exceed FCC guidelines. So Mike Hugo and his wife Beverly is the chairwoman of the school committee there, and they've both been learning about this over the last year as well. Last week I had a conversation, a parent in Hopkinton had come to our film series here, and she has put me in touch with the IT director in the Hopkinton Public Schools because they would like to be able to start protecting their children as well. In Dover-Sherborne at the forum last summer at the State House, I met a large number of parents who have also been concerned about cell towers, and they stopped one from going in at the high school in Dover-Sherborne. In Southborough, after Ashland put our best practices into place, a parent reached out to me to thank me for the advocacy on that because her son has developed electrohypersensitivity, and he was not going to be able to go to camps for the summer because the buildings that he would have gone to these camps in also had electromagnetic radiation. She was able to take Ashland's best practices and talk to the administrator at Southborough Public Schools, who was gracious enough to turn off the Wi-Fi in the area of the building that that child would be attending a camp. So he got to go and hang out with his friends and be just a regular little boy having fun in the summertime. Southborough also invited me to go speak with their Board of Health last fall. And after educating them on what this issue is, I was then invited to speak to a chapter of the public health nurses. And they were all very interested in learning about this. The public health nurse, Leslie Chamberlain, in Southborough went back and discussed it at length with the Southborough Board of Health, and they took a vote and voted to send a letter to the Southborough Public Schools to start beginning to educate about electrohypersensitivity and electromagnetic radiation. So we're seeing some activity. I've gotten calls from parents in Brookline and Pepperell, Natick, and even Leslie Givens, who used to serve on this board, has reached out to me because she's very in the know about this subject as well.
Can I just stop you because I want to?
Sure.
I do want the board to be able to ask some questions because
Okay.
I actually have some, but I also
Sure.
wanted you to be able to promote. You did a whole series on this for TV too.
We did. WACA, thank you very much, was gracious enough to send resources to my home, and I took the acoustimeter around and showed what I was exposing my family to, and then simple steps that we can all take if we choose. And again, it's a right to know. If we choose, there are very easy things we can do to lessen our exposure. So that is available on WACA-TV. I also spoke with the the school committee last week, and I'll be meeting with them again tomorrow night.
Okay.
And there's some additional information there too.
Hmm.
Okay.
But I really wanted, because we do have a public hearing that we have to honor at 7:30, but
Sure.
I wanted the board to ask some questions, because I, as a parent, have some questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for educating everybody, and then I did attend that session in the Ashland Library. The question that I have is that you talked about Dr. Sharma from India.
Yes.
He could reduce it, but there wasn't any objection from the industry for that?
Oh, sure. Sure.
And-
Once you get something in place, then you've got to do the legwork to have people start adhering to it. So that's where they are right now.
Okay, is that hurting the industry quite a bit in terms of their profits or not?
I don't know what the profits are, but as Frank Clegg from Microsoft Canada said, the industry can absolutely solve this. They can make technology that's actually safe, that will be faster and more affordable. They just need a push because they've been able to operate this way for so long. Why would they disrupt that profit model when nobody's given them a good reason to? So I trust that those situations will be resolved. I've seen that some cell towers have been taken down, and India has laws now that say you cannot put it on a school, you cannot put it on a church, you cannot put it in a neighborhood, you cannot put it in a senior citizen building, because we need to protect our citizens and especially our most vulnerable.
So your education should be mostly concentrated for the internal sources in the house as well as some of the specific public sources. That's what your aim.
Right. Ultimately, hopefully, we will not have the airborne exposure that we're all exposed to everywhere we go. So what we do is learn and decide for ourselves what can we do in the spaces that we actually have control over. One of the items that the Board of Health would be wise to look into is the utility smart meters. We're not officially part of the grid yet, but they're rolling out the grid in Worcester right now in a pilot program that's got astronomical cost overruns, and there are people out there who are electrohypersensitive who are testifying about the health implications. So if that pilot moves forward, we would be well advised to really learn about that, because once you put that device on our houses, it's going to be emitting electromagnetic radiation 24/7. So what folks can do is ask that we keep our analog meters or the older digital meters that are not yet tied to the grid, because if you have somebody living in that space, or heaven forbid in an apartment or a condo where there's a whole bank of them, and you live in that electromagnetic radiation all the time, the harm is going to be very
So
great.
we should aim at educating people and bring the
Yes.
awareness up. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have anything?
I was looking at the reference list that you have here,
Yes.
and excuse me, I did pull up myself because I was most interested in this one for 2016. It actually indicates that it's the comments at this site were just initial comments. They anticipate peer review, and the results from the study would be available toward the end of 2017. I look at all these other references, and I'm wondering, are there other references? Because, I mean, I am a evidence-based person.
Sure.
I look at the validity of studies. I've done that all my career. And a lot of these are reports or comments or that kind of thing.
Oh, the
when-
science is there. If you were to
When
go
I
out
looked
to,
at the CDC website and the Surgeon General's website, you know, that it's different than the FCC. The FCC is obviously an industry-based organization.
Sure.
I mean, I actually not very closely personally know him, but I know the Surgeon General, and he's a really upstanding kind of guy. So I really, you know, I look to them, and I don't see the same thing, and so I'm really, I
I know,
question.
and it is
the
confusing.
evidence.
Yeah, it is confusing. It is very challenging to sift through, because you will find evidence, as with our Surgeon General in 1964, finally held a press conference and said tobacco is carcinogenic. The science had been done for decades, and I think that's where we are at this juncture today. If anybody has seen the movie Concussion that Will Smith is starring in right now, to talk about how we didn't know that all of the head trauma from football was causing concussions that later caused people to have very, very serious brain problems later in life. Same thing, they cite the tobacco industry playbook. They also show how the industries come after these scientists, discredit them, and try and suppress evidence of harm. So, but Ms. Margulies, if you go out to the National Institutes of Health database and you type in electromagnetic radiation, harmful effects, you will see thousands of studies. And the one set of studies that really got me on my feet were the sperm studies and reproductive. They have taken sperm, male human sperm, and exposed it to the electromagnetic radiation from a laptop. It changed the DNA, it slowed the motility of the sperm, and it caused far fewer sperm to be viable in just 4 hours. Now, the gentlemen in the room are lucky they can reproduce more sperm, but the women in the room are not. We're born with all 30,000 eggs, and if we're not being very judicious about how we use our technology, we could be doing a lot. And I know Dr. Martha Herbert over at Mass General has an autism lab, and she's finding a lot of linkage to autism and electromagnetic radiation, along with the other environmental toxins that we're all dealing with. So the science is there, and I would be happy to sit down with you at a computer and pull it up. But if you go to my research repository, which I believe is the bottom link on that sheet you're referencing, there's a lot of the science in there.
The National Institute of Health is basically a database.
Yeah.
So it really does include studies of all sorts of quality and content. So when I did attend that presentation, I still left with a lot of questions, and
Yeah.
more questions.
And there are,
More
because
questions rather than answers. So I didn't come to those conclusions. It's not that there may not be conclusions. And when one compares it to tobacco or anything else, I really have to wonder, we know now that vaccinations pretty much, like the data really is there, that what people had believed were problems with vaccinations don't actually prove out in the science. So I think when we talk about comparisons with other industries, whether it's tobacco, vaccinations, global warming, there's been a lot of naysayers and positive people on all sorts of topics where it really does take those longitudinal studies, especially when we're talking about cancer.
Right, but do we want to
Because-
take the risk of exposing our children and our fetuses to this while all of the full science plays out? I think it comes back to a right-to-know issue, and those who would like to know about this can be
Yep.
taught the precautionary
Sure.
measures to take.
Sure, absolutely.
And we have 221 world scientists who work with electromagnetic radiation who have sent a formal appeal to the World Health Organization, to the United Nations, and all of its member states in the environmental branch, saying this is becoming an epidemic and we need to do something about it now. So there will always be conflicting science. That's what science is. You'll always have both sides of it. But this is one area where the scientists who work with this toxin are saying, don't wait.
Thank you. You made a wonderful presentation. Your presentation skills should be commended. You did a great job.
Thank you.
You hit home with me on this subject because, as you know, my oldest son is autistic, high-functioning autistic. But heck, it had to be 15 years ago when his pediatrician said, "Hey, let's get him tested for metals." "What are you talking about, metals?" "Well, I don't understand what you're talking about." And the doctor kind of explained that with cell phone technology, and this is the part that I want to kind of drill down on, it's more the cell phone technology than necessarily the Wi-Fi technology, the metals. And when we had my oldest son tested, he tested off the charts for
Sure.
metals. And even today, you smell his hair, and it kind of smells like metal a little bit.
Yeah.
So much because I'm a father of an autistic child, I've become an expert on autism. We talked about vaccinations. Do vaccinations cause autism? Does cell phone technology cause autism? I'm kind of intrigued by, there's no data proof, but I believe, because my two boys are 16 months apart, they, same mother, same family, same household, same food, is that it is the metals and it is the environment, and that maybe cell phones don't cause it, but they cause something in the environment. Do you have any data to back
Mr.
that up?
Featherston, I think what you're referring to is that electromagnetic radiation amplifies around metal.
Okay.
So whether it's our glasses, piercings, the underwire in our brassieres, it amplifies metal. And when we have a toxic load already on our systems, adding the additional burden of cell phones, and I think 15 years ago when you first spoke to your pediatrician, cell phones were the #1 thing that people were starting to have. Today it's all electromagnetic radiation from all of our devices. And I think that's one of the dots that's not being connected in the media, because people hear cell phones, but we don't even think to say, oh, my laptop runs off of this too. My iPod runs off of this too. My baby monitor runs off of this too. My gaming devices, all of the wearables that people are now putting on.
Well, I also wanted to talk about that, even in the town of Ashland. I remember when Mr. Hugo was trying to stop the cell phone tower that we put up on Fountain Street when I was
Right.
a selectman. But even our water meters are all now Wi-Fi technology.
Mm-hmm.
And you drive by, and that's how they read your waters and your gas
Right,
meters.
and for that
everything.
3 seconds that they drive by our homes, it's emitting microwave radiation 24/7, 365 days a year. So we need to look at alternatives. We certainly have to update our infrastructure, and we certainly need to improve the way we're getting our basic services delivered.
Mhm.
But wireless doesn't have to be part of the solution. There are other countries doing it in different ways. We can send that data fiber optically, but we need to be very careful with electromagnetic radiation.
Well, you did a wonderful presentation. I wish we had
Thank
more
you.
time. We would like to invite you back.
I would like to come
Can
back.
you,
Yeah,
this is a
because
great document.
I don't want this to just be doom and gloom. I
No.
would like to have another
Right.
opportunity to present solutions, and if I can be put on an agenda, I'll do my best to
Well,
do
I
some
appreciate
true
the way you
education.
framed it as,
Sure.
you put the information out there. You're not
Yeah.
saying one way or the other. You let people decide, and I think
Right.
that's the best way to do
Right.
it. So
It'll
thank
be
you for doing
like
it.
tobacco, alcohol, drugs.
Don't give up, keep this
Keep it up.
alive.
Great
Thank you
job.
so much.
Thank you for taking the time. All right, that's a hard act to follow. So it is a little past 7:30 by my watch, but we do have somebody from 29 Holly Lane. Christine, are you here? Please, Mark DeSoni, can you help pull up a chair to the table so we can have a friendly conversation about a bedroom deed restriction for
Mary?
approval for 29 Holly? Thank you, you're quite the gentleman. Thank you. Welcome.
Christine has provided a document that's a document that was within the state code and recommended to be utilized when you have a room count or bedroom count. That the room count can create the bedroom count per state code, state Title V requirements, Title V being septic system codes. In actuality, she's reducing some of the rooms, but the house, and this occurred after 1995, this change in the law. But prior to that, homes were built without this law that had room count as also the bedroom count. They're planning to change the back of their home and reduce a room, a library, and make a bigger kitchen and a dining area. With that said, it's very close to being 9 or 10 rooms, and that 10th room would make it a 5th bedroom. The deed recording will clear up any concern if someone calls that dining room a 10th room. And so in doing so, it basically sets the deed, a document on the deed, so if someone buys a house, they realize it's not a 5-bedroom. They do have an office space above this first floor as well. So the house is close to being, in a way, an appearance to a 5th bedroom, possibly. This would clear that up and allow, the whole purpose of Christine coming down here was to do an addition. And so if I would recommend approval of the deed recording. It's only the Board of Health that can do that. You're the authority to do that. And it would be my recommendation that it be approved, and once recorded, we would sign off on her building permit so she can move along with her addition.
Do we have
Questions?
a plan for this?
What type of plan?
The floor plan of
Oh, the floor
where
plan.
the things are coming up? or
The
where-
floor plans, I made a copy, it's on the building department file, but I do have a floor plan that I obtained from the building department, showing the rooms.
Okay. Can I
You
Oh,
want to see
you
it?
wanna
see
look
that
at it?
and have
Sure.
some explanation
Let me
to find out where things
That's-
are going?
let me just take this off. Yeah, it's easier to take them off, so that way you can see before and after.
Okay.
The rooms aren't
Oh, I
labeled
meant
on
the
before and
too.
after KG, but
Oh.
you will see the comparison on the room count. The room changes on the first floor.
So really just trying to make your kitchen bigger. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
3 rooms into
basically.
1.
1 or 2, depending on,
And you're just taking a wall or 2 down to do it?
Yes.
Okay.
Looks like,
and
this
join-
one is different, this is after, is that what it is, or?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And that's the
But
second
those
floor
two
showing the
combined.
5 rooms.
That is true.
And the office couldn't be a bedroom?
Well, that's why the deed recording.
Right.
It-
But it doesn't have a window and a closet?
I'm sorry.
The office?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it doesn't.
But it has an access,
That's what I
to outside, but it's like, it's a personal office. It's,
that's
'cause I have
the
a construction company.
That's the second
Okay.
floor right there.
Yeah.
So with that said, this deed recording, DEP realized that houses built prior to 1995 were built with additional rooms and exceeded what they now require for a four-bedroom.
Bathroom. 2, 3, 4.
In doing that, DEP set up this procedure to allow future owners to know it's only a four-bedroom and only a four-bedroom septic, but it just documents it so that, you know, they can move forward and do additional work on the house. And as I said, I would recommend approval.
I have a question. When this goes on the deed, is there any way to get it off at any point, or
Yes.
and
Because that question has come up before. If need be, it can be removed. Say they get to town sewer. Say someday sewer comes onto your street, you tie into sewer, this document could be released, or attachment to it saying you now are tied into sewer, and that restriction goes away. That's how it works.
So does it come back here to get rid of it, or does it go somewhere else? This just,
It may, I'm not for
Curiosity.
sure. I think it could be
I think we
probably, we would handle the sewer connection, so at that time, we
Right.
could probably be part of that procedure if they so wish to have it
They
removed.
have to come back and decommission the septic system anyway.
Correct.
That's why I was
Well-
gonna,
Right.
Have to come
that's
out.
right,
Right,
He
so
has to
we'd have to do
certify
it.
it's
Right.
decommissioned.
yes.
Okay.
So we can do it at that time, if we chose to.
At the time, if they want it.
Right,
Yeah.
if they want it, yeah,
If-
if they want it.
It's a little cheaper right now, not paying a sewer bill, correct?
Right.
You don't want sewer.
No, no, thank you.
Just take good care of the septic.
Yeah,
I do,
cl-
every
Clean your
2
septic
years.
system, stay off sewer, yeah.
So again, I would just recommend approval. I would ask the board to,
so I'll make a
move-
motion to accept this as written, this deed restriction for the address being
29 Holly Lane.
29 Holly Lane, Christine Tofani, grantor, correct? It's a 5-page, it's actually a 4-page deed restriction with a 5th page with the signature page, as written.
So there's,
Second that.
second? So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? All opposed? Nope. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
thank you, Chris.
Enjoy your bigger kitchen.
Thank
Rob,
you.
Once you get it
The real work
recorded-
starts now.
It's the
Sorry.
barbecue.
Once you get, just give me a call when you know it's gonna be recorded. If you need any further assistance, just feel free to call.
The only thing I need is this supposed to be signed?
The original, what,
I had two made.
we have your original if you need that. Oh,
I have an
okay.
original.
So, yeah, that, what I would say, remember I mentioned see your attorney just before the recording to make sure. But if you need you had it attested as a true copy,
Yes.
correct? Yeah, I remember you had the
Yes.
raised stamp.
Is that signed by?
Oh, let me see
The
that. I'm
board?
sorry, Christie.
I can
wasn't
sign.
sure.
I'll sign.
That's, yeah, John can sign on behalf of, I'm sorry, thank you. We don't do many of these.
Me either.
Let's hope it's your last. Thank you. And then you just return the,
Does your
Copy.
signature, it does need to be notarized?
What's the date?
today's
Oh, it was
21st.
Oh, but his signature.
Doesn't show that below.
I'm a notary.
Wait. If you're having any issues with it, let us know.
Thank you.
You can't notarize your own
You
signature.
just
Bring it
bring
to the
that to-
registry,
yeah.
bring
We
an
know
extra
that.
copy
I
for
think
them
we
to
know
show
that.
you sent it there, and they'll stamp that for you to bring back to me, an extra
Actually, I'm a
copy.
notary too.
Call with any questions.
We need to
Thank
vote
you.
that he's
If
authorized
we
to
can,
vote.
Yeah.
Diane's been patiently
Yes.
waiting to do.
Diane has been patiently waiting.
John, for the record, you want to get authorization to sign that one from the board itself? Do you, for the record? It might be worth rather than,
I didn't
you
understand the
signed
question.
on behalf of the board, so we thought we'll give you the
Yeah, I think that's a
authorization.
good idea.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Why don't you make
okay.
a motion?
You want to make
I
a mo-
move that John Featherston, the chairman, sign on our behalf for the deed restrictions validation.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. 3-0 on that.
I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
All right, Diane, welcome. Condolences and regrets. Yeah.
Are we skipping?
Yeah, because we want to get Diane out of here if we can.
Okay, so we're going down to
And
food
we
inspections
asked to
spreadsheet.
do an update on our food inspections. KG had asked for a update on, and maybe even a spreadsheet, so please, welcome.
Hi.
Hi. I did do an inspection summary, summarizing the last 2 years of inspections. 2014, I just came on board, so I was only able to do one inspection per restaurant for that year. In inspection year 2015, I basically, for the majority of the establishments, 2 inspections were done. I summarized the most frequented violations that were seen at the establishments in inspection year 2014 and 2015. 2014, improper cold holding was seen more than 10% of the time, improper segregation of raw meat and ready-to-eat foods, food stored incorrectly. For inspection year 2015, violations that were seen more than 10% of the time were problems with the hand washing sink. A lot of times it was blocked, didn't have paper towels or hand soap. And I saw a lot of improper sanitizer solution concentrations, whether it was too high or too low. Improper cold holding was there also. Overall, just in general, the establishments in town have been very receptive to my inspections. My goal as a health inspector, as a food inspector, is to work with the establishments and try to develop best practices that they can use in their establishments, make things easy. If something's easy, the employees are going to do it, more likely to do it. So if you have any questions.
Yeah, I had, the summary report refers to a spreadsheet. Do you send this to somebody every year, or? I mean, any of the authorities in the government?
The inspection summary?
Yeah, and the spreadsheet?
I just did the inspection summary for the ease of comparison for the board. The failed code tally that I believe you have, the failed code tally for 2015. 2014 is also available. The failed code tally summarizes, we use a inspection software on a computer, and so all the inspection results and documentations, all the violations are placed into this computer software. So from that, this is able to be developed.
Right.
So this can be done on a 1 month basis, 2 month basis, a year, 6 months. You just put in the dates, and it will generate the report.
Right, when you generate this
And
many
then, no,
calls.
yeah,
Can-
this is
Can we
also.
expand on different items, or this is it maximum it can go in terms of the information that we can derive out of in a spreadsheet?
For the most part, when it comes to which violations have been seen, I think this is the best generated report that the software can make. It definitely goes through each violation, and every violation that's in the food code, it states exactly how many times I saw it during that year. So could there be more to the software? Possibly. There's also just about a year and a half worth of data, so definitely I think, a couple more data sets would definitely be more beneficial to see like trends and if things are actually doing better and things like that.
So you do have the data, but that nothing has been loaded onto the system, that's what I understand, is that right? Or this is it, that's all the data that we have, year and a half? Did we have
This is-
data before that, or we never
If
had?
I can, I believe,
We only started using the program, the
Oh,
software program in
okay.
2014.
Whenever it was implemented, that's when we
Yeah,
started.
yep,
Right.
yeah. Yep, so we started, when I came on board, I started using the computer software program, and that was in May of 2014. And before that, it was little bits here and there, because they were just starting to use the program. But everything that I've done is on these reports.
If I pick a particular establishment, and I'd like to know the details about how many times that have been inspected, how many times they have violated anything, or how many times the corrections have been made, could we get out of the software at all, or it's
Yep,
not
so
possible?
this actually is generated from the software, it's just an Excel format. some things you can do in Excel format, like lists, can be done in Excel format. And this does state how many times the establishment was inspected during that, that year of 2014 and 2015. As you can see, as I stated previous, the 2015 data set is basically double the size, because almost all the
But
establishments
what I
were
meant is that if
inspected
I
twice.
pick an establishment, if I want to get the full inspection report on each time that we did, like, you tell me that this was the date and say 6 times, but I'd like to know which 6 times that was done. Can that be generated out of that system?
Well, it could. You would just, I mean, every report that I generate, that states all the violations, I print out and it's in the file. So there's a paper copy as well as a PDF form on the server, as well as the computer generated form in the computer software.
Okay, thank
So
you.
there's multiple avenues.
Thank you for the help. Good luck with your new job.
Thank you.
Any questions, Judy?
Kind of want to understand that's happening, but let me go to a slightly different perspective. I was wondering if you could give us your impression of the use of the revolving funds and how that works if, because I actually probably haven't gotten a really good, I mean, I know it was instituted, I think pretty much when you were on the board before, John. So my general understanding of it is that when there are fines, when there's, that money will go back in and then it will pay for re-inspections. Is that correct?
Well, not re-inspections, it basically funds the position. The revolving accounts that we established, when we established.
The
them,
revolving
yeah, about
account's
4
been
years.
with
How
us
does-
for 2 to 3 years, and
Yeah.
to answer the question, fines go into the general fund.
Oh, okay.
The
It's what-
fees that people pay for their permits go
Okay.
into
Go
the
into this fund.
revolving fund.
Okay, so the fees go to the general fund, so they don't really.
No, fines go to the general
Fines
fund.
go-
Fines,
Fees
I-
go into the revolving
Correct, I'm
fund,
sorry,
right.
right, so, okay. I was just wondering about the relationship between someone getting fined and this revolving fund, but they're not related, is what I'm
That
hearing.
is correct.
Okay, that's something I didn't know. That's great to know. In terms of reports, I recently was looking at the CMR 105-590, and there, and also the reconciliation of the federal laws with our laws, and it appears that there's reports that are required either by the state or federal government. Do we generate those from the electronic system?
I think the reports that you're referring about,
Educate me, I guess.
annually, the Department of Public Health requires each Board of Health to generate, basically, it's, they send us the paperwork. Sometimes it differs as to what they want, but generally it's the number of inspections that we've performed, and this is calendar year, usually, calendar year from January to December. Sometimes it gets confusing because we're fiscal year, but generally speaking, the Department of Public Health asks for the calendar year. Generally speaking, in the last 2 years that I've done it in my other position, asks for number of inspections, number of re-inspections, number of complaints associated with a suspect illness, number of times the schools were inspected. That's basically all they ask for. And I generate that number and give it to Mark every January.
So that's the only report that's actually mandated going out from here. You had mentioned 10% temperature holding. Are we talking about the refrigerator and also something in the open? I know that we had once someone come with a particular food item. It was a meat item that they had in a display case. But I'm wondering, I'm looking for advice and a sense, I guess, of where our potential biggest problems are. I would think that food not being held at the appropriate temperature is a big issue. And so I'm trying to get a better sense of how that actually occurs so that if we had discussions in the future, we could write better regulations, address what the concerns may be better in the, so I'm looking for your thoughts on that.
As I stated before, inspections, when I do inspections, number one is education. Education is the key. Working with the establishments is priority. When there is a cold holding issue, if you want to use that example, a lot of times this change of season from the spring into the summer, the coolers just go all out of whack a lot of times. So, you know, I educate them about that. I educate them, we're a huge component on advocate on logging. Not too many establishments do it. If I can speak with other positions that I've held, I have, you know, there's certain times when you could require logs. I believe that has happened in this town previous due to improper cold holding, or let's say a suspect illness, things like that. So, you know, logging could definitely assist in having an establishment see the trends and see when the temperature is starting to increase.
We're talking logging of the refrigerator. Is that
Correct.
what we're
The
taking?
food temperature logs.
You know, on the vaccination program, they actually use the continual monitoring. Has that ever been considered with food? You know,
There are-
continuing monitoring of the refrigerator to make sure. That's actually my experience with medication, so I was
Yep,
just
there
wondering
are-
in terms of food.
There are devices out there that can be used. They use those if you're doing a certain processes if you're doing a certain processes like ROP. I can't think.
It's okay, I've got the
ROP.
same problem.
No, ROP. It's the act of taking a hot food product, putting it in a plastic bag, sealing it hot. The newest food code
Reduced
asks.
oxygen packaging.
Yes, thank you. The newest food code asks for requires continuous monitoring. So the technology is out there, of course. Is that necessary in a retail food establishment? I don't think so. But that's my professional opinion. I think coming in, what I tell establishments, come in first thing in the morning, have an employee come 15 minutes. That's all it takes. 15 minutes at the beginning of the day. Have that employee come in. It's a quarter of the pay. Come in, take the temperatures of all the coolers. That's really all they need.
So opening and closing doors and,
Coolers,
I
sandwich,
know
your
my
typical.
refrigerator drops temperature when, you know, when
Yep,
it's
and
active.
the temperature will increase, but the food temperature isn't going
that's
to
true.
increase as fast. So when they're taking temperatures, it's important to not take the temperature of the ambient air. It's important to take the temperature of a food product.
Correct.
And it's opening, closing sandwich flip-top units, you know, heavy lunch rush. It's going to raise a little bit, 42, 43. But if I see 48, 49, 53, something's definitely wrong.
Have you been directly or indirectly involved with the any illness reports in the town? I know when I was looking through a file on something else, animal stuff, there was accidentally something had filed that there had been a report from an emergency room on someone who had suspected food poisoning. I don't know how it related to actual, even a restaurant in this town, but it happened to be a resident of this town. So I was curious as to those numbers. Maybe Mark could fill us in a little
Yeah,
bit
I
more
don't
on.
believe
Diane
I've ever.
is involved if the restaurant or food establishment is located here in this town. Outside of that, the public health nurse or myself, we conduct the investigations.
Have we had very many in the last year?
Not that I can recall.
'Cause I think this one was
I
last
mean,
summer.
We would probably say 1 to 2 a year is what we see. And I can't recall a restaurant from this town in the past year. Usually it's someone that lives in this town that works in another town at a food facility, and that's when we get involved as well.
I guess just for general conversation, my concern on that is a really high percentage of people who experience illness from food. It's not reported because people don't directly relate it to it. It can actually be days delayed.
Mhm.
It's kind of a public health thing.
Yeah.
It's-
No, it's a
And,
good
and
point.
it's really important for prevention because we don't necessarily always see the result, because the result's oftentimes hidden because people don't recognize it as actually drawing the connection with the food that they ate.
We actually did have one the person kept trying to get a double negative test on a stool culture, and it took a little while, so the food establishment and the employee worked with us on that one. That's the one I recall now that it comes back to me. It was about this time last year or sometime in the summer.
May I?
Only to keep us going, yeah, do you have one more question, or, because we've got a public hearing at 7:50, but if you have another question,
John, I'd like
Yep,
to add a
go
question
ahead.
after she does.
go ahead.
I had never seen a food permit before, so yesterday I actually went out to 6 different places, and 3 of them didn't have them displayed. Two of the places I didn't ask because I was not there in an official capacity. I just thought, walk and look. One of them actually happened to be a major place, and I asked the individual there where it was, and the manager came, and they looked for it. They couldn't find it. But on my a quick survey of 6 places, 3 of them weren't up. At least I know one of the 6 wasn't. 2 I didn't see, but I didn't bother the people who were working there because I was just looking because I wanted to see what my signature actually looked like on those permits. So I was wondering if that's part of an inspection. Is that something that we've been, or maybe we should be doing in the future, helping educate them as to what the posting requirements are and those kinds of things?
There's, as I'm sure you know, you've been looking at the code, there's a lot
just
of, there's a
It's
lot
about,
of
that one's about this fat.
there's a lot of regulations that are, that the food establishment must adhere to, and that, is part of an inspection. When I conduct an inspection, I go through and I look at violations that pertain to risk factors. And risk factors are the ones that can pertain to and be more likely to cause a foodborne illness. That's improper hand hygiene, improper hygiene, improper cooking, improper sanitizing, and improper cold holding or hot holding. So I really focus my inspections on those. And as much as I do look at everything, sometimes things get missed, but a permit being posted or not posted doesn't directly relate to cause of a foodborne illness. And I apologize for not.
Oh, that wasn't an
having that,
accusation. I was just
but
trying to understand some more things. And
It's
You know,
that,
to me,
along with
it-
the
it-
Serve Safe. There's a lot of stuff.
right.
KG,
So-
you had a question?
Oh, sure.
We just have to respect the
This
clock.
This is the general question. I know that you've been working here. The amount of work that you do, is it sufficient for this town to have a
Question.
safe restaurants with the half-time food inspector, or you suggest that there should be a full-time person
I
to
can
safeguard
answer,
it?
Mr. Chair. I
with
think
your-
that's directed to me, Kate.
I understand, but with
Well,
her
well-
overload, she may be able to tell from her experience
Well, I
whether
had that
that she was
conversation
able
today,
to
if I
converse
may.
with herself.
I think that's for me to answer. I'm the
Mhm.
director. I should be answering that question. Just had a conversation with our assistant town manager today about the fact that we can use additional staffing. We are on a risk-based food establishment inspection process based on the fact that we need additional person hours to do the work. So to answer your question, yes, and I hope to get your support when we go to.
Always,
when we-
always.
When we go to finance to ask for those. Thank you.
Because we're gonna have to go to fine.
Thank
Diane, I wanted to thank you. You've been an asset to the town. Is there any way I can convince you not to go to Foxborough
I've been
full-time?
trying.
No? Well, we
I
wish you the
appreciate
best of luck.
time. Thank you
We
very
wish
much.
it, and you've been really great, and you've been very helpful, and only the best.
It's
Before
been
you
a
go
pleasure
for-
working here.
Thank you.
The
Thank you.
board
Thank you
and
for
Mark
coming
as
tonight.
well.
Thank you.
Thank you for educating us more.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, sorry to keep
John,
waiting.
If I can
Yep.
ask one thing, if we could come back to food inspections
Oh, we will.
later on in
We
the
will.
agenda, would
We
be
definitely
great
will.
before the end of the evening.
We definitely will.
Appreciate it, thank
Yeah.
you.
We do have a hearing for 44 Ramblewood Drive. Owner requests for a state and local septic waiver. Sir, if you'd like to come to the table, introduce yourself, bring a chair. We don't bite.
If you want a chair, Dan, or if you want to stand, it's up to you.
We'll bring it up just in case.
How you doing tonight?
Good.
Just so the board knows, this is Dan McIntyre, professional engineer from McIntyre, and what do you call yourself? Environmental engineering something.
Close enough.
MEES.
Old friend.
What's the septic?
Engineering, McIntyre Engineering and Septic
And
Service.
septic service, thank you. So Dan's here tonight, and you should have, everyone should have the letter,
Yep.
Yeah.
as well as right after the letter, you'll see the request for waivers, and
Marcus, just a question that, was this plan available on the electronic form for you or not available?
I
we
think we got it.
PDF'd it.
Got it in the?
I think we got it.
PDF.
It's
Yeah.
in, it's in
Oh,
print
good,
well,
so-
though, when I
Okay,
looked at it
that's what I
online.
looked at it, that's what I did.
In the
Okay.
future, if you need.
Yeah,
PDF,
if you
just
wanna
let me
send
know.
us a
I can
PDF,
send
that
it
might,
along.
versus us recopying.
Yeah, I
Smaller
think
file.
I can get a better,
That's fine.
better copy from my computer.
Yeah, they were almost impossible
Oh,
to print,
okay.
is what,
The floor is yours, sir.
Alrighty. Here tonight representing the homeowner. They were in the process of putting an addition on their home. The building permit process triggered an inspection of the septic system. The inspection indicated that the system was in failure. At that point, we were retained to design them a new septic system. So we did some soil testing out there, and we found a high groundwater table and fairly decent soils, though. Very similar to the rest of Bramblewood Drive. We've done a number of
Quite a
systems
few,
down
yeah.
there, and they're all very consistent. I personally did the one across the street, 2 doors up, 2 doors down. And the soils and the groundwater conditions are all very, very similar. The type of system, because of that, is gonna have to be a raised system to get above the groundwater table. So in this particular instance, we're proposing to do an innovative alternative technology system, which will help us treat the effluent better before it reaches the groundwater table, allowing us to reduce the size of the system and reduce the offset to groundwater. This is a DEP-approved technology. And it works well in this situation because we don't have to mound the system up as much. We still have to change the grades of their yard, but for a conventional system that we looked at, we would have had required a retaining wall along the roadway to retain the fill. With this system, we're still raising the yard, but we can do it with a slope, and it wouldn't look as bad, and we can save a couple of trees. But if you can see this, this is
do you wanna see it? I actually looked at
Yes,
the one
that's
online, I
fine.
don't know if you.
44 Ramblewood, the house right here. It's an existing 5-bedroom house. The addition they're proposing won't increase the bedroom count. They're actually gonna be bumping out the back to increase their family room and increase the size of their master bedroom and increase the size of their kitchen. Very similar to the woman that was here
Mhm.
earlier. Their plumbing comes out, it's kind of a strange plumbing. The stack comes down kind of in the middle of the house, goes out underneath the slab, and it's kind of very low out in the yard here. We're proposing, well, the existing system has a tank out here and leaching trenches right in this area here. When we did soil testing, we dug into this system and we confirmed that it is actually unit failure. It was surcharged and saturated. And we also found out that it was sitting in the groundwater table too, so.
How old is that system, the existing one?
1960s?
60s, yeah.
Somewhere in the sixties, I believe
Yeah.
that neighborhood was
It's
built.
past
Yeah,
its
this
life.
neighborhood was built, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them last longer.
Yeah.
So in order to, even with the innovative technology and the request to reduce the groundwater offset, we still need to put in a pump to pump up to this area. So we're proposing a 2-compartment septic tank to increase the primary treatment, a pump tank, and then the innovative alternative technology. What it is a,
I think your client, is that your client?
what's that?
Is that your client?
Could be.
I've never met him, so I don't know.
Hey Val. Come on up.
This is the homeowner that's coming up.
Oh, I thought you were part of the yellow shirt team.
Val, bring a chair up. We're only making decisions on your, your house. Yeah.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
We never
Hi.
met, Mark, we've talked.
Oh,
but we
hi,
never
Mark,
met.
how are you?
Good, Ben.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, no problem.
No problem.
Dan
We
was
just started,
doing a
we
good
just
job.
started. So we're proposing to do a sand filter design. This is kind of the technology of what it looks like. It's an Elgin type system. So that kind of that black plastic thing
Spongy stuff.
allows a lot of there's a lot of surface area for bacteria to grow in there and treat the effluent
Yeah.
before it goes down there. And then underneath that, we put in a foot of sand, which is kind of the sand filter aspect of it, so it treats it, and then we go into the natural soil.
How long is the projected lifespan of that? I mean, I know it's to be
Well,
determined, but,
it's-
all right.
What I say is that
Whose lifetime?
the projected lifetime of any system is dependent on how people use them.
Well, that's true.
That's the biggest
Okay.
impact on septic systems. But we're designing in accordance with DEP criteria in the manufacturer's requirements, so.
For this, you only need to replace the sand, I guess, at a later time if it
Hope so.
fails. Mostly.
I suppose, but
Okay.
if that happens, you're essentially kind of ripping the thing out and putting it back.
It's not a major change, but it's a minor thing. for
Well, does anybody have any
change.
questions?
No.
Concerns?
Oh,
I would recommend to the board all the waivers be granted.
Before you start, the only question is,
Oh.
it doesn't affect the neighbors as such, in terms of when you mount it up, does it affect
No.
the neighbors and then?
No, there's no effect on the neighbors.
Well, you've done personally 3 or 4 of these on this street, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question I ask everybody. I just want to make sure that no one, that neither one of you have any conflict of interest with the town, with anybody who works for the town, or with anybody here on our panel.
I don't know.
No, I
Okay.
don't.
Okay, good. So
And I would
it's kind of my
disclose it.
routine kind of question I ask everyone.
And if, Mr. Chair, I would have disclosed it if I had a conflict, as I mentioned in previous meetings.
All right, somebody want to make a motion? If there's no other further
So
questions?
what was the motion we need
It's,
to
I think it's
make?
written up here already,
Oh, it's
all of
on
these.
there? Okay.
You want to read all of those one by one? Or one do I? One
Do you
motion
want
for
me to help
everything
you
or
on
what?
these, or you could motion that all the waivers as presented in this letter
Right.
be waived based on the rationale. You could
Okay.
do it that way as well. And there's 3 under Title V that are called local upgrade approvals,
Okay.
and the other 2 are under the three are under the Board of Health regulations.
I think for the public, though, it's nice to read them, and I know it.
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I make a motion that, and so I'm starting at on behalf, right? On behalf of the owner of 44 Ramblewood Road, who is Val
Uzoma.
Uzama,
Yeah.
very nice. The following Title V local upgrade approvals and variances from the Ashland Board of Health regulations are requested for the replacement of the existing system. These are under Title V. We have 15.401, or
405.
4051B, more than 3 feet of cover over tanks. Probably don't have to explain the rationale. Then we have 15.405(1)J, tank pipes less than 1 foot above seasonal high groundwater. Then we have 15.405(1)H, which is reduce groundwater offset by 2 feet using a DEP-approved I/A technology.
Innovative
Innovative
alternative.
alternative.
Thank you. And then we have the local regulations, which is 303-7A, 3 test holes, an area of SAS,
Soil absorption system.
thank you, to provide it. 303-11, which is to include the garbage disposal in the design. We're doing that? Or we're not?
Well, basically,
Yeah,
Go ahead,
that's,
Dan, if
that's
you-
kind of my, I'm sorry to confuse you. The regulations require that a system be designed
I
for a
was just
garbage
gonna
grinder.
word it.
Okay,
We're asking for it not to be because it would have to increase the system by 50%.
Okay, so basically it's for not including.
And with that,
The
if I-
3031 is for to include it, but we are approving not to include it.
Yes.
Correct.
With the
It
condition
just-
usually?
This also will put a restriction on the deed that they will not
Thank
add
you.
the,
With the
Yes.
deed restriction.
So you wanna add that condition, I would recommend it, we've done it for all
Right.
the others, that a
no,
deed
no
recording
garbage
be
disposal to
placed
be added, that's what you need to mention.
as a
Right.
deed
As
restriction.
a
So,
deed
so that deed restriction go in as a deed recording.
That's correct, and Judy would also wanna add the requirement for an effluent filter,
And the added requirement of
Requirement
an
for an
affluent filter.
effluent filter.
And then we
That
have,
is already shown on the plan.
and then we have 303-11D, leaching beds not allowed. Is that correctly worded there?
We do not allow leaching beds, so
Okay.
they're asking to design with a leaching bed. So you would be waiving that requirement of the local regulations, so they could utilize it as a leaching bed.
Okay, so we're waiving the leaching bed.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye?
Aye?
I have,
Oh, sure.
I have
If you have
I have a question of
Yeah, go
discussion. Were these all worded correctly, the more than 3 feet over covered?
Yes.
Like, okay, so that's, okay,
The state code says you can't have more than 3 feet of cover over any septic tank, and they're asking for that based on the building pipe, which is coming out of the house, is a little bit lower. They are adding rubber boots to the tanks to make sure water doesn't get into the tanks when groundwater is at a high level. So that's sufficient to, in my view, to recommend to the board that waiver.
all in favor?
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. 3-0. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Enjoy the evening.
Good luck.
Still a few
Thanks.
moments of light out there.
Dan, I have most of the review done, but your client's gonna, your client's right here. Val, you're gonna need to come
You
in
want
and pick
this?
up that deed recording, we'll
Yeah.
put it together, most likely tomorrow. Give us a call first, and then you take it, I'll go over it with you. But you would take 2 copies, the original and a copy, so we can get one back, showing that it was recorded at the registry. Once that's done, we can probably issue the plan for installation.
Okay.
Excellent.
How does the building permit?
Yeah, and I would grant that if indeed you have an installer who has signed on to putting the system in, and you have started the work, and it would be up to Rough Electrical. That's been a very common procedure, just so the board knows, for all past applicants. So it'll give you the chance to start construction on both at the same time. Fun, fun, fun.
Fun. Hey,
Thanks.
congratulations, thanks. Good
Well,
luck.
thanks, guys.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your understanding.
Thank
Bye.
Now,
It's okay. You
Go
don't
ahead.
mind, do you?
Yeah. You have a
tomorrow,
question?
you say tomorrow to pick it up tomorrow?
I have to get to the clerk's office to have it notarized, as well as a true attested copy. So we'll put that together in the morning, and then what we can do is, right after that's done, if you call, I can give you a general
Okay,
estimate.
no
I just,
problem,
if the
no
clerk's not in, that's what I'm concerned about. I don't wanna answer for the clerk. If she's in, we can do this within 15 minutes.
Okay,
Okay, so
Alright.
give me a call in the morning.
will do.
Thanks,
Thank
Val.
you.
Take
Thanks,
care.
guys.
Have a good night. All right, keeping us on agenda, because we do have an aggressive agenda tonight. I want to get back to Mr. Morgan. On the morning of June 13th, Mr. Morgan filed an open meeting law complaint with Tara Ward in the office for Board of Health meetings, alleged violation dates of May 24th, 2016, and June 7th of 2016. The board has been aware of this minutes after I was aware of it on the 13th, as I sent it out via email to the board. Mr. Morgan, I think you would probably be the best source for conversation on that, if you'd like to step to the podium and discuss. And thank you for your patience. Sorry to make you wait, but
I don't mind. It was interesting to see what's going on. I don't often attend these meetings. I did happen to attend the meeting in question here on the 24th. I watched the video of the one on the 7th. So as the board may or may not know, I filed a couple of these complaints on different boards in town that I have been in meetings at that have been a concern, primarily because of the concerns in the CIC board that I'm a member of, where it was pretty
which
clear.
board, I'm sorry?
The capital improvement.
right,
Well, it's pretty clear that was a lack of knowledge. I know the selectmen put together a training session for all boards in town, and this all happened right after that training session. So it was my observation that the board in those meetings took up topics that were not in the agenda, that weren't emergencies. It's clearly a violation, in my view. So I filed this. You know, I'm looking to be constructive here. I'm not, you know, I'm trying to see behavior change, not necessarily get anybody, you know, hurt or fined. You know, that's not the goal here, right? So as you see in the request, I mean, we can go look at the video. Anybody can go back and listen to the tape of the video. I think it's pretty clear that those things happened.
Can you be specific for the public?
Sure.
What
So-
specifically you're,
So specifically, it appeared to me that there was discussion regarding the health agent that occurred at the meeting, not on the agenda. There was a vote at the second meeting in support of the health agent, which was not on the agenda. You know, these are things that have been discussed in town. They certainly could have been anticipated. There appear to be discussions regarding the IG report and the health agent. There were discussions, it appeared, about the human resources consolidation, again, not on the agenda. The board health policies and procedures, it seemed to me that was unclear on the agenda. And then specifically, you know, to follow up on that point, the second point I made is it appeared the agendas were not clear and understandable in terms of their level of detail. And something I've suggested to the Board of Selectmen is that often documents supporting an agenda will make them clear or clearer if the public has an opportunity to see those documents. And so I guess, you know, that goes on to the third point I made in my complaint, which is by not providing or posting those public meeting documents, folks don't really know what's going to occur when they're available. They don't always apply, but in some cases, things are coming before the board. There's a packet, you know, people could see that material. Again, from there, you know, I went looking for the minutes. You know, generally, I think the open meeting would have the minutes occur the next meeting. It looked like you guys are just behind on your minutes a little bit at that time. Perhaps that's not the case. And then I attached the agendas and I commented on the video. So the relief I asked of the board was just to, you know, to have some further training in regard to this whole process of setting agendas and meetings. You know, I asked that, you know, anything that was done that wasn't on an agenda be either redone or revoted. And then finally, that you all have some written policies. I know you were working on policies. My suggestion, if I could offer a suggestion, is that when topics come up like that are not on the agenda, that they be put on for the next meeting. It's very easy to set that policy, prevents people from getting dragged into a discussion in the meeting. You know, it's not a big deal to come back to the next meeting. I know tonight, I guess the one we just did was an emergency, because it's not on the agenda. You know, I looked at the agenda online, I have a copy here, and the version that was sitting on the podium is not what was posted, so, you know, apparently that was an emergency item that just came up, that was not on the posted agenda.
I guess I think I can compliment, it was not on the initial agenda.
that is
And then
This
it
is
was
what's-
added,
this-
then it was added approximately 24 hours ago.
Okay,
So,
so
to address your point, 48 hours, and I do agree, I mean, but listen, I'm never going there
again,
with
you know,
comment at this
I
point.
know we're trying to be friendly.
Updated on the,
Yeah.
web.
Ramble.
right,
Was it updated on the web? But I don't know.
yes, it was.
It's online right now in the old version, so maybe it's
The old
been,
version still on the terrace?
I just looked on my laptop, so maybe it's different downstairs in the hallway. Again, you know, the way you avoid these kind of things is to just, you know, have a policy that says we're not gonna do it, we're gonna put it on for the next meeting. You
Right.
know, and that's all I was suggesting here, is trying to help improve the process. So I don't know what the board is gonna determine as a response. I think it's 14 calendar days to respond. I don't think this is a complex issue for those that were here. And, you know, I would just, you know, hope for you to acknowledge at least part of what happened. And, you know, these complaints also by their nature, if a response goes to the complaint, satisfactory, the complaint never goes any further to the AG's office. It gets copied there, but there's no further investigation. So I would hope that this would get settled pretty easily. It's not that much relief to be asking, and that's where I saw it. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, questions, comments?
Maybe if you could say, I just wanted to ask my fellow board members, because I didn't have a chance to double check, just on the 14 days.
What do you mean
it
you didn't have a
sounded-
chance? You've had this for over 8 days, 9 days.
No. The number of days she didn't
The number of
double check on it.
days needing to respond.
Oh, yes, it is 14 days, though.
Okay,
It is-
and
it
so
is
14 calendar days.
Right.
So we're talking somewhere around July 1st.
It's business days, if I may.
No, we're responding to it
Oh,
right.
business days, that's
We're
right.
responding to it right now.
Well,
We're doing it
and
in a public meeting.
Again, you probably need to vote on a written response in order to issue a written response. I don't know your
Correct.
procedures. but
Correct.
Right,
again,
but we're
I
not there yet.
think if we
Okay.
don't, if we wouldn't provide a written response, we would potentially be in a position where we would then have not responded. I think everything is
But to be
written.
clear, we're responding to it right now. We have the gentleman who gave a complaint, and we're having a public discussion about it. What comes of our discussion will be, a written response, but we are acknowledging it, and we did acknowledge it right away when it happened. I just want to be factual about that.
Okay. My understanding is that they require, that 14 days is when the
Who is
written
they?
open meeting law, the Division of Open Government,
It would
Attorney
be the
General's.
Attorney General, right. And
Yes.
we're not there yet, is what I'm saying. In my opinion, we're not there yet. We're having a conversation. Mr. Morgan's
in
trying to
other-
have a friendly conversation with us right now.
If it might help the chair, I believe the chair can ask for more time over the 14 days if you need additional time. So it's generally, the written response with the remediation steps would be within the 14 days. But if you need more time, you just ask, you just send a letter saying, I need more time. I think there's an
Thank you.
automatic extension available. It's not a big deal.
I'm completely aware of that. I just wanted to know if, wanted to get a sense of what my fellow board members were thinking in terms of if we were going to do it without, it would be the first, but. I wanted some clarification, actually, if you would be able to help us out on number 3. Did not provide or post to the public at the meeting copies of materials that were being discussed so that they may understand comments on the meeting. Is that your understanding that that's a requirement or a preferred practice?
So my understanding is that the requirements are on the agenda, that the agenda be clear and understandable to the public. Now, the definition of what's clear and understandable to the public, I think, would greatly be assisted in many cases by having an additional document. I don't think there's any specific requirement for an additional document. You could certainly put everything you need to in the agenda, but when you summarize into phrases, complex topics or proposals, obviously the public has no idea looking at the agenda what detail or topic might be discussed. So it's better to provide that detail in the agenda or with a supplemental document. So that's really where I was coming from. I think what was posted was not sufficient in itself.
So other than providing the entire document, do you think we could also at some times get to the same place by just being a little more specific in the detail? I'm looking for your recommendations since you're here, since you wanted to contribute.
So my comment would be that, if it's something that has a written document such as a proposed, committee, standing rules, nobody has any idea what those rules might be included. It's kind of like trying to say that we're going to post the town warrant, but you have no idea what's in the town warrant. It could be 5 articles or 50 articles. And so where you have a document that supports, and I think in some of the planning boards and such, they post their applications online. I think you guys do a pretty good job here in this board with posting documents that occur in the meeting with the minutes when you do. Other boards, I think, have an issue perhaps with that, but I think, that was my point, was where you have these small phrases in the agenda, it's really not clear what you're planning to discuss. At least I wasn't clear. I don't often attend, and that was my view. I think there's some specific write-ups from the Attorney General on this topic, and they would favor things being in more detail.
I commend you for keeping guard on this one, because that's how we learn, where we do mistakes. So I'm glad that you come up with things, and then you're spending your time for this to provide us this information. I think we should probably direct ourselves to make sure that we don't expand our violations and limit it and make it as minimal as possible. And I do agree that if we have electronic files, we can definitely add on if we can do that without any extra expenses, of course. And that would make the matter more simple for the listeners, as well as the citizens may reduce the number of questions because they already have answers to it. So that probably will save our time during the meeting so that we can attend it to other things when we want to.
And I think Paul can probably help you with that. I know
Right.
he manages the website.
And I'm sure most of these come in electronic forms anyway, so.
Yeah.
There is no privacy issue here because they're all available for afterwards at request of the people, so And it's an more open government would be the fact that will happen. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Because, you know, Mr. Morgan, as I often do, I often have a different take on things. And those takes are usually years of experience. I've sat on many boards in this town, and I appreciate, I think, what you're trying to accomplish here, but you need to clarify for me really what the goal, you know, I'll be candid. You file a lot of open meeting law complaints, and part of me says, you know, good for you. There's a watchdog in the community, and I commend you for it. The other part of me says, this is a simple phone call. Hey, John, can we sit down and have a cup of coffee, and can we talk about this? Because you're making some allegations that I see where you're going, but I don't think you can necessarily back them up, because I think I could easily defend most of these. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm never once been saying I'm perfect and I can't learn, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to make me better at doing my job. I appreciate that. But a lot of this is just, I mean, discussions regarding the health agent. Well, when it's on the front page of the newspaper and it's topical and it affects these boards and their allegations from these boards, it's topical. It revolves around this board. It's a topical discussion. You know, I'll let you respond, don't worry.
I understand.
You know, IG report, it comes out in the paper the Saturday after we post the agenda, but it's on the front page of the newspaper and it's the talk of the town. It would be irresponsible of this board if we don't address it in a public fashion. Imagine what the public outcry would be. It's on the front page of the newspaper. The board doesn't pick up something that was in the paper after the agenda was already posted. So, once again, I love the spirit of where you're coming from, but you know, it's not like we were trying to disguise anything. We were being forthright with it. The public materials, I think, is a good point, and I appreciate that. Approving minutes, believe it or not, you don't have to approve minutes. I don't subscribe to that theory, but you don't have to approve minutes. I mean, I don't want to get any other boards in trouble, but there's other boards in this town that haven't approved minutes for months. And the AG says that's fine. It's in a timely fashion. I love what you're doing. I mean, you're the watchdog for the town, and I commend you for it. But I really wish I would have had the opportunity to sit down and, you know, discuss it with you. And you know, I can see that frustration with town hall too. Like I said, I've been involved in this town for many years, and everybody always wants to do a conspiracy. And you know, everybody says, well, you're the government guy. Well, you know, I'm actually the smaller government guy, you know, more accountable government guy. So I often take a different look at it. Can we be better? Every single day we can be better. We can be, and we're not perfect, and we should strive for perfection, and you're helping us with that. But I really just have to, you know, what do you want from this, and then your multiple public records requests?
So is just to address your question.
Sure.
So, you know, I filed my first open meeting request because of conduct in my own board.
Right.
And, you know, learned about the process, got the rules down. Didn't file any complaint immediately, tried to work it within the board, had continued conduct. So I filed a complaint. I followed it up with a public records request, also a very standard required process. As I shared, one of my 6 public requests that hadn't been acted on by the town related to the Board of Health. It's not the oldest one, but you see I've had requests of documents for the town since March. And the documents haven't come over. They're required in 10 days. It's not like I was here on day 11. You know, the town has clearly not provided documents to me that they're required to provide. I now had to go to the Secretary of State and get an enforcement order.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, with respect to your comment, I appreciate that, you know, you don't feel you're making a mistake perhaps, or that this is too much, but
I want to clarify.
you know, the town manager walked into the meeting on the 24th and brought up a subject that one of the members couldn't bring up 10 minutes earlier. You weren't the chair at the time, and that was not on the agenda, and the chair should have been educated and aware, not yourself, the prior chair,
Right.
to just say, this is not on our agenda, and move on, put it on the next agenda. And instead, you know, had spent, I think, more than 30 minutes on the topic, and, you know, I didn't try and take sides in my comments. I just want to know what was going on, so I asked for some documents, which, again, the town didn't provide and still hasn't provided. They now have a production order, and so I just think it would be helpful to follow the rules. You know, I favor rules. You know, if a mistake is made, a mistake is made, but you know, in this instance, I think everybody knows those things weren't on the agenda, and although they were of public interest, the agenda could have been updated, or it could have been scheduled for the next meeting. So those options are there, and that's what the requirements really are. So If it's an emergency, and I think council covered it well in the open meeting session, I attended that session. I think she did a pretty good job of describing the requirements, and an emergency is a true emergency. You know, the lights are out, and it's an emergency. It's not something that's really important, but it's an emergency. So, you know, I just like to see, you know, boards that I go to, I'd like to be able to read the agenda online in my house. I'd like to be able to understand from the agenda I see on the website what is going to be discussed. That's all I would like to do. I do attend a lot of meetings, and I don't really want to have to come down to every meeting to understand what's to be discussed, and I think that's why open meeting has it the way it does. So that's where I'm coming from, and I think it would help everybody to have more transparency, not just talk about it. When towns don't give you documents and break the rules, this board didn't, the town has. You know, it's concern. It's not open government when you're waiting 3 months for documents and you have to go to the state government to get them produced. It just, you know, it's a concern. So,
Well,
anyway, thank you.
I want you to know that I take anything that comes in front of this board very seriously. And like I said, I think a lot of these things, you bringing them up, make us better at doing things going forward. We'd like to meet your requirement of the 14 days, but I mean, to satisfy that, so we can move on and, you know, and learn from this, what are you going to accept as an acceptable response to this?
Yeah.
So just to be clear, the 14 days isn't my 14 days.
Right,
The
I
14
understand.
days
All
is
right.
the Attorney General's 14 days.
I'm well aware. This
And,
isn't my first open meeting
Oh, okay,
complaint.
so again, I've proposed some training be done to further reinforce. I've suggested that you put some written policies that you could follow, and so it wouldn't be a debate. And, you know, I think those are reasonable things. I don't think we need to get into the minute detail. To my knowledge, the only thing you actually voted on that was not on an agenda properly was this whole situation with the IG report we'll be talking about next. But, you know, I think those kind of things shouldn't be thrown into agendas where the public has no opportunity to know what's going to be discussed. And you know, obviously, as you pointed out, that was a controversy. It may still be a controversy. I wasn't involved in the controversy, but I was at the meeting, so that's how I became aware of it.
Well, I really do. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the fact that we can have a one-on-one conversation. Any further closing comments? Because I think we need to discuss,
You wanna
but.
go first?
No, you good, I have not.
Never know, I might stimulate some thought.
You may stimulate me.
This open meeting law, request for records. You had commented that there are some items on here for the Board of Health, and if I may just finish, is it just number 6? Or is there anything else? So on May 27th, copies of records regarding a specifically named individual working in multiple towns, and a copy or draft of the town policy regarding town employees working in multiple towns. So copies of records regarding a specifically named, that's all records. That's like if we sent an email to someone
Well,
on
so-
this topic ever. Is that
So,
what we're talking about?
so there is an actual records request down in the clerk's office. This is a summary letter.
Well, okay, I'm
You know,
sorry.
I had attended the meeting on the 24th. As I said, that was the first I really became aware of this concern. I was sufficiently concerned at the meeting that I followed up with the town manager who showed up at the meeting, and I asked for information, and I didn't get the information. So a few days later, I formally requested the information, expecting I'd have it in 10 days. It's long past 10 days, and we are where we are. So I just like to see the information so I can be informed. I don't have an axe to grind, Mark, and that's where I came from, and it's just an illustrative example of how the town is currently working or not working.
Well, you know, I understand it went to Tara Ward, but I guess as an individual and also a member of the board, I'm interested in knowing what may be needed. So are we specifically, in terms of this board, just speaking about number 6, or are there some of these other ones that apply to us? And you just explained that what you filed is actually different verbiage than what's on here, so we may actually need that.
So I would be happy to share with the board my original request, or Tara has the request. It's my understanding Tara is to keep the records for the town, and it would be Tara's responsibility to reach out to the board or other folks like the town manager to acquire those records. And so she was named in the production order that you have in front of you.
Well, I guess
But can I just add one
Yeah.
point? And I might be off by a day or two, but once again, this is where we create conspiracies that don't exist. On May 27th, I don't think the town of Ashland had a policy regarding town employees working in multiple jobs or contracts. We do now, but I don't know that on May 27th we had that.
Do we?
He represented at the meeting that I attended, that he had
He was
drafted.
working on it.
That he had been drafting a policy. and-
Drafting.
Yep,
John,
Drafting is different than having a policy.
John.
approved is different, yeah.
if I may interject
Sure,
here.
go ahead.
We lack any power in commending or commanding the town manager to make provision for all these copies. It's his obligation to give it based on the law,
That's-
not us.
That's
because
correct.
We don't
Yeah.
appoint the town manager.
That's correct.
And then
That's
the
correct. But you can't
director-
produce a policy that
director of
doesn't
health-
exist.
Not
on
only
May
that, the other
27th.
records also, but it's beyond our powers to dictate anybody in the town. All that we can say that there is one, so
Right.
coax them to comply with it. That's the only thing
Well,
that we can do.
I don't disagree with what you're saying at all.
And the director of health is also not our employee. We don't employ him.
That is
So he's
correct.
under the manager. So all documents pertaining to his activity is with him, not with us.
Except if we, as members of this board, have generated some ourselves. So for instance, if I would have communicated this, which would not have been appropriate necessarily, but communicate, not you, but someone else.
Right.
And if I had generated an email to a member of the Board of Selectmen, or someone on my own private server, that is part of public records, and that's why I'm actually asking for
Oh.
clarification.
No, I understand.
Because I want to know where my obligation is, what should I be looking at, because how broad
Sure.
is that?
Okay, so.
Well,
I-
I
I-
agree with
you-
KG. This all comes from the town
Right,
manager.
but
It doesn't
if-
come from us.
As Judy says, if it has some obligation from our
Right,
individual
I'm looking for
membership,
where is my,
as the ones that we have
our-
communicated, then we need to comply with it.
Well,
So
we-
this,
We don't.
the expanded version of this hasn't come to us. We don't know whether that specific thing has been requested.
So I only
Whether
provide,
Mr. Stephen Morgan has requested my email to Mark Oram or to the chair or the town manager.
or even to someone else's private email.
Private
Do you know what I
email.
mean? We could be using our private emails, and that still is a
You
public
don't have
record.
private emails. You're a public elected official. Your emails are public record at all times.
Right, that's
You
why.
don't have private emails.
Yeah,
I
so-
stress that to you of utmost importance. You do not have private emails.
so just to be clear, I shared that as background information on the OML issue. I didn't come here asking the board to produce any documentation. I expect the town manager and the clerk will determine what is responsive to the request. I just am, as a way of explanation, providing it as some background, because I don't know if you were aware that the town was stonewalling the documents, and I know I know you would prefer a much more cooperative point of view, and so would I. So, thank you.
No, and I appreciate, thank you for coming, and, like I said, we'll get back to you, and really appreciate it, thank you. But, I think, we need to have conversation about this, because, I don't know that we're all on the same page.
May I ask one other question? How flexible are you on your once? 1, 2, and 3? Is there some flexibility there?
So I'm very reasonably flexible. I didn't think I put anything in there that was particularly difficult. I certainly didn't write any of the policies. I just offered a couple simple suggestions.
Okay,
So,
okay.
I'd be
you've
happy to,
answered my
as I
question.
said to the chair in an email, I'd be happy to discuss it if that's necessary or appropriate. I would much prefer not getting one of these legally denials from the town council, which I think were very unconstructive in the other complaints. And all that managed to do was keep them pending. So they're pending with the AG now, and we'll wait to see what happens. But,
Well, Mr. Morgan, I appreciate it, and just so you understand, when I got your email, I felt it would be inappropriate for me to respond to that email of your email to sit and discuss until we had discussed it with the board. So it wasn't that I
Thank you.
was, it would have been inappropriate of me to respond without having the opportunity to talk to the board, so.
May I
Please.
suggest something here? Because of the time requirement,
Yep.
maybe we may have to require a time extension that's to breathe through something if you need it. The second thing is to, one of us sit down with him and then see what needs to be carried out in detail, and then come back and then write up something to respond so that it is satisfactory to the Stephen Morgan as well as the law.
I hope Mr. Morgan doesn't take this the wrong way. We don't have to appease Mr. Morgan. We have to follow the law set forth by the Attorney General of the state of Massachusetts. So, I hope Mr.
I
Morgan
mean,
doesn't take that out of context, but
No,
it's
I-
it's
I-
not,
my-
it's
my-
not
that.
appease- it's not
My
appeasing
intent
Mr.
and
Morgan.
my intent and purpose is to make this as a small
Right, I agree, and I think Mr.
item
Morgan
rather
wants to
than
do
blowing
that,
up
yeah.
and then making the attorneys to sit down and write up
Spending
and then
town
spend all the
money.
town's money, which is not required here. I mean, I'm sure,
When a
We-
complaint's
maybe-
filed, I would think it would be in the best interest of this board to have counsel weigh in on it, yes. Weigh in it can be in many different forms and many different facets, but we took an oath to the best of our ability to follow Mass General law.
Sure.
Mr. Morgan brings up great points, and I don't want to minimize the points,
Right,
but
right.
our job is to follow the law,
Right.
and open meeting law should be handled by council,
definitely.
in my opinion.
I don't agree.
You know, to some extent, but we could try this and then go beyond that. If this is satisfactory and then was able to resolve the matter, then it's better.
I love the,
I
I love
don't-
the spirit and the
I
candor
don't
of where
ask
you're
you-
going, but.
I don't ask you to hide things, but I like to make it as open as possible, but flexible enough so that we don't indulge in expanding this further.
And we don't have to go into a lot of extra discussion, but just to make it clear where I'm coming from is I find that when, in any parts of life where we all probably have experience, when you bring attorneys into discussions, oftentimes you take an adversarial or an opposite position rather than trying to get to a place where you don't even necessarily have to admit right or wrong. You just have to come to some place where each party is satisfied that they can go on in an effective way.
I agree.
And I'm trying to avoid that by taking it to that legal place.
And I'm happy to do that, and for the chair's benefit, I don't take any offense.
No, I mean.
My only expectation here is
personal.
that we would follow the open meeting law guide. I think it's really well written by the Attorney General's office. And, you know, if at the end I'm not satisfied, you know, it's within my right to send it on for further review. But obviously, I'm not gonna send it on for further review if it's gonna waste people's time. I would prefer that things get resolved, and I don't want to be in the position of having someone say, oh, look, Morgan's filing a complaint, and it was
Right.
found not a complaint. I think the complaints I filed will be found to be complaints, and, you know, I don't think these are hard things to admit that the agenda wasn't followed and just move on. You know, this is a first instance for this board, to my knowledge, and let's just be constructive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there provision to do such thing that you sit down with them and then come back with it, or
I-
is that?
I think both of them are good, but I would recommend, a strong recommendation to this board, that we let legal draft a response to this complaint. We're not qualified to do this. Because there are laws that, you know, I mean, Mr. Morgan wants to work with this, and I think that's great, we wanna work with this, but I would strongly recommend to the both of you that we let legal make a response to this, because my history with open meeting law complaints
I understand, but,
tends
you know,
me to, you know, that we
it
follow
may-
proper procedure.
Maybe my suggestion could be modified, you know,
And
you
counsel-
sit down with him and then go down to the legal, put it in a legal form that they need it afterwards.
At this point, I want to add that I actually have 2 pending open meeting law complaints against this board. And it's probably best for me not to continue in this discussion, because there have been some comments that were just made that I cannot comment on at this time. So it's possible we may have to actually delay this to a meeting where you would have 3 parties, because I'm going to now refrain for any more discussion on this.
Okay. Can I just ask why?
I have filed open meeting law complaints against the Board of Health, and they're still pending,
So why now, all of a sudden, are you recusing yourself?
because I had thought about what had just been said. There was 1 or 2 comments that were just said in the last minute that now makes me feel that it's a more appropriate thing to do. And I don't have a firm basis for any of that. I just feel that I don't want to comment because it aligns too much with other things. And
Well,
I think it's best for me to stand back. Other than unless you want to vote to extend the 14 days.
Judy, you can't have it both ways. You can't recuse yourself and then set stipulations. Either you're
Okay.
recusing yourself or you're not
I'll
recusing
recuse
yourself.
myself. I'll
Okay.
recuse myself,
Okay.
not a problem.
I think that would be the best thing. KG, any closing thoughts?
My thought is if that she's recusing it, then we don't have enough votes to conduct a business on this particular subject matter. And it needs to
I
be,
think we're going down a bad path here, folks.
it needs to be tabled, otherwise it's going to be a problem. We can't vote on it, right?
Well,
because we need 3
can,
votes.
but we're choosing not to.
No,
But
we need 3 votes.
strong recommendation that we're going down a bad path here, because if you don't legally comply to an open meeting complaint, that's irresponsible of this board not to do that, so. But if there's no further discussion, we can move on to the next agenda item.
I have no problem in participating and voting on it, but the question is whether 2 yes and 1 abstention, would it make the right legal
Well, you're
vote?
prejudging your vote already, because there are no motions on the table.
I mean, I don't know, but
Well, that's what I'm saying, so you're-
that's a possibility, right?
That's an
That's
open
one of the
meeting law violation.
possibilities, yes.
But, I mean, I will make a motion that we, work with council to draft a response to Mr. Morgan's open meeting law complaint.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Not opposed, abstain? So 2-0. So we, and it sounds dramatic, we're gonna bring counsel. I'm gonna send Lisa Mead an email tonight that the board will be CC'd on and ask her to weigh in a response to it.
Point of order, I believe you need 3 votes. You need 3 votes. I'm completely abstaining from the vote.
Okay. It's duly noted in the public record.
Could I ask a question concerning an item further on here?
Let's get back to the agenda.
Future
though.
board meetings,
I'm sorry,
will we have a?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're gonna try to
Okay,
be
I just was
professional and
wondering
have
if-
some decorum.
Wonder
you-
if we could discuss
Can we just follow the agenda?
when our future board meeting would be.
We are going to do that. It's gonna be on the agenda.
Okay.
One thing that I do wanna do, because it was topical, because it was on the front page of the newspaper today, is your electronic signature, request to Mr. Orem, which we have discussed in prior meetings, so it's not, off of topic. It can be under the form of old and new business. Did you pick up your copies today of what you requested?
If I may add, I wanted to add this to the discussion of the, because I believe it is not directly, but indirectly when it comes to the, food inspections. It's update, because, this relates directly to those permits that,
Okay, well, let's talk about
were
it then.
issued. So I believe it's connected to that. I was not aware of any article in the paper. I don't look at my paper.
Well, I
that
find that
often,
hard to
so-
believe that when you
I
send
was-
everything to the newspaper, that you don't, follow up what's in the newspaper. So why do you send stuff to the newspaper if you don't follow up on it? I think that's a
I
fair
would
question.
appreciate this being maintained at a more professional level. I don't know what, I have not read any current article in the paper, so I personally can't comment on what was published in
I
the paper.
think I just asked a fair question. If you send stuff to the paper, why don't you follow up on what you send to them?
Would we like to discuss the actual permits? Because
Yes, I would.
I actually believe that this would qualify as an emergency. Because it's my understanding, I did have an appointment in Boston yesterday for something else, so I went by and spoke to 3 different attorneys, IG's office, the IT's office, and IT being electronic signature, and the AGIG and electronic signature. Specifically, I was trying to understand where the permits, which go along with the food inspections, lie. What the conclusion that I have drawn from what I have been told, and obviously I'm not an attorney, but I feel strongly that this is most likely the scenario, is that because I was not, that my electronic signature without my intent to sign, nor without my knowledge attached to those, invalidates that signature. But there's also a separate item in that they never came before the board in Mass General Law. The renewals of the food permits, Mass General Law requires the Board of Health to approve permits, and these would have been issued somewhere around the end of 2015, beginning of 2016, most part.
Mhm.
And because they never came before the board, they were not approved by the board.
Can I just stop you right there? Because you bring up a good point. Years past, I wasn't on the board back when this past 2016 calendar rolled around, but in years past, we've always done a practice where we've moved the issue of the permits. Was that done this past year?
That I don't believe was. I'd have to
Okay.
check, but it wasn't. And again, our agendas were changed after various issues occurred in the fall by the chair for the reasons talked about in previous meetings.
So I've been trying to figure out a way to go forward in a positive way on this. I'm not trying to stop the wheels of the town of Ashland. And I actually reached out to the Mass Department of Public Health earlier today, who wasn't able to really kind of give me a good direction. Yeah, that's why I actually printed the laws. So I was trying to figure a few things out. So there's a motion that I would like to propose, but I'm not going to make the motion yet, so let's just discuss it, okay? What I would actually like to propose is that we offer temporary permits until we can resolve where the permanent ones lie. Because unless the board believes that what is out there is valid, then we're putting the town and we're putting a lot of people at risk here. So I'm.
Why, just for my clarification, why would they not be invalid? Why would they be invalid?
One, we did not approve them as a board. They never got on the agenda.
Well,
They were
do we know that
issued-
100%?
I'd have to check, but
Right.
I would
I never seen the
Well, let's.
matter in the agenda. so-
What I would recommend to the board, because permits vary, if I may, it depends. If it's a septic system permit, I sign it. If it's a well permit, I sign it on behalf of the board. I would suggest the board tonight approve the permits that were issued. They're all valid in respect to the fact that it's been routine practice by this board to issue those permits. And if there is any quirk or concern related to those permits, I think it's as easy as this. The board take a vote tonight to approve the permits that were issued in the year 2016. And secondly, the board grant the authority to the health agent to approve routine permits when you cannot meet in between, especially at this time period. And there are many other time periods where it is suggested by the vendors that they need to be at, say, the farmer's market. And it wouldn't be fair to the farmer's market if those permits were not issued, that I be given that authority. It has never been a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. I am the one that inspects all these facilities that get their permits, recommend the approvals. I don't see an issue. I think it's as easy as a motion being made to allow me to issue permits when it cannot get to the board based on time sensitivity. And second is to approve the permits that have been issued up to this date. That would be my suggestion to the board.
But Judy, can I just ask for clarification, because, you know, you don't read the paper, which I don't understand.
I do, I
but-
just didn't read today's paper. You're saying it was
Well,
today's.
well,
Is
let's
that
talk
what-
about
is that
yesterday's
correct?
then. You know, you've been on the board for more than a year plus now, right? And permits have been issued ongoing since the time you've been on the board. Why all of a sudden is this an issue? And I'm not saying it's not a valid issue. I just need to
okay.
know in my own mind why it's
okay.
an issue, because
Okay,
it
so-
seems,
So you say permits have been issued all along.
it's a fair statement from
I'm
May
not-
15th?
I am not clear on that, because the entire list I have been unaware of. And because of the way our chair has functioned up to this point, I have not been aware whether the chair was signing on behalf of the board without our authority, or whether the health director, who works under the direction of the town manager, has been signing. There are other things that he has signed. We committed to full participation to a grant, yet we did not meet.
What does the grant have to do with the
Because
conversation about this?
this is an
I'm sorry.
example of something I know of that I objected to, that the health director signed on behalf of the board when we did not meet. And in fact, I attempted to get the 3 members who were available. This is when there were 4 members of the board, and one of them
So
was.
is this about the permits, or is this
Well,
about
this is
settling the
about
score?
this is about precedence of people signing their signature to things. So I have been very concerned over the last year. I have made multiple attempts at multiple meetings to have these specific conversations about permits, information, and from my perspective, they've been blocked, blocked, and blocked. They've been requests and emails, there've been requests at meetings, and they've been
By myself?
blocked. No, you have only been on the board for, I'm talking about the past year, okay?
well,
Because
it's
you're
just
talking
give
about
public
over,
content.
You're
you're
a
talking
special
about,
one, John.
you're talking about over a year. So
Right.
even though I have continued to try to express concerns for a long period of time. There's only so much as one member of the board, typically in these more situations where there are questions that arise. I've been on a 2-3 vote on those types of questions. The septic things, those items, we tend to be more unanimous. So, if one is going to fault me, I think that's an fair situation. When I gave my electronic signature at one of the very first, and it wasn't actually at a meeting because I don't believe it was in any of the minutes. I do recall being given a blank piece of paper saying requesting to sign this piece of blank paper so that my electronic signature could be on file. To me, the definition of file is not the same as the definition of using it. So I went around yesterday, as I had mentioned to the food inspector, actually looking at food permits for the very first time I've ever seen one.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw my signature on permits that I'd never seen and never authorized, because they were never authorized during a meeting. So when you say, how could you have let this happen? Other
didn't
than,
say that.
oops, we'd have to go back, excuse me. I'm putting the little thing back on the microphone. Sorry, a little noise there. I've attempted to garner that information, and I found out about the use of my electronic signature 2 weeks ago,
I think it was longer than that.
sitting here at this table.
No, I think it was down in the basement. I think it was probably May 27th, I think. The
I'm
meeting that we had
pretty
in the
sure
basement.
pretty sure my reaction was to hear, but,
You
I'm-
did bring it up in a meeting.
I'm gonna, no, someone else brought it up, and I reacted, and I said, don't use my signature. Now, when it comes to the farmer's
But how
market,
could you, and that's the point that I want to get to, because I think it's an important point. How could you not know? You're a member of this board. How could you not know
I've already
that?
explained that. You want me to repeat
I'm
the
another
words
person, I
again?
didn't know that.
Well,
I didn't even know.
And guys, I don't mean to be the bad guy here, but shame on both of you for not knowing.
Sure.
Shame on you.
That's why seniors like you are supposed to have educated us.
Well, no, but I mean, you know,
None of
we
none
gotta
of
be
this was
involved
provided
here.
to me.
I mean, it's
Of
easy to
course
go
I-
like this, but I mean, sometimes you
I've
gotta go like this.
I've already gone there and said that when you're in a minority of two, and I can go and rehash all the issues that have occurred over the last year, but why do that? I mean, I'm not, you're pointing a finger.
But you're doing that
You're
now, though.
pointing a finger, and I'm
not pointing
attempting. Well, you said how, I don't mean to point a finger, but how
No,
could
but I
you
mean,
not have?
but you've gotta
So-
know these things. I mean,
Well, not
gotta know.
not everybody comes with 100K of memory and then knowledge of everything. We need to learn it by asking questions, which we've been doing it. In fact, the moment I found out the electronic signatures being added, then I did insist that the list of names of the vendors for the farmers market be given.
mhm.
And then he said Monday, Tuesday, and then I told him, if you already have issued it, you should have the list, give it to me. And then I got the list immediately. So I found out, and then I agree with Judy that things have happened, signatures without our knowledge. And I believe in the MUETA, which is the act that has been passed or is being considered, it says that the person who gives the electronic signature should
Must.
show his
Intent.
intent to use it.
Yep.
And I don't know what for it has been used. And I only know that it's been used for the farmer's market signature. I have not seen the rest of the list, if there is any.
If I may.
Mhm.
And it's past practice, and I'm sorry if neither one of you understood. This is the first time ever a board member didn't understand when we asked for electronic signatures that they are used for permit processing. And if you didn't understand that, then apologies given. But that's what they're used for, permits, to answer your question. That's why we asked for your signature. It saves, the whole purpose of it was maybe 10 years ago, the board said, it takes a long time to sign all these permits. They used to be signed, and they said, why don't we start doing electronic signatures? Again, if I can reiterate, it's because I'm the one that recommends the approval to the board anyways. If there was a permit that shouldn't have been issued, it wouldn't have been issued, and it would have been brought to the Board of Health's attention. I think the reset button, I like when John said that. I hope we're clear on that. I thought we were clear when we asked for your signatures, and if we weren't, maybe you should have been asking us, why would you want to keep our signature on file? Besides the point, again, like I said, the reset button's been set. I look at it this way. I would suggest it's only fair to all the people that have permits that the board consider a vote. I would recommend a vote that all permits that have been issued, and they've been issued with my authority overview as your health agent, I'm a health agent director, that they be considered, voted on to be complete. I would ask the board to consider that in all fairness to
think that's
every business out there.
Is that's the only place we have the signatures or any other
All
permits?
permits that are issued. We issue, as we all know, we're a very busy department.
No,
and-
what I meant, only food permits or any other
Oh, we
permits that
issue
exist?
animal permits, installers permits, we issue, well, some of them I issue, like septic permits and
18
wells.
18 pages of
Yeah.
permits.
Well, we issue,
is
we're a
what I
very
got.
busy department. And as I said earlier, we really suggest that we work towards taking care of that issue someday with the needed help. But yes, we issue quite a few permits, and that's exactly why the electronic signature. The board said this pile high of signatures that are needed, use electronic signatures. It goes back 10 years, you wouldn't know it. Again, the knowledge part, I'm available, please.
I understand.
You do, KG.
We did-
Call
the-
me, ask questions,
Mark,
I'm available for
Mark,
you.
the first thing is I
Both
need to
of
know what question to ask.
You usually
Only if there's a
know.
subject matter comes, I read it,
I'm
and if I
sorry,
don't
we're
understand, I ask a question.
We're still missing the point that they never came to this board for approval. I don't have to go and say, now, what did you forget to do? What didn't come to us that you're doing that you should have come and asked us for our permission? Because the Massachusetts general law, this is the laws, this isn't some internal town procedures, say the Board of Health. And the electronic signature acts in Massachusetts are very clear. And the penalties for not doing things when you use someone's signature on documents is, you know, I hate to be very animated here, yet the people who would suffer with an invalid permit hanging on their wall are our businesses. And we're all about helping our businesses and helping our community and helping our citizens. And so therefore, I don't have an excuse for anyone. I don't have an excuse for anyone. And when it comes to this is routine. This is not routine. This is very important. People get sick. I want to know more about, this is the first substantive conversation, and people have gotten sick. I didn't say people have gotten sick. I said people do get
If I
sick
may
for
respond
restaurants.
afterwards.
Just let her-
People do
We're having
get
a
sick,
conversation.
people do get sick in different environments. People do have issues at the beach when the beach isn't whatever. Now, this isn't to say that the health director is doing anything improper. It's not to impugn someone's character. It's that this is a process. You don't, this is a process, and processes need to be followed so that we as a board can do our job. So if those renewal permits would have come, I would have been asking specific questions about specific environments that I have been in, that I may now at this point still have continued concerns. Wasn't granted that opportunity, and so therefore the citizens of this community were not granted an opportunity for us to do due diligence in conjunction with the recommendation of the health director, who works for the town manager and has the title and the role as our health agent by pretty much default, because we don't have someone else. So
And you wanted to respond.
Yeah, no, we're talking about signatures, and I would say, in my view, I don't think people are getting sick over signatures. People would be getting sick if we weren't managing our programs correctly.
Correct.
People would be getting sick if the businesses weren't conducting their business properly. And so with that said, and we can go into the other part about your concern about certain businesses, I suggest you give us those names immediately so I can address it, Judy. But with that said, again, I don't think it's fair to the businesses that we not consider approving the permits. Unless there's a permit or two that you feel shouldn't be issued, I can tell this board, all permits that were issued were valid and were approved based on that. If we're having issues, you will know about them, because they will be here in this audience talking to the board about their issues. John's been there, he remembers. So just so the board knows,
There, you know, we've
I
been lucky
represent
that
that.
there have been some ugly days
Yeah.
where we've had to, you know, Mark and myself and
yes,
chief of police and lieutenant of police have gone into businesses and we've had to address those issues. We're
No,
we're in a good spot right now that we're not
Yes.
there,
Oh,
but,
if I
I
could
think
follow-
Mark brings up a good point. I mean, to invalidate something,
They're already invalid, in my opinion.
okay, well.
John,
Yes, sir.
I don't see that reading as what Mark reads, it's invalidating it. It may have been invalidated because of the way in which it's been done. So that doesn't mean that it is not to be approved by us, but that's why she was suggesting a proposal to make a temporary arrangement, but if you need to discuss further on it to make it a long-term issue, then we need to set some guidelines how things need to work here. And I am really appalled because I've never seen a report that would tell me how a restaurant is doing by looking at all other factors. So en bloc, the permits have been issued so far, and we didn't even know what the list is. This is the first time I have seen a list of restaurants with that many names on it. This is the first time, in spite of me asking for over a year. Give me a spreadsheet containing all the names and addresses of the restaurant. I haven't gotten it. And then you have done a tremendous job in getting this done.
Well, thank you. I mean.
Things have greatly improved.
if
I-
I may
if-
respond to that, just,
If I
Okay.
could, if-
KG,
if
we
I-
sat
if
down,
I could-
Diane and I sat down with you to go over reports.
I
and
said
"Let's do it."
electronic copy of the
Okay,
list.
well,
That
that's-
is different
thank you
from
for
seeing.
Thank you for
I
clarifying.
sat down with Diane.
That's okay.
I looked only with certain things.
That's okay, but you
and-
had the opportunity, is all I'm saying.
It's not the opportunity. I
And
need
keep
to let,
asking, keep asking. We're
I
here to
keep
offer.
asking the electronic file.
Keep
And
asking.
I do know one of the
And we'll get it
selectmen
to
did
you.
say 6 months ago that there is an electronic file.
That's fine, but we'll get it to you. It's, all I'm saying, it's that
But
easy.
can I just weigh
It's
in?
that easy.
Because,
Yes,
I
sure.
mean,
You
a
weigh in,
lot
then I have
of
something to
balls.
say.
Oh, absolutely, we're
Sorry,
having a
I'm sorry.
conversation, we're having a conversation.
Thank you.
I'm frustrated that you two are so frustrated, because it's not that hard, guys. It's really not that hard. You pay attention, you come to the meetings, you make votes,
Yes,
and you follow
yes.
up. It's not that
We
hard.
pay
So I'm
attention.
frustrated that you guys are frustrated. And I feel your frustration. But you have to be accountable for your own actions at the same time. I mean, you come and you vote on things, and if you don't follow up on them, shame on you.
And we do.
Somebody gives me a piece of paper and says, sign this? No, whoa, no way. What's this for? I want to know what's it for. I'm not signing a blank
let me
piece of
add
paper.
something.
You know, I mean, I'm not. So
I'll give you an example.
let me-
When
When
you're done,
back
let
to the
let
point.
finish.
Back to the
Let-
point.
let-
The
let-
most important thing that this board does is public health.
Let
And if
me-
we're talking about invalidating signatures that I think we're all to blame, and I'm not, because I haven't signed any of them for this calendar year, but you guys have, or your signatures on them,
not.
your signatures
I've
are on
not
them,
signed anything.
John,
you are putting public health at risk by doing this.
John.
No,
And
someone
I fe-
else did.
John, let me make it very clear. Our expression should not be interpreted as frustration.
Well, it is.
I, for one, have been known to pursue things, even if I fail, I keep pursuing it.
Mhm.
I'll never get frustrated on things.
Okay,
Don't worry about it.
okay.
Because it took 8 years for me to get my PhD. My professor told me that you really pursue hard. You have the
8
patience.
years.
Yes. He said, you have the patience and perseverance. So I do have that. And I've never given up on that. So my words should not be misinterpreted as frustration.
Okay, well-
My words are expression that tells that you need to work on this side and get things straightened out.
And I
That's
think we're
what
on
our
that
goal
path
is.
now.
And as I interpreted from myself, what Judy was saying is to make sure that the restaurants are in good shape by providing them this opportunity to continue their permits as issued. And she wanted a temporary number of days, maybe further next time when we meet again, maybe we can extend that one to be the permanent one for the whole year. But before that, if there is any issues to resolve it, that needs to be taken care of.
Fine.
So she wanted a breathing time, I guess, that's what my interpretation of your 21 days time is.
Yes, let's go back to that, but I need to give you a specific example because there has been a concern expressed that very possibly I, maybe KG, have not attempted to follow up on things. It was the June 7th meeting where I expressed surprise of the use of my electronic signature.
Okay.
It was the first time I had heard that, because I know it was June 8th, the next morning, that I made a request of Mark Oram, and I CC'd it to several people for copies, these copies of permits. I had never seen a permit. I wanted to see if my signature actually was on them. I wanted to see where it had been. That was a Wednesday. I continued not to get responses from it, but I continued to get emails from Mr. Oram asking me if he did have my permission to use the electronic signature on the farmer's market permits. I find it a little difficult to believe that one doesn't know those more than 24 hours or 48 hours before. And we couldn't have discussed those at the Tuesday meeting of that same week. Yet, now let's fast forward. I know that if my records request for pieces of paper that actually have my intention of a signature on them, an electronic signature, mine, I can't get those copies of those papers because I requested records. I didn't request public records because I consider these my records, not the public's records. They are the public records, but they're my records. They have my signature on them. You think about that. I mean,
I do.
so
It has your
10
signature on it.
days later, now we're fast forwarding because if it would have been a public records request, which could be considered as such, it's now Saturday, and I know the Board of Selectmen are meeting that morning, so I sent a follow-up email. But in the meantime, the previous week, there had been an inference that Mr. Oram was going to have to check with the attorney, and also that there was going to have to be some check to see how much that would cost. That's what I've hit when I ask for things. When I asked for copies of emails, it was $479.63 requested of me to get those. So don't tell me I have not tried. So I sent then a letter to the Board of Selectmen requesting these records and duplicating it. I got an email today saying that these were available. And this is actually atypical. My other requests have gone unfilled. And only selectively have I gone to either public records or the open meeting law to file complaints because I'm trying not to do that. So don't tell me that we have sat there for, don't tell me that we have sat here for the last year not making an effort.
What I have seen is that this board, prior to me being here and even since I've been here, has gotten so contentious from the town side and from the board side that the board has stopped operating, and that is shameful.
John, I take objection to it.
You can
we-
take objection
we
to
serve-
my opinion.
We serve the
but
public,
I
as
have
Board of
talked to
Health members. I'm sorry.
I have talked to town management, I have talked to town clerks, I've talked to former board members here, I've talked to current board members here, I've talked to staff here. There is a disconnect here that we need to address. As I said last meeting, I can't fix the past. I can only put us on a path to go down the future. I'm not,
So why did
never
this
once.
happen this last 2 weeks?
You're gonna have to
John,
take that up. You're
John,
gonna have
we-
to take that up with the town
we-
manager. I don't have any authority
see,
over that. I don't have any
we-
authority over public
we-
records.
You don't have any
John?
authority over Mark Oram giving me this. Absolutely not. The town manager does.
Exactly.
Mr. Chairman,
Mark, please, just a minute. okay?
John.
We can't fix
I-
what happened in the past. We
let-
can only be better going forward. So
let-
what are we trying to
Let
accomplish here?
Yeah,
Let me
well, I'm
ask
willing
you,
to
did
talk
you
about
ever go to the public who came here for their applications? Were they satisfied with our work?
Yes.
That is what is important.
Was there any
That is where you
problem?
should have checked, not the town manager, not the other members in the town.
Right.
That's not the place, because they were not here all the time.
Right,
To look at the details. And then specifically, for example, I do not get the information when it's available to them, which is supposed to be ours.
KG, have I ever disagreed with that?
Yeah,
No, I
then-
don't
then-
disagree with
then-
that. I
then
don't
what do
disagree.
you
I'm not
expect?
fighting with the two of you.
What-
What I'm trying to do is trying to figure out what do we want to do
Okay.
going forward. I'm not disagreeing with what
keep-
you're saying. What do you
keep-
want to do going forward? We can sit here and point fingers and
No,
blame,
that
or we
she
can fix the
suggest-
problem.
She has suggested a method.
Fix the problem.
We
I-
could, we go through that process,
Why-
and then,
why-
and
why
then
kick the can down the road? Let's either fix it or don't fix it.
You want to fix it?
Grow up.
Mark,
You're fighting like kids.
Mark, you know, I like you, but I'm not gonna put up with that, so please.
But I
What are we
can't-
gonna do going forward?
That's,
Somebody put a motion on the table. Let's
she
talk
has put a
about it.
motion that I can
I
second
made
that
a
if you want to.
suggestion because I wanted some discussion, because I can
Right.
make a motion.
I
and
don't
if we-
honestly
If we
remember
all
what it
don't
is.
agree, then it's not gonna go anywhere.
Then what is it, please?
It has to do with doing temporary permits. I understand that that's paperwork.
That's a tremendous burden on the town. I mean, how many
No,
how many permits are we
well,
talking?
so could we validate those instead of reissuing it? We can just say that they're valid for this many days, the issued ones? Is that possible?
Well, that's an idea.
Well, what would
We
it-
don't have
what
to
would it
physically
change?
issue it.
What would change?
So I don't know, whatever the next discussion that we're going
I
to put it up.
I don't want those to maintained out there the way they are. They have my signature on there that I did not place, and it's an invalid signature. The pieces of paper need to be, at the least, if we don't even have the conversations concerning that I would have had and wanted to have about the reissue of those. I want to look at these lists, and I want, this is the 18 pages of lists of permits. I want to go through it, and I want to be able to discuss pros and cons of how we go forward with possibly some of these things. I want to know more. I know nothing about beach permits because that it hasn't been given to us. I want to know more before my signature goes on those items. And I think KG's suggestion is a better suggestion than mine, because I really was very concerned that us reissuing these would be very costly, very time-consuming, and that's not the intent here. The intent here is to do my job. And if we do limit, they're already effective for the most part. Maybe Mark could share with us, clarify that, but from what I saw, they're effective through the end of the year. Maybe we could just vote to limit that effectiveness so that they're only valid for another month or whatever, and then we reissue at that point, because they have invalid signatures on it. If you were unaware, if I was unaware, they have invalid signatures, and there were some items that I saw that had only 4 signatures, so they're, even if you want to say, well, they had 2 valid signatures, that's still, what I was told, that if there's 1 invalid signature, that they're invalid documents. That's what I was told yesterday. They didn't talk about specifically those documents. They talked in a bigger, broader use of electronic signatures and the validity of it. Now, this was.
Who is they?
When I went to, I was on Beacon Hill. What I referred to, I went to one Ashburton, and I stopped in several offices. And I said, could you explain to me the use of electronic signatures on government records? I had already read some things online, but I wanted some clarification. And I kept getting actually tossed from one office to the next, so I ended up talking to quite a few people. But it was for information, for me to become educated. I wanted to understand. And now I'm pretty clear on what my beliefs are, and my beliefs are that they have invalid signatures, and they did not have a valid vote taken by the board. So that's where I'm going. I agree with this. Somehow word something so that those pieces of paper can stay wherever they are for a limited time period, and we as a board can readdress it.
Is that workable with you, John?
Well,
To reevaluate it at the next meeting, and then,
I have no problem picking that up at the next meeting. Couple
Okay.
concerns that I have. My signatures aren't on them.
I know.
So, I understand why you would be concerned about it. I don't think it's as big as a concern. Like I said, it's a learning opportunity. We can move forward. I don't know what delaying this to our next meeting is going to accomplish, other than just to keep stirring the pot.
Well,
'cause
that gives an opportunity to look at all the document that she has, and she can come back with
With what?
a
I don't know.
better solution, or we can definitely, even 3 signatures on a permit is valid, I guess. Is that right?
A permit would be valid based on the majority of the board voting on it.
so-
And the majority of the board has already indicated their electronic signatures are
Are
valid.
valid.
So they're valid.
When did they vote that?
They sent in emails, the other 3 members, saying their
They had
electronic signatures were
they had
valid.
intent to put it on these documents.
They have done this in the past. Again, as I said, a vote by the board just to validate what's existing out there would be the easy way, but if this board so wishes to go any other way, I'd suggest it go to legal counsel. The people that have paid for these permits were given their permits with the understanding that those were valid.
In good faith,
And
yeah.
3 signatures may be enough to keep them valid, even if it needs to be updated with the 3 signatures. And so I will let the board know that if you so wish not to vote to validate these tonight, I am going to bring it to legal counsel.
So Ed Hart, who's no longer on the board, has,
He was okay with his signature being used. Again, board members.
after he
Yes, he was.
resigned from, no, actually, it would have been before he
Yeah, it
resigned.
would have
from
been,
the board.
and the board members have approved the use of their electronic signatures
When?
for permit renewals every time they join the
When?
board.
No, we
Each
never,
time, not
we never voted on it, we
when
never,
they,
was-
when they, see, these signatures didn't come out of the sky. People signed a piece of paper.
Right, but
For the
what-
purpose,
no,
purpose.
it was
Well,
told us
can
for
I
the
finish?
file.
Can I
Yeah.
finish, KG?
Yeah,
Because
do let him
I try
finish.
not to interrupt you,
Sure.
and, I mean, we
Okay.
should, as John said, we should be talking about this, not arguing. And please let me finish at least that part. They signed knowing that that electronic signature would be used for all permits. They knew that. And it would be kept safe and secure from any other use. And you can go back to our previous administration, administrative secretary, as well as Laura. That has always been told. If you didn't hear that when you were signing this piece of paper, I'll tell you, if someone, as John said, if someone came up and said, sign here, I'd be asking right then, and I think you did ask. And I think it was
I said
disclosed.
you wanted electronic filing,
I think it was disclosed, but we don't need to go there, because you know what? We didn't have anyone reporting. So today we do. All I can say is this: be fair to the businesses in this town.
you know, you're making a statement as if I'm not fair to the businesses.
Yes.
That's
You're
not
not if
correct.
you
So
don't
don't
validate
imply
these
it,
permits.
don't imply it, okay?
He's not
And
implying,
I,
it.
No,
no,
he's stating
no,
it.
you're
He's
stating,
stating it.
He's stating it,
He's
when
stating
he is the one who issued these without the approval of the board and
Let me ask
without
you,
the
is that
approval
your signature?
to use, that is an
Sorry.
electronic signature
Is
that I
that your
can tell.
signature? Is that your signature? Are you here tonight to tell me that is not your signature?
It's not an appropriate use, it's a misuse of my signature.
That's not what I asked you. I'm asking you, is that your signature?
Well,
Are you-
I'm
are you
not
trying
gonna
to
answer that,
interrogate
that's a
us,
silly
uh,
No,
question.
I'm not. I'm
Jan-
just asking.
John,
It's a silly
I
question,
know it is
John.
my signature, that if I see it, I'll tell you it's my
Okay,
signature.
right.
But it doesn't mean that's been authorized to be issued on,
But
because
how
we
did
were.
it get on this
we
piece
were-
of paper
we
if
were-
you didn't
we-
authorize it?
We did not authorize
Because
them on that paper.
someone used it
Were they,
inappropriately.
Okay, once
But
again, it's
can they-
just a question.
can
It's a
they use
question.
it for anything they want?
I don't,
Yeah,
no,
I don't know
Then-
either.
no.
We were not told that's going on that particular piece of paper.
Respectfully disagree.
Well, why did you sign
What
it
did,
then?
did,
At
I
what
didn't.
meeting did you
Not-
say
it
that?
I
didn't-
respectfully disagree.
Did you,
When you
did,
sign those,
did
when you
you
were new
get,
members,
did
they
you
were
get the
used-
list, did you get the list
I
of
remember
vendors to
Laura
the,
and I both remember, we had this
what,
discussion. and
you had
were
the list
told
of the
those
vendors
would
for
be
whom you're
used-
issuing the permit at the
When you
time?
signed those 2 pieces of paper, you both were told they would be used for permits. I respectfully disagree with that comment.
I'm well aware, Mark, thank you.
One of the things
All right,
that,
so-
one of the things I did clarify, just to answer that question, that Mark Oram is
You
asking,
can call me
basically.
Mark, Judy, remember we talked about that?
Sure,
I'm Mark,
not-
you're Judy.
not a
Come on,
problem.
we're having a conversation.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you, no
You're
problem,
welcome.
Mark.
Thank you.
The,
Mhm.
it is on the onus of the user of the electronic signature to prove intent.
Well,
And
I'm gonna
this isn't about proving or not proving, this
I
is about these permits. We
understand.
do have something that's not a motion, but it is in consideration to extend this. Do you have an alternate?
I do. I have a motion that we validate the authenticity of the issued permits to every business in town.
With-
That is my motion,
With the
that we
condi-
validate that these
with
are
the
legal.
condition, with the understanding that you will revisit it next time and then make sure that we have certain policies laid out,
Absolutely.
Next
how
time
it is
when?
being done, next meeting.
No, not next meeting, when they're going to be
Next
reissued
year.
No,
again.
no, no,
Next
no, no,
year.
we should put some
Well,
procedures in place.
That is my motion, that, that for the life of these permits, that we validate the issuance of these for the life of these permits. That is my motion. Is there a second?
I would second if we want discussion, but is there a need to second it for discussion?
Well,
I
so
don't think there is. We can have
discussion's good.
discussion without it.
Well, my,
So
my,
are you gonna second?
my,
Because if not, then.
my request would be to ensure that we rehash this in the next meeting so that we have some guidelines and procedures brought up so that the staff,
Well, that was not my motion.
well, no, I want that to be. If that can be done, that'd be good.
Okay, there's one here I just pulled out, and it's particularly problematic, the way it is put together. So this is an example. I do not want to discuss that one at this time, but there is
Judy, you
one.
can't do stuff, you do that all the time, and I'm gonna ask you to
I
follow.
will bring it up at the
You
next
drop these
meeting.
bombshells and then you pull them back. You make accusations and then you pull them back. You
No,
need
no,
to stop doing that, because
no,
that's not
no,
fair to the public.
no,
You
no.
just said this
No.
is a big
There-
issue, and then you pull it
I
back.
have
That's not
something-
transparency.
I have something that is of concern for me. I want to research it further to bring a full story rather than a piece of a story. Yet I just have seen something that is very disturbing to me, and based upon what I see by flipping through these papers, I cannot go forward with any motion to maintain these throughout the year.
All right, so there was a motion made by myself. No second?
I can't do much. to say.
Okay, so if there's no second, then doesn't it go forward? Any further discussion on this?
I really want to do something temporarily, because it would be very bad for us not to do that, in my opinion. So, do you have,
I
do you
do-
have an idea? Do you have,
Yes, as he said that if you want
or
to.
do you have an idea?
I
mean,
would suggest that we extend it 30 days and then come back in the next meeting and then resolve the
For what
pending
resolution?
to,
What is going to change, and
Because we
what's
can
gonna
set-
change in 30 days, or 50 days, or 100 days is gonna change the validity of these? What's gonna change?
well, let,
Are
let-
those your signatures?
not valid signature,
I'm
no.
not,
They
okay,
are
so
not an
what's
effective
go-
signature.
So to your point, and I'm not saying it's a bad point, but what's going to change in 30 days?
One thing we're gonna have to reissue.
What change, though?
If
What
you-
changes, other
if
than
you
the
have to
fact that you
reissue
guys
it, then-
don't agree that those are your
if you
signatures?
have to reissue it,
It's not about, it's not a valid signature, so that is not my signature. You want to define signature, I'm not sure how you're using that word. Does it look like something I would have put there if I would have signed it with my hand? Yes. But I did not sign it electronically or with my hand.
I understand your concern, but you haven't, I don't think you understand mine. What changes?
John,
If we kick the can down
John.
the road 30 days,
Well,
what
let's
changes?
discuss
John,
that at the next meeting.
that's a better option than
Why?
not doing it.
Why?
At least it gives time for Judy to go in and review those things and come back with any other issue that she finds it. If no issues comes in, then it probably
Well, that's
will
not how
go
a board
through.
operates. A
I
board
underst-
operates that we all do it,
I
and that we
understand.
all agree to do it.
Sure.
So,
No, he didn't say I
yeah,
decide.
I think the exact
I
word
would
was
have-
Judy goes back and does it. That's
I,
not how
I
a board
would,
operates.
I would have, well, I think there was a misinterpretation. How I interpreted what KG just said is that he believed that I had just expressed a desire to do further research and bring back my specific concerns at that time. Is that what you were?
That's what because you just got these papers today.
Other than the fact, and I'm not saying you're wrong, guys, all along, I'm not fighting you on this,
I
but you're not
know.
answering me. What, other than the fact that you say it's unauthorized use of
John.
your signatures, is not valid?
John,
I
about
don't
these
know
boards?
right now, John. I'd
John,
have to
what
give
we
you more
don't-
information later.
John, what we don't know today
Right?
would reveal itself tomorrow, then it will be an issue. If we don't know, it's better to take a temporary gap and go through, read, and come back. If everything is all right, then there shouldn't be any problem for anything. We can re-vote again and then extend it to the end of the year, rather than reissuing it.
Well, as I noted to the board, I'll bring it to legal counsel, see what she has to say.
So what do you wish to do? Not to vote on anything, or you just want to do something to wait for the legal counsel to come back?
Well, I'm bringing it to legal counsel based on your non-action tonight. And are they valid? That's what the question will be, just so I'm very transparent
Right.
with this board.
I just
That's
think
what
I
we
think we're
asked.
going down a slippery slope by politicizing an issue here.
It's why do you say it's politicized? How do you qualify it? You just, whatever we say shouldn't be politicized.
I
or
agree, it shouldn't be,
canned
but
like that.
I feel that
You know,
this,
we,
when we just had what happened here, whoa, well, look at this, oh, I'm gonna put that back in the file because we can't talk about it. That's politicizing an issue. These are either
I-
valid permits or they're not valid permits.
They're
Do
not
you-
valid permits, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's your opinion. Do you think they're invalid permits?
if the law says so, then I would say it is invalid. I have no idea what the law
Okay,
says.
so to Mr.
In my-
Orm's
in my
point, then let's
opinion,
get
I-
legal counsel
But,
on it.
you know,
then.
if the IG's or AG's office has already told us that it's invalid, then it is invalid.
But I
They have
think
given
we're
me adequate
politicking if we
information.
don't know. Let's find out. That's our
So
responsibility.
then send in a letter to the AG's office or IG's office, wherever she reached out to, and then find out what is the
Well,
exact nature
I think
of
we
it.
follow proper process, and we use our counsel that the town provides us.
Right, the following the proper process was to bring it to the attention of the board, the list of members for whom the permit was being issued. That did not happen.
And the two questions would be, is if the board did not vote to authorize or these, does that invalidate them? And if an individual or more, there's two expressed individuals, that their electronic signature were placed on documents without their knowledge, without their intent to sign, does that invalidate the document?
Okay, so you got both of those?
The other thing is that, that in December, and I think in following meeting in January also, there were about 43 restaurants or the facilities where the grease trap, external grease traps were brought
Actually, December, I think.
brought
but then
in
it came
for a
back to
specific
January.
vote.
Mm-hmm.
So like that, we
Are they all
think,
part of these?
Yes,
course.
those would be your food
so
establishments,
they
which
should
is a
have, they should
normal
have brought these
process.
also to the floor.
And I'm gonna look back, just so the board knows, I think because you've offered electronic signatures in past practice, they get basically processed as needed. Most of them will be in January, but there's many that are in between meetings. And I'll look back at past meetings and minutes, but it was to allow our businesses to have the satisfaction of a permit without waiting for a Board of Health meeting. And it, again, was based on inspections done by Diane or myself, our knowledge, which we would not issue without knowing that they were in compliance, to the point that they need to be to get a permit. And I can tell you that there was one permit that wouldn't have been issued if they didn't start following the Board of Health's orders about 3 to 4 years ago. John knows that one, I'm not gonna bring up names, but we have handled it that way as a team.
Right,
And
working
I
together,
just,
yep.
as I said, I will check it out, but I know I have received the other members' allowance to use their signatures, as we have in the past, as I thought we had from you when you signed those papers. We don't need to rehash that. I'll bring it to legal counsel.
You know,
Well,
I
I just
often,
wanna
give
bring
me a
up-
second, John.
Yep, go ahead.
I often hear that business as usual from some of the staff members in town, and then I don't think that we should stick to that principle. If the rules are laid out, the process is laid out, then we have to follow that rather than business as usual. 10
Good
years
point.
ago, you might have done some way, things have changed, and the electronic signatures are not a process that was accepted by most of the government offices a few years ago. And then they passed on the Uniform Electronic Ticket Signature Act, Transaction Act. So that's how
That's a
it
good
came
point.
into being.
That's a good point.
So we could have
agree.
said
Guys, these
business
are all
as usual
great
and kept
points.
writing
They're
it.
all great points.
So
Let's stop arguing about it.
let's look at it and then make sure that we follow the process and then get things done the way we want.
Well,
We
speaking of
do not
process-
want any business to affect, that's why we were suggesting a short-term extension to make sure they
So
can
make
get
a
off.
motion.
And then,
Well,
we
before we
could
do that.
work on it in between, and might be the result is that we probably will extend it to the entire year afterwards, who
May,
knows?
maybe.
Well,
depending on
a
how
lot of
things
homework
come out.
needs to be done, because we need to
Right,
operate
I-
like a board. We
May
need-
I
need-
make that motion?
Can I just finish my
Please,
point?
please.
Because we need to operate like a board. One board member has all the documents, the rest of us don't.
Right.
That's not fair, it's not right, it's not wrong, but it's not the way a board should operate.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, Laura, the board is going to need, at the expense of the town, gonna need to be provided the same copies that Judy's been.
Is it possible to scan them and put them on like Dropbox or something, so that, do you need hard copies?
I think you have hard copies, yeah. So I think we're gonna need hard copies too.
Well,
I don't need, I can,
Well-
electronic is fine for me.
It
But-
wasn't for me, because you pulled one out and then put it back in there, so I think we all need hard copies. Mr. Morgan, you had a comment?
Just a quick comment.
Please.
Given the earlier topic, if you've just used these documents in the meeting, I hope you appreciate that they are now part of the meeting record.
They are now part of open meeting law.
And so
Yes,
it's
they
not
are.
a question of just
And I was gonna bring
distributing-
that point up, so
Thank
thank
you.
you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Chair.
Morgan, I appreciate it. That was gonna be part B. Because I let Mr. Morgan speak, I would be remiss in not letting you speak, Mr. DeSoni, so very quickly, because it's getting late, and we have still a large agenda ahead of us. But those do become public record now.
They'll
They
be
always
attached.
been public records, become part of the record of
There'll
the
be
meeting.
attachments to
Right.
the agenda is
Right.
what I think.
Go ahead, Mark,
Is that
please.
Mr. Morgan?
Quickly.
Okay, and this is nothing new for what I've been seeing the last year. There's that dividing.
Mhm.
You're hurting the town and you're embarrassing yourselves by arguing over this over almost an hour.
Mhm.
There are the other agendas. Yes, there is a signature that shouldn't be out there, but if it's out there once and you see it, you should have seen it once and it says something at that time. To the board, overall, I seen better kindergartners conduct each other.
Point of order, this is a
No,
personal
no,
attack.
no, Judy,
First point of
Judy,
order,
Judy.
this is
Judy,
a
he's entitled to
personal
his
attack.
opinion. You don't have
No,
to agree with it,
no.
but he's entitled to his opinion.
No, I'm not gonna let you disrupt me either. We have, Judy and KG, we have talked in the first times that this happened. I said, fight your own fight, don't get me involved in it. Too late. As a citizen, it's turned out to be so much of a nah, 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 I'm not gonna hear you, punch your hair and then rock to a hard place. Embarrassing the town on TV and grandstanding because the newspaper guy is here is to say that, oh, we can do this and it's gonna be in public and everybody's gonna see how we are.
Mhm.
You
Thank
did
you,
not get
Councilman.
put in your seats to say that we are the town, we are us, we are me, we are I. It's not that way. And by going back a year that you wanna check in those files, you have the same argument and become a lot worse with former chairman Mary Mortensen because it never got through anywhere. So you're not helping yourselves by doing this.
Thank you, Mark. All right,
Does anyone wish to respond?
you are welcome to respond.
I don't think that going back a year is a problem, but if you find out something today that is being used, then you need to know why it's being used, where it's being used. And last time I did insist on getting the list that was provided, and I automatically authorized the use of my signature for the farmer's market because that was an impending issue that comes up on 11th of June. So they used it. So for further usage, I needed to get more information. I will wait until I ask for more information, get the collection of those information, and then either authorize or we'll come back and then maybe I will do the wet signature if they need it.
And I wanted to comment that I agree with John at the last meeting that we discussed, and it may have been the one actually even before, where robust discussion isn't necessarily a problem, and I believe Michael Herbert said that also. I really appreciate that at this meeting, our interruptions, our lack of allowing individuals to speak have been really kept to a minimum, and I think that that has actually been productive. We do disagree, obviously, on aspects of this topic, but this is a very important topic, and I don't mind spending having spent a lot of time on it. So
Right.
let's go on now and
Well,
get
we
something done.
need to resolve this.
We
you know, 'cause
really
now
commend-
we've really
Did you
exposed
make a
something.
motion? or-
I really commend you for handling the meeting very well, John, for
Well,
that.
Thank you,
you,
John.
thank you, thank you.
I do
Really?
make a motion that we temporarily extend the time limit for the issued permit without issuing new permits, and relook at that in the next meeting, and then
I'm going to
make
ask
a
you to
decision.
withdraw that.
any reason?
Well, and,
I don't care for the wording on it, but
Oh, okay. You want to reformat the motion?
may I do that? May I
Amend the
reformat
motion
it?
to
May I-
reformat it?
Because I think it's really, we're going to validate what the documents, this is what I'm suggesting,
Okay.
okay? Is that we consider the document, the permits that are that are presently in possession of the individuals as being
Valid.
of valid use, to the best of our knowledge, for a 30-day period. So we're not extending anything, we're just
Okay.
considering what permits, or the intention of those permits, I don't know, the intention's the wrong word.
well, it-
I
not to
want
interrupt you,
what's,
not to
I want
interrupt
what
you, but-
people have in their hands to be valid for 30 days. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
You go to the newspaper this morning with this concern, and you come to this meeting tonight and say they're invalid, and now you're saying, well, they're good for 30 days. What? I
No,
mean,
we're
how- it
voting
can't-
right now
it can't
as a
be.
board.
It can't be. I
As a-
mean,
as
it's, you know, I think this is a black or white issue. You know, you wanted to make an issue of it, which is fine. You know, it's your job to do. And then you come tonight and say, you know, that's not your signature and they're not valid, but now then you want me to vote on a motion that you say, well, they're good for 30 days. What is the end result here? I'm an end result type of guy. Like, what's the end result here? Is the end result that we want to place blame on something? Or do we really just want to say, we made a mistake, going forward we can be better, and the permits are valid for the rest of the county? Because it's not fair to the business owners at this point. Because if I'm a business owner tomorrow, and a health inspector walks in, are my permits valid or they're not valid? I mean,
That's what we're
So-
trying to get.
but what's going to change in 30 days?
I know you've asked,
Well,
asked
and
that.
you
But-
haven't answered it.
So-
You're the
so-
one who brought it up, so you have
let
a
let
fiduciary
let me have an
responsibility to answer.
opportunity. Let me have an
Please.
opportunity. Okay, so the first thing about the newspaper is completely not relevant to this.
I think it's
In
extremely relevant.
terms of, I haven't read what's in the newspaper, and for you to assume that I spoke to someone at any time
I didn't say
period,
spoke.
interacted, whatever, you're jumping to assumptions that I can't even address because I'm not really sure exactly what you're, and I'm not trying to hide anything here. If you ask it at the next meeting, I can very possibly expand a little bit more. But right now, I believe that your statements have incorrect either assumptions or assumptions. So, and that's not relevant to the citizens right now. If you wanted to attack me personally on my behavior
I do not
outside
wanna
of this
attack- I don't
meeting,
wanna attack you
then that's
personally.
another thing. So I am looking to provide those individuals who presently hold permits a way to conduct business without interruption and without interruption. Because that's good for the citizens, it's good for the business, it's good for the town. And for me to vote that way here, I think it's the best solution, and it is not a perfect solution. The perfect solution would be to have completely reissued, in my opinion, certificates. But I'm not prepared to do that at this point. So I am making a motion that we as a Board of Health, in the best interest of the citizens and the business, the citizens, vote or accept, but that I'm making a motion that we the Board of Health accept the presently issued permits as being valid for the next 30-day time period.
I second that in the interest of the public and the time.
Mr. Chair, if it's
Yep.
seconded, can I
There's
discuss that?
discussion, yep.
Yes, please.
And as I noted before, I think we're talking about a signature being valid versus a permit being valid. And I will bring that to legal counsel. It could be as easy as the permission from the members who wish to have these permits continue, and we issue it with the signatures of whoever wishes that. And if it's 3 signatures or more, they're valid, in my view. And I'm sure legal counsel will agree to that, because that's the majority of the board. If I would ask the chair, through him, to the 2 members that are here, are you willing to consider that option?
That
I
would
have
be.
been,
I'm sorry.
I have been told that if there's one invalid signature, if a signature was used on a document without the intent of that party, it invalidates the entire document.
And I don't know if you heard me. There would be a change in the permit if legal counsel agrees that 3 are valid. They will only have 3 signatures, and they will get resent out to the cost of the town. But again, I'm looking at businesses making good faith effort. I'm looking at the fact that signatures were given to us for the purpose of permits last year, and I don't think this is in my view, my opinion, the right way to go. Thank you.
So, Madam, so John,
Please.
if you could, because I've been attacked for giving Mark a
Nobody's-
question direct.
Nobody's
No, okay,
attacking,
okay, I won't-
Judy.
okay,
We're
I'm
talking.
gonna ask
We're
Mark a
talking.
question. I'm
We
gonna
don't
ask
agree.
Mark a question directly.
Please.
Is it your in fact, I forgot my question. You asked your question,
Anyway,
it'll
and
come
it's
to
not a
me.
question.
Go ahead, KG.
My statement is if the town council comes back and then agrees on what Mr. Mark says, stated that it'll be valid, then whatever we did will be a moot point anyway at that point, anyway.
Well, and that's my
So
whole
it doesn't
point.
make any,
That's my whole
so,
point, guys.
so
I mean,
we
you're moot
could
pointing all
still
this.
go ahead with this motion, and
No. Well, I mean,
I
Go.
object to my electronic signature being on those, so.
well, we got
I guess
that.
my
We got that
question-
an hour ago.
My question to Mark, it would be, we would be voting at a meeting of the board. So what is the difference between 3 people approving and, so what, I guess the question is he could issue those permits without a vote of this board to issue those permits, as long as 3 individuals outside of a public meeting have approved the use of their signatures for these permits. See, I'm saying it's gotta come back to a public meeting anyway, I
It's
guess
good.
is-
Hey, trust me, this is gonna come back to a public meeting,
Okay,
because, I
good.
mean, we've had a public discussion on it. My concern with this motion
Yes,
is it
yes.
solves nothing. And it goes back to my original comment that I will not deter from. We are politicizing this. And this motion only continues to keep politicizing
No.
this. This
You-
is
you-
not,
you
cons-
keep-
my opinion, I'm speaking, I've been
Okay.
trying to be as considerate to you tonight, so please.
Yep, thank you.
We're politicizing this by doing this. I've always said leaders lead, and we're leaders in this town, like it or not. We're not leading on this one, guys. To Mr. DeSoni's point, we're embarrassing the town of Ashland. We're not being fair to business owners. We're not being fair to staff. We're not being fair to the town clerk, the town manager, Mark, Laura. We're not being fair to anybody. We need to resolve this, because whatever we do, there's a tremendous expense, credibility, and work that needs to go into this.
Do you wanna
As
say
far as
something?
I'm concerned, my opinion, and I'm not gonna defer from it, the permits are valid, because they are, and we're gonna get legal counsel to tell us if they are or if they aren't. But by extending this by 30 days, I think it actually does more of an injustice to the permitting
No,
process
at
than
least-
this
at
does.
least it would safeguard the vendors, if in case.
If you
No,
if
if
you
it in
extend
case-
an invalid permit, which are your 2 contentions, what
creating
good is
them-
that doing?
We're attempting to make
You're
what
saying
they
they're
haven't.
invalid.
John,
You're
We're
saying they're
attempting
invalid.
to
John,
make what they have in
my-
their hands
You're
valid.
saying you were
My-
saying tonight
I-
that they were
I
invalid.
do have a concern.
You're
I-
saying
I
tonight that
do-
they're invalid, but yet you
I
want
do have
to
that
extend them.
concern.
So,
John,
you have a
I
motion,
have
and
that
there's a second.
concern.
John,
I'll call a vote.
John, before you do that, my intention is clearly to make sure the vendors are safe.
Yeah.
I
Right.
understand.
In
Absolutely.
case,
And I believe
in
that.
case if the
Absolutely.
legal
And I
counsel
believe
comes
that.
back and says it is
I
invalid.
believe that.
Now, John, you have said in the past that you know that Lisa Mead's opinions are not something you've always agreed with, that this
That
is
is true.
one opinion of one legal counsel, and based upon everything I have heard yesterday, that if she did come back and say, as they are, they're valid, I would have personally a significant concern about her opinion.
My experience with
that's-
Lisa Mead is she's not going to make this decision blindly. She's going to use her vast resources to make that decision. So, I mean, and we'll judge that at that time.
Correct, we can discuss
We'll
it then.
discuss that at that
And,
time.
and I would like to, you've used the word that, and you've made an accusation that this is being politicized. In what way? How do you consider my concern that we as a board did not vote to issue these permits?
Well,
And we,
can I answer that?
and Mark
Can I answer
Oram, and people in the office used an electronic signature, and that it is the person whose signature has been used is the wrongdoer.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
I've agreed with you that if the permits were issued and you weren't aware, that was a mistake on everybody's part, including yours.
No,
My opinion, okay, to answer your question.
correct. Okay, keep going.
People who take it upon themselves and don't act like a board and go to Ashburnham Place and start their own investigation and start their own media campaign with the newspaper. I know you don't read it, but you do send stuff to the
I do
newspaper.
read it.
That is politicizing. You went there to catch somebody doing something wrong, and then you leaked it to the newspaper to hope maybe that there was some. I don't know where you come from. That's politicizing an issue where I come from.
Okay.
We're not acting like a board, which is shame on all of us, But the board should have known that you had a concern, you were going to Ashburnham Place to ask these questions. We shouldn't be blindsided by this stuff all the time. It's not fair to staff, and it's more importantly, it's not fair to the board members who are all volunteers here,
John,
trying to do the best thing in the
John,
interest of
I
Ashland.
sent you an email earlier asking that this be put on the
You
agenda. and
did
if
send
you-
me an
and if-
email
and if
earlier
you
today,
had-
but yet you were at Ashburnham Place yesterday.
Late
Is
midday.
that true?
Yes, and,
Okay,
and
so who's
as
politicizing
individuals,
this?
you know, John, you went as an individual and went and talked to Mark Oram and the chair of the, look, you go.
Chair of what? What is it?
Well, I'm using another example of how you go as an individual and have discussions. And I
With?
don't object to that.
With?
You went and spoke with Michael Herbert, Mark Oram, and Daryl Beardsley, I believe is her name, the chair of the Sherburne Board.
I did. I was invited to a meeting, yes.
Yes, and you clarified it for me because I asked at the meeting, are you going as an individual? Yes, that you were going as an individual. I did not object to that.
Right.
We as
But I
individuals
but I
have the
discussed it
right.
with the
to-
board.
You as the individuals, and I'm attempting as soon as I could to discuss it with this board, because I can't discuss it outside of an open meeting. So I come to the meeting to discuss it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once again,
the-
my opinion, Judy.
John.
Yes, sir.
At the same time, you casted the same opinion that I'm politicizing it. I didn't go to the Ashburton. I
No.
didn't go to the IG's office.
But
I
it
didn't
is
go
your
to the
motion.
newspaper.
But it is your,
I
no.
went to investigate.
I did not, so.
When I say
Yeah,
we,
gathering
Those are the
We're-
three
guys,
qualifications that
when
people.
we use the word "we," we're a board, you know?
I
We don't have to
understand.
agree, but we're still a board.
I
So when you use
understand.
the word
So
"we," I talk about the board.
let's-
So we
let's-
have a motion on the
let's-
table,
let's
and it's
re-
seconded.
Could we
Let-
repeat
let's
the motion?
let's reduce the statements about politicizing here, then it'll be better for
Well,
us to
I
work
do
with
believe
harmony.
extending something, something that you both
What-
agree that is invalid 30 days
I-
is a political stunt. do.
No,
do.
I'm not saying it's invalid. I get in case invalid, then the people have, or the vendors have a safeguard method to go through it. Tomorrow, if Lisa Mead comes back and says it is valid, then it's a moot point. If it is not valid, then we have to
To
reissue.
your point, we have a motion on the table in a second. So all in favor?
Aye.
I am opposed. All right, so we'll move to the next agenda item. As we're all aware, there's an IG investigation going on. The investigation is ongoing, being conducted, an audit of the payroll records are being conducted by Michael Herbert. I have no new update that I have been given by the town manager on the process of it. I was told, and I shared this with you, I can't remember if it was at the last board meeting or via an email through that meeting that I did go to, that he hopes to have that investigation conducted by the end of the month. So, we are close, I would think, to having a resolution. End of the month is what, Monday, Tuesday?
And
Somewhere in
Yeah.
there, I think next Friday.
In the same email, I believe that one of the lines stated that there is no indication that nothing has been done wrong here by the individual, then why waste $10,000 on an investigation?
I couldn't agree with you
And
more.
then we can't get $1,000 for vaccines, and then we're wasting $10,000 on this investigation. And
Well, I
the-
agree with you.
and the other thing that I found out, I was given the video recording of the Sherburne Selectmen's meeting of the 26th May, I guess.
Yeah,
and
you sent
the
it to me last Friday
9th
night.
of
yeah.
June. The information presented there indicates that the town was aware of these facts and the documentation quite a while ago.
Well, I think Mr.
Yet-
Herbert told us that in our meeting,
I understand.
that
but-
back in
but
2014.
Yet, we did not hear as a board. No documents were presented here. Nobody stated that was there. So,
But I think
We-
Mr. Herbert described that at the,
Yeah,
Please,
doesn't
let me
help
fin-
us. It
No,
doesn't help us.
Mr. Herbert did say that there was an investigation going on. And I don't want to quote Mr. Herbert, but I want to, put it in the synopsis, that it was an ongoing investigation with Mr. Schiavi, our former town manager. So Mr. Herbert didn't even have documents to it. And I guess Mr. Schiavi's context was that there was an ongoing investigation. We weren't going to discuss it. Because a lot of times investigations come back with nothing.
yeah, that's fine. You know,
Right.
but nobody should.
I'm not defending it or
no,
denying,
no,
I'm just reiterating what Mr. Herbert told us.
Nobody should pin somebody down without doing complete investigation. Then they should be given the benefit of doubt as much as we can. And the fact is that one of the board members, the chair apparently, was aware of it.
This
And then
board.
we did not get it, the chair of this board.
You're talking about Ms. Mortensen.
Yes.
I can't speak for Ms.
I know
Mortensen.
that.
Yeah.
So, given that as an example of what we don't know, I'm saying that there may be so many things that we don't know, and I have no way to ask a question about some topic that I don't know of, and I cannot be blamed for not acting as a board member because I don't know about it.
Well,
So the same situation goes with this signature fact.
it's a good
I-
point. And if you
and then
look
that-
farther down on our agenda, where I
Uh-huh.
have scheduled a meeting with town manager,
Right.
I think that that is crucial.
Yeah.
Because there's too much of this, and there's too much of
Right.
this,
And
and he
then-
did that, and he said that.
And
This
also,
meeting, I think, is crucial.
I-
and that's
I-
the reason why it's
I
on the
also,
agenda for
I
tonight.
also know that
That was my idea.
some,
Okay.
some,
Hey, everybody was Judy's idea. Okay.
sometimes,
Thank you, Judy.
sometimes we tend to follow up things here, promise we'll ask that, we'll ask this, but nothing comes back here. So we need to make sure the materials that were promised or the items that will be verified and brought back, they are brought back. So you need to have a checklist before we go through it.
KG, I painstakingly
I know you
put this
did.
together
You did.
tonight
I don't blame you.
to everything that you wished for.
I know you,
appreciate
Okay.
that.
you did.
So-
you
There
did.
was quite a few
thank
I
things.
you.
can't speak for the past, I can only speak for
I
the
know,
future.
I understand.
So,
According,
So,
can I,
no,
concerning the
no
report.
update. Yes, go
Right,
ahead.
concerning the report. I did watch those videos, and I, like the Sherburne Board of Selectmen, believe that they didn't address them to the town manager. They addressed them to the Board of Health and to the, did I say selectmen? I'm sorry.
Judy, once
to-
again, if you didn't watch it, how do you know what happened?
I watched them.
You just said you didn't watch it.
No, she said she watched it.
I did watch them.
You just said you didn't watch it.
Well, if I did, I
Okay.
misspoke.
All right,
I
well, that's what I'm
apologize for the, it's been kind of stressful, especially with people talking over each other and stuff, so, because that's kind of throws me sometimes. So, my thought is that I am concerned that if we, as has been pointed out to us by Mr. Morgan at one of the previous meetings, that we need to take, he believed that these were this was a serious letter, and actually I was trying to retype minutes today. So I just listened to his statements, and I agree with what he said at that meeting. Didn't remember all of it, but, but what I reheard today is that this is serious. The seriousness in terms of our need to do what I would want to say is a greater sense of due diligence. And there were things concerning conflicts of interest. It wasn't just billing, but for us to not even send anything, I am concerned that the IG will not look favorably upon us as a board. Because no matter how you define the health director, the health agent, we still have a relationship. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we don't want to put the town in more, I don't know if the word's jeopardy, with the IG's
Liability,
office,
yeah.
whatever it might be. I would like us to produce something as a board.
And Judy, as I said, when the investigation is complete, we will meet with Mr. Herbert, and it might be part of this meeting that we schedule with the town manager, and our opinions will be heard, and we will draft a response.
Right.
That's all I can guarantee you. But let's not worry about something until it's time to worry about it.
John,
Yes.
I did indicate that you to lead and send a response on before 30th of June,
30th.
stating the fact that we don't account for the director's position here. We don't hold him because we're
And-
not
and we
appointed.
w- and I
One, the
still
other
will
thing
in
is
that
that
letter.
we did not have the documents or the investigated report from Sherburne.
KG,
to-
I have not seen any of the
Neither.
documents. I have
Neither
not
have.
seen any of them.
So it's
So
better.
what I have to do
better to
is I have
respond
to
by 30th of
follow what
June.
the
I didn't
town
I'd
manager
like
has
KG
set
to-
forth. He's conducting his investigation under his purview. We have to respect that, okay? Once again, I will give you experience. I've been in part of a lot of investigations in this town. Some I can't even legally tell you about
Mhm.
right now because they're still in litigation.
Mhm.
A lot of times you go into something and you think there's something there, and there's nothing there. And sometimes you go into something and you think there's nothing there, and oh my God, there's something there. You have to let the process play
Sure.
out. And knee-jerk reactions only to my word again, politicize stuff.
The-
Let's
the-
let the investigation go forth,
That's-
then we will draft a response to it. But anything that we do now is just speculation.
There's deadline
No,
of the
it's to-
30th. He wants
To
a
tell
response
the
by
IG
30th.
that we haven't seen any documents of our own
But
from
we will,
Sherburne.
but we will.
From Sherburne,
But we
nothing to do with
will.
us.
But we will. We will have
Why
access
not-
to the investigation.
So,
For which investigation?
The investigation that Mr. Herbert is conducting.
Yeah, has nothing to do with Sherburne's investigation.
We don't have anything to do with Sherburne.
Correct.
We
But
only-
that is what he complained, the IG said that you did not
That's
act on
between
it.
Sherburne and the IG then.
No, the IG told us that we did not act on it.
Right.
So we were not given to
But
act on
that
it,
is
so we
all
didn't
part
act
of the
on it.
investigation. So let's go back and if the investigation proves to the IG that we did, then it's a moot point. I hear what you're saying. I'm
No,
just as concerned about it as you are.
No, these
But
is,
I can't speculate on a report or documents I've never seen.
So you-
I have to have faith in the town manager that
Is
he's
he-
gonna do the proper investigation,
Is
and I
it-
do.
is the scope going to go to the fact that why the Board of Health did not get any documents?
KG, once again, great
scope
point.
of the investigation?
Great point, but you're holding me accountable for
No, I'm
something
not,
that
but I'm
happened when I
asking.
wasn't here.
Do you know whether the investigation is going to that extent?
I am told that it's a thorough investigation,
Okay.
and that's why it's taking so long.
Mhm.
Now, I, to you, agree that, it's government again. I could have this investigation done in like one afternoon. I don't understand why it's taking weeks.
Sure, sure.
Give me the documents, yep, they look good, boom. But that's how government works.
Sure.
And you're
Okay.
right, it's a huge expense to the town, and there might not be something there, so
Yeah.
let's
my
address it.
original question was that the request was for us to have something complete by the 30th. So similar to an open meeting law complaint or
Well, we
anything
have
else,
10
if there is a, right, we have 10 days. So would that possibly be with the, I don't, I was about to say in the past, but I'm trying not to go there. Going forward, I would just like to make sure that we have something either scheduled or potentially planned to be scheduled prior to that to create a response. Or should we consider in the next 5 days creating a draft of some request to extend, so we could use that as a backup?
Well, let me speed this up. Tonight or first thing tomorrow morning, depending on what time we get out of here, I will send an email that I will CC the board on, asking for an anticipated completion date, and should we post a meeting to discuss those details.
Okay,
Is that
thank you.
fair?
Thank you.
Is that fair?
That's very
Okay.
worthwhile.
Okay.
I also understand that this complete report, as Mr. Michael had explained to us, was going back 3 years. And if I understand correctly, that that what Sherburne had done goes back more than 2 years. So is 3 years, I guess, adequate on an employee who's been with the town for 33-ish years, this town, and 27 in Sherburne. And the last thing I wanted to mention is there are at least 3. Sherburne determines that had mentioned that there were 5 aspects of that letter. I haven't gone back and thoroughly kind of looked at the aspects.
Don't personally care what Sherburne's looking at. I
Well,
only
they're
care
looking at
about
the
what
same, they're
Ashland-
looking at the same letter, so.
We don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know what's being investigated. So let's cross that
but-
bridge when we get there.
But to finish my statement, there is a request in that letter to consider conflict of interest, and I personally have not been approached yet by the company who is doing this investigation to be interviewed on that topic. And I believe that, I'm still waiting for that. I'm still waiting for individuals who have contributions to the discussion to be interviewed.
Okay. Well, once again, I can't speak to that, but thank you for that. All right, so the basically long-winded IG update is that there is no update, and I will send out an email and try to get us an answer on that. You did a medical marijuana dispensary. You want to just give a quick
Sure.
update on what you did?
Real quick, I actually did not bring the letter with me, but I will submit it as part of the minutes so that if that's all right
Mhm,
with everyone,
please.
because we're referring to what I had sent in an email to everyone. It was just a compilation of questions that the board had. We sent it off to Beth Reynolds, the development director, thanked us all for it. I believe it had 21 questions. I hopefully it will be helpful. There was one comment I wanted to ask, is that maybe in the nearer future, month, 6 weeks, 2 months, that we consider bringing this topic back, maybe even sooner, because my thought is that there may be some of those items that were referenced in those questions that we may want to reach out to other boards, whether it's planning board, selectmen. Maybe there's things that we should be considering that would clarify where we as a town are, and some things that we could complement with what we already have in place.
All right, thank you for that. You did a very thorough job, and that will be part of the meeting minutes as well, so thank you for that. Nyanza update real quick. Senator Markey did receive our letter and his staff did acknowledge that he is in receipt of our letter. We did draft a letter which will become meeting minutes as well, Laura, of this. We sent a letter to the Board of Selectmen, Governor Baker, Lieutenant Governor Polito, Senators Warren and Markey, State Senator Spilka, State Representative Santacandro, Secretary Beaton, and Catherine Clark.
Good.
As well. And like I said, we did get confirmation today that Senator Markey did receive our letter and plans to act on it. So I think that's important that we have a sitting member of the
Sure.
Senate acknowledging
Very
that we might have an issue.
Right.
There was the nice ceremony on Saturday. Did anybody have the opportunity to attend? I had to work.
Yes.
I was
I
not
did.
there.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and Miles from the WACA took aerial shots with his drone.
Nice.
So there should be some great great video, basically. During the ceremony itself, there was no photography requested by the Nipmuc?
The Indian tribe, yeah.
The individual who was there. One of the things also, just with the Nyanza, Zero Magunko is in the plume, according to what I see, and I
Mhm.
was hoping that we may be able to, especially if we have a meeting next week, put that on there to discuss it, because it's still in the works here. And, I mean, I could give you just a little bit of what I had heard when I attended meetings, but I don't know if you want to go
Well,
into any more
yeah.
detail. We
No,
can-
I mean, it's
we can wait.
It's getting late.
We can wait.
One thing I did want to acknowledge, you probably didn't see it, it was in today's newspaper, that there was an article about the fact that the Board of Selectmen wanted to get together a committee, a Nyanza study committee, and is looking maybe potentially, but nothing's set in stone yet. They have a member of the Planning Board, Board of Selectmen, Board of Health, some surveyors on it, so I thought that was nice that there's some proactive approach to us, so
Good.
we'll stay tuned to that a little bit more, but I did see that in today's paper. KG, you wanted to discuss Mass General Law, Chapter 41. Is that going to be a lengthy discussion, or is it something?
Oh,
we
it's
can
a
do?
short discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
I've seen the other Board of Health in different towns where the plans for developments do come before them, and then we don't see that many here. And I thought that you were going to check with Lisa Mead, is that right, Mark, on
I
why
forwarded-
it's not applicable here, that we don't get anybody?
It's under discussion. I spoke to the town planner, and I believe legal counsel has it. I think he forwarded to her for review to determine if it applies or not.
But if there is a health concern, I'm sure it should come to our table, no matter what happens.
Well,
whether-
years ago, Board of Health was part of the planning.
Mhm.
I mean, not the planning, what meetings that we used to have?
We used to have, well, we're still part of tech review.
Tech review, that's what I'm talking about. yeah,
Just
tech
a-
review.
They had tech review on this last year. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there. I was at a conference, but the pre-construction I've been requesting for all projects, and hopefully we will seek to reach that level someday. And it's a recommended level of review, just so, and it could have been done by certain entities of the town. But what I always do suggest at each meeting, no matter what project it is, that they be aware of noise, dust, and anti-idling. And those are always brought up, and then we get involved sometimes with snow disposal. We have been involved with this project years ago with those discussions. And there was discussions when they were gonna even look at on-site sewage, on-site wells. So there had been discussion with that goes back 15 years probably, maybe 10 to 15 years ago. So, but to answer your question, legal counsel, as far as I know from our town planner, has it to review.
Right, the issue of groundwater is also a factor that listed in the, that MGL that referenced here, section 81U of the 41.
It's a
So
matter of her
we-
definition
the-
if it
The
applies.
blasting is also going to affect the groundwater situation, so
Well,
I think they should have come before us for no matter what happens.
Well, I don't
to
know if that
explain.
statement can be made.
They-
It depends on the type of blasting. But again, that's something that's under review by an expert. I believe the planning board, according to the town planner, has hired an expert for that review. The
Right,
bla-
but
the blasting review.
irrespective if it is no effect on the groundwater, they can always come before us. If it's no effect, then we can pass it on and then say, yes, fine, go ahead with it.
Once the review's done, I would suggest that.
That, you know, we
Well,
should
you're gonna talk
probably
to
put it on
council
the
tomorrow,
table.
so
Yes.
can you,
Yeah, I'll check
add this
into
to your
it.
list?
Yeah.
So,
It's getting to be an expensive list there.
I know.
so that the developer comes before us and then
Legal
presents
counsel's
the
gonna
situation, and then we can have the
I
expert come back and then say whether there is an effect on the groundwater
I
or
think
not.
this is a good meeting agenda topic for our meeting with the town manager, which we'll get to.
Okay.
I mean, I think, when I read what you sent, yeah, okay, this is a no-brainer, in my opinion, but so, let's make it a part of that.
I wrote a few notes here, and we can actually probably go back to these when we meet with the town manager, but
Okay.
Mark had said we are still part of the tech review. I've asked, when I hear the word "we," these days, I'm not sure. When
Well,
that word is this, I am part of the tech review, we, because the way, my impression by what had been put together by the previous town manager was something that was a little bit more of a corporate style, and maybe my interpretation of what I'm kind of feeling is a little different than what it actually is, and please correct me if that's wrong, but corporate style in terms of, you know, the leader has a goal, and everyone's kind of working toward that goal, and as the hiring, firing individual of most, if not all of the town employees, I really kind of, I question whether tech review is an effective place for the Board of Health to be having a voice. If that's,
Well, tech review meetings are posted because they're public meetings.
oh, they are.
And-
No, they're not, John.
They're not.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I didn't
they?
know
Yeah, they
that.
are.
Where are they
Sorry,
posted? Not on the website?
They're posted, right?
Oh, they are?
Are
I
they
didn't
posted
know
on the
that.
Posted.
website?
Yes,
Then
they
you're
are.
welcome to be there.
They are
I didn't know.
posted
Thank you,
meetings.
John.
They are
On the
posted.
website where?
The Ashland website, they're posted meetings.
You talking about design review?
No, design review is different than tech review.
How often does tech review go on?
No, sometimes.
I haven't looked in a long time because I've had no reason to be there, but I can look. And we can, and then, like I said, we can make that part of what the town manager means.
Wow.
They don't happen all the time, because if there's nothing to review, then they don't happen. So, I mean, they are sporadic, but they do happen. They're usually held in this room,
That's exactly right.
Are
at
they
this
during the
table.
day?
usually. Sometimes they're held in the early evening, depending, a lot of times because of staff, because police, fire, planning are usually there.
So
We have them
you would
usually
get a
in the
notice
morning
of it?
lately.
Yeah,
Lately,
yeah.
they've been in the morning.
Mark, you would get a notice of that meeting.
Oh,
right?
it's,
Yes, please pass
uh,
them along.
But like I said,
It's-
they could not have happened for the last calendar year, because there was nothing to review.
It's
so.
for the various agents, but I'd be glad to pass it on, but I will ask the person that has arranged it if they want participation or not. You know, that's up to them. It could be, they invite, just so you know how they work, they invite the chiefs, the planner, the conservation agent, the building inspector, the Board of Health, the DPW director, and the water and sewer director. I don't think I've missed anyone. And they invite the applicants to review as a preliminary stage what they're planning to do. So that way, when it gets to any various boards, and if it does apply to the Board of Health, we have already given them an overview. Such as the most recent one was the Green Company coming in for a well with the board, which they will be requesting a change to that well, which I need to bring up when we discuss the meetings. Where I was already given pre-notice that they were gonna look at wells for irrigation. So I explained to them that needs to go to the Board of Health. So it's like a pre-review before it gets to these associated boards to each person that might be here. Some don't have boards, some of them are, the fire chief and police chief don't have boards. But the planning, Board of Health and Conservation are the boards that, the agents that are there to report to the board, or boards.
Like I
respective
used to go to a
boards.
lot of them when we built the high school fields.
Mhm.
Yes.
I've been at a number of planning board meetings over the last year, and I've heard lots of references to tech review. I was
Yeah.
never aware that, you know, all these plans were.
Well, it's using the expertise of the fire and
Well,
police and, you know, and DPW to say to the developer, hey, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? It's not to streamline the process, but it's to, you know, hey,
It's
have
like-
you thought about this? Have you done
Right.
that? Yeah.
Pre-site plan.
I'm
Right.
not necessarily interested in even making contributions, similar to me, like as going to the Conservation Committee meetings, because I've been going to quite a few of those, because I think oftentimes health-related topics are coming up at those, whether it's Nyanza, Zero-Magunka, or other things. You know, licensed site professionals are being ordered because they think there may be contaminants in the soil, you know, those kinds of things,
Right.
which, so for me, it's for having more of a complete conversation.
I don't mean to be curt or rude,
Yes, let's
but
go.
are you done, KG, with this?
I'm done.
Okay. I just want to get landfill update, any?
Basically, waiting on the state still. We have tested the landfill about a month ago, and DEP was out there doing the testing for the gas permeation. Our consultant did note that the water level in the stream, it was originally a stream, but the water level behind the landfill, which was reviewed, and I mentioned it to the board, I believe, at the last meeting, has risen. And in respect to that, we believe it's beavers. So the town, both the DPW, town management, myself, we are working towards having beaver removal. And once that's complete, then their next step is to put water lowering control devices in. So that way, because beavers will come back, there's enough food there, there's the water, so that they can live in harmony with our needs. Our needs
Where
would
are
be.
the beavers? Are they in Hopkinton or are they in?
Well, we could move them there, but I don't think Hopkinton would appreciate it.
No,
It's
but I mean, I'm just trying to get
behind the
a
landfill.
sense.
John, they
Behind
have
the
they have a
landfill.
Just right
GPS.
behind?
Yeah, right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, because-
Because some towns would like to send them to the next one.
They have the GPS. They
Kinda
come back.
hoping that was the answer.
got that right away.
I was kind of hoping that was it.
Yeah, no, they're behind our landfill, and they're actually.
Which is almost Hopkinton,
And
so.
we're gonna need, we got the owner's permission to work back there. We own some of that land, but the Boy Scouts, Scout Association owns another portion. They gave
Oh, we
us,
bought it.
well, part of it. They still own
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
that's
little
right,
block,
yeah,
but
yeah.
we did buy most of it.
Right, yeah.
In behind there. And then, the other one will be Main Street near Fenwall, but there's several owners that will have to allow permission for us to get on that property and do beaver trapping. And then the other one may or may not be an issue. It's been back and forth, and that's on South Street near the reservoir. But back to the landfill, that's what this was on. So that's where we are, and we're waiting on the state's letter. And anxiously, because I know the town manager's been anxiously asking me, and I keep asking our consultant. At the same time, we have seen that DEP is understaffed, and it takes some time to produce any records.
Understaffed.
When we're paying for this remediation, is this part of Amoresco's agreement? Is Amoresco on the hook for this, or is
The
it-
reshaping, and that, we're still waiting on that funding. They did say they processed the check, and they are aware of this issue too, you know, because
Did they put a stamp on it? It's been a couple weeks.
I know, and that's another, that's for.
Add that to the list, yeah.
Yes, I will.
Add that to the
The
list.
other thing too is the.
The check's in the mail, yeah.
There will be costs to this gas discovery, the
Right.
immediate response action, and that's been discussed as well. And you'll see when I go over the budget, they may consider some of the funding in the budget as well. And obviously, from the reserve fund, I believe, is where they're looking at, because these additional costs were above and beyond and unexpected from the normal budget we have on the landfill.
Is that Indian Brook behind it? Is that what you're referring to when you say the water and the beavers?
I believe it's called Indian Brook.
And I think in a previous communication, I heard something about the water, and I was assuming it was the water table or the water underneath. Is that what's being affected, or?
Well, yeah, when the stream went, you got this big hill that comes down to the stream. It's the back slope of the landfill.
Okay,
And the stream has been affected by a dam further down, and the beavers are living further up near the landfill, and that's where they're habitating, probably have their beaver hut. And the whole purpose is they put them up further and flood the water for protection. They go under the water to go in their huts, and then if a predator comes after them, they can fight them under the water. And that's the whole purpose. But it's not uncommon to see these in And I've expressed to management and that we need management fund for beavers. Every town should have one, every city and town, because they're everywhere. They're not just here in Ashland. Someone from the Division of Wildlife and Fisheries several years ago told me we're 300% overpopulated since the law took effect. And I'm not disagreeing with the law, but it's a process, and it takes a lot to find trappers now because they have to go out daily, which they should have been doing in the beginning. We wouldn't have probably had the pendulum swing the other way. But it was for humane purposes as it relates to animals.
All right, so we've got a quick update on that. It's been an issue with me for about 4 years, so I'll put it to the next agenda. Heat stress in schools. It's been an issue that we've been dealing with for years that,
Maybe on that same thing, we can get an update on what their wellness policy is, because
Yeah.
I know they were working on it the last couple months.
well, like I said, we've been working on this for 4 or 5 years, so.
But there's actually something in writing concerning wellness, so.
No,
I
There's
thought I
not.
saw somewhere
It's been wellness.
response, sorry.
Barb
I thought I
Duran,
saw
so-
somewhere an email response from the school.
We'll make it on the next agenda. There's a long history to it.
Okay.
It started out with,
I
at one
know.
point, the superintendent banned fans, and to where we are today.
Oh,
So
yeah, the
We'll
fans
move
can-
it to another agenda.
Okay.
We got the spreadsheet on food inspections. I think that's a good tool that we can work, and I'm interested in looking at it further in depth. You have a hiring of a food inspector
Yeah,
update?
I've been working with our new human resource director, and we have, through the job overview that I provided, he has put together a job description. The next step now is our chapters that are associations that allow for advertising Mass Health Office's charges, and we're also looking at Mass Association of Health Boards that do not charge. So we'll be going into their publications with Mass Association of Health Boards, which represents the boards. And again, I always want to stress, and I know you went to a KG, the orientation program that they have. It's terrific. It was discussed today at a meeting I went to. But they're doing it for free, so that's a nice, but they don't advertise every month, so, but it should go on their website. They come out with the newsletter, but it should go on their website for free. The problem is that it may not reach all the health agents that might be out there, or health offices, so that's why we're looking at that $75.
Do you have a copy of what the material that goes out for advertisement?
I do have it, but I haven't copied it
Can you
yet.
send it out to
Sure.
us through
That's
email?
fine.
So that
It's, yeah.
we could also
I might-
circulate it.
You know what, I do have it.
Send it electronically,
wasn't-
that'll be better rather than.
That's fine,
you know,
I'll make sure I do
so
that for
that
you,
way
that's
we
not a
can-
problem.
I have the job description, but it doesn't tell me what is being
Yeah, it
advertised.
mimics it to be on, but I'll send it on, I don't have a problem.
What,
That's fine.
I'm thinking back, and I'm getting old, my memory's not as good. We had that very,
It's the
my
idea.
words,
It's supposed to be
dynamic
old.
intern a couple of years ago that I had a chance meeting with a
I
couple
thought they
years
were all
ago.
dynamic, to be honest
Well,
with you.
yeah, they
Which
are,
one
but,
did you have? Katie, was it?
The one that I ran into, remember, and I called you and said, oh, you're not gonna believe it.
Oh, you're talking about, she was actually, she was working under a grant.
Yes,
She was the nurse, she was, I
Right.
forgot her name, Alicia,
yeah.
something like that, but, yeah, she worked under a
Is that
grant
s-
with us
is
for
that
as a
something
public
that,
health nurse
She
promotion.
might be interested?
I don't think so, because she has her master's in nursing.
Okay.
I think she may have been interested in a nursing position, but her situation was the same as what we find. It's hard to maintain part-time help.
Yeah, part-time
We're
help.
looking as a step to full-time,
Yep.
you know, so it's very hard to maintain.
Maybe I'll
that.
retire from my job and do it.
Okay. Little conflict there right
Yeah,
now.
no conflict of interest there.
I thought I
no.
was going to do that, but it's okay. You can have- you
Oh,
can
God,
have-
can you imagine that conversation? Please.
Um,
So, we're in work.
I have one question.
Yes.
It shouldn't take long. I apologize, we were, thankfully, we had a lot of paper this time, I appreciate that. I did not have a
Good
really
job,
great
Laura.
opportunity to, look at the job description. Oh, here it actually is.
Yeah, I thought it was in the bundle.
So, if I wanted to give some feedback, would I send
Yeah,
that
here
just
it is.
directly to the HR director, some thoughts?
You could send it to me and I'll send it from you to the to the human resource director. I have no
Okay.
problem with that. I'd like to take a look at it too. Yeah, feel free to forward that. And you do have, thank you, Judy, you do have it in your packet, so.
Yeah, I didn't see it there, but I saw it.
But I'll
here.
send it electronically as well.
Yeah,
Which
well,
one?
we
The
already have it
job description?
electronically.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah, we got it.
The job description, I got it, but I wanted to see the advertisement.
Oh, the
What
ad's
goes-
not in
We
yet.
got it.
Yeah, it's not in yet.
This is going
You
to
just
be
sent it
the
to
ad.
me.
This is,
Oh, that's one of the things,
yeah,
okay.
I
okay,
wanted
I'm
to-
sorry, I didn't mean to confuse, are you okay with
We
this?
already
one?
have the job
No.
description.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
It's all-
Job
it's all
description's
good.
fine, but I didn't see that.
All right.
See, if he might have blocked it, I'll get you the ad. I'll get you the ad.
There has been some confusion tonight about vaccine purchases, because we said that, you know, we weren't, so I think you have an update on vaccine purchases?
Thank you.
Yeah, at present, and I've been speaking with our nurse, we're working on a vaccine management program, but, you know, it's been back and forth what if you look at our budget, we have about 8,000. By the time the year's out, our public health nurse will consume some of that money. I've spoke to a few health nurses today related to vaccine programs. I spoke to someone from Mattapoisett, public health nurse who runs the Mass Public Health Nurses Association. And I spoke to Natick's health nurse, and as well as our own health nurse. And the issue is the work that's needed now to issue vaccines. And I had this discussion with Nancy. The cost and the time it takes to do all the forms. We do have the capability of keeping vaccine on site. The one vaccine that the flu vaccine, we're pretty much competing with all the major pharmacies. And we got 4 major pharmacies in this town, 2 Rite Aids, 2 CVS's. They're out there advertising before we even have vaccine. And you know, they have the opportunity to get the vaccine earlier. With that said, the one that really comes to mind, and they're starting to do this down in Mattapoisett, is the shingles vaccine. Natick at one time had the shingles vaccine for inoculation. It's a very expensive vaccine, and sometimes you can recover the money, but they actually charge the patient for the vaccine and then recover some costs for the inoculation itself, for the administration. But it's a matter of having someone only 5 hours a week. Will we have the resources to maintain? We're returning quite a bit of flu vaccine right now because of the fact, it's not a lot, like 29 doses out of 30, because the free vaccine we were getting is only for under 19 or someone that's not insured at all. And in this state, you should be insured by now with the new insurance laws. So unfortunately, even after advertising, many of you may have seen it in directions on advertising, but we have vaccine, that's all we could attract. So I know free won't be available. If we want to, we could try doing flu, but I just don't know how successful we'll be with the minimum amount of hours we have for the nurse, and the fact that we're competing with 24/7, not 24/7, but pharmacies that are open every day. But I still would like to see some opportunity. But
When are you having your free cash settlement discussion with the town manager? I mean,
we've had it off and on throughout, but I could do that
the fiscal year ends
in
a week from Friday.
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, a week from Friday.
So I expect
So-
he's this.
We have quite a bit of significant
Yeah.
free cash.
Yes, we do, within our own budget, but again, and you're welcome, or to suggest whatever the board wishes to suggest to me, and I'll bring it to town management.
I mean, we have a substantial amount of free cash available.
Yes, we do.
And just so you guys know, at the end of, the fiscal year ends next Thursday.
John, this amount will be used for the
July
land,
Right,
1st.
right. Well,
the 3,000.
Right.
Not the 85, the
Right, not the-
3,500. That's
and the
already
fiscal year
taken.
ends a week from Thursday. And then what the town departments do is they figure out how much free cash that we have left. And free cash is what you didn't spend out of your budget, what you didn't, and then the selectmen then vote on, you know, what do you do with that free cash? Do you return it to pay down debt? Do you pay off another project or something like that? But
So
we're
it's
gonna have a significant amount of free cash. Some of it's gonna go to the landfill, but we have some time on it, but if it's a core value of this board that we wanna buy vaccines, what I'm seeing is that we do have some resources to do that.
With the,
Mr. Herbert might not agree, but
when does the discussion take place?
you have
Throughout the
to, you have
month
to,
of July,
you have to
or-
settle free cash, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look at the calendar again.
10 days after.
Yeah, 10 days after, so I mean, we've got 2 weeks before.
Which isn't
Yeah.
really too long.
Yeah. The town
Shingles,
accountant
is
does
shingles
that,
the
yeah.
one that needs to, the freezer, or which one? Is
What's that, Gene?
one of the vaccinations needs to be frozen.
Yeah, I'm not for sure if it's shingles. We
Yeah,
never had
I'm
the
not
vaccine,
either,
so I
but
don't know.
that's, kinda rings a bell, and if that's
You
the
would-
case,
You
then,
might know better than I.
and I don't know, but I know that there's one that needs a freezer anyway,
With
if that's the case, then it's another
Another expense.
issue,
With the respect to the clock, KG brought up at the last meeting, I thought it was a good point, and so we've included it in our packets going forward, is the weekly Zika virus update that comes from the state. Mark?
Just so the board knows, I got to meet with Matt Osborne from the Department of Public Health today as well. Just so the board knows, I was at an orientation of public health, and I went with our intern, and there were several people there, some of my peers, so it was a good meeting. We were talking about this Zika virus, and he said, you know, they will be continuing to send us the weekly updates as you get, you know, and I think you're all on that listserv as well, aren't you? Everyone?
I get the emails. You
I
can-
do.
I think I volunteered us.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, thank you.
That
Well, that was good, that was good, thank you.
And at the same time, Matt mentioned that, you know, we can't underestimate, you know, this is important, but it seems to have taken over more of the attention of the general public than what we are needing to pay attention to, and that's West Nile virus and EEE, which is more prevalent up here in the Northeast. But not to underestimate Zika, it's added to it, and you'll see the reports, but we're starting to get it. We got our first report on EEE today and the West Nile virus. There's no cases as of today.
Before I forget, if I
Sure.
could,
In
you're gonna
Massachusetts.
go into
So
Zika, but, on a related topic, I actually ordered some free things on ticks and mosquitoes and stuff. I was wondering, John, if we could at some point, figure out when maybe two of us can man a table at the farmer's market and be a little bit more out there in terms of public education on exactly what Mark said, the importance of getting the word out on.
Well, I saw Yolanda's email saying that, you know, we haven't done anything. Saturdays are tough for me, because
Yeah, well,
I often work
I
Saturdays,
think two
but
people
can
or
handle,
one
yeah.
person with someone to, you know,
My boys are there every Saturday, so you can recruit them as well, so.
I could be there,
I didn't know
Depending
that.
on-
It
Oh,
could
yeah.
be bigger. I
Could-
probably
So-
didn't
Could we send a date that we both agree on? Is
Yolanda,
it okay?
I'll re-forward you guys the email, but Yolanda was looking for an answer, so,
Okay.
for which,
I don't know, you last had email
Is
conversation.
it okay that we can choose the date and then send
Like
it to her?
There are already dates taken, but whatever is available, I'm
yeah,
sure
but
she's
there
willing
seems to be
done.
quite a bit, because
Yeah.
it's two tables, so.
So, I'll re-forward the email to you guys tonight or tomorrow
I
morning,
think
and
it,
then you
you
guys
already
can work
did,
it
I
out.
guess, right?
Yeah, why don't you forward it, and
Okay.
maybe KG and I can figure out a date,
Okay.
and then we'll share it, come one
And
coming
if I
up,
can
and then
make it,
we'll
I
share,
will.
then we'll
yeah,
share it with
I
all the
will.
board members, and then we can go
Okay,
from there
all right.
for more.
But do they have any input dates, Mary and
I-
John?
Right, that's what I
you'd
mean.
have to look.
We-
I'll
we
s-
can-
I'll send it
We'll
to
just send it to them and
Send it
check
to
it
you,
out.
you
on
figure
that
it
one.
out.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm gonna send the email for the IG update and get some dates with Mr. Herbert for our meeting. We'll bring up vaccinations
down
at that
here?
time.
Where are we going?
This is
Uh,
great. I like it.
I'm gonna call, the rubber hits the road on this one, guys. Review of Board of Health policies and procedures. We've been talking about it
you-
for a
you-
month.
You're jumping already from here, right?
Well,
Hold on.
we did Zika. I said I was
No, I
gonna.
just wanted to add one more thing on the Zika, that's all.
Anytime. Okay, go
Hey,
ahead, Zika.
I just want to know whether we have any literature or anything to give off to the people. I know that you sent something for
Did you
the WACA-TV to
Did you see that?
announce, I guess, is
Yeah,
that right?
it was
We'll
on
make copies of
summertime
this.
vectors, and then we can hand this out, but better than that, electronically, but I can put this in the directions. They have a lot of, a lot of summaries and resources electronically.
We need to put a summarized version so that people can carry it, really.
This is a good summary
This is
here.
great, here. I mean, if we
Alright.
just make
This-
copies of
This
this.
is
Happy
what,
to do.
this is the summary, you got it in your packet.
Right.
And, but on
We
this
get weekly
summary, we
updates.
have the resources on it too, it's right there, the resources are
Okay.
linked, so.
I'm being sensitive to time, but just because there may be people watching this at a decent hour
I
of
hope
the
they've
day.
gone to bed.
But in review at a decent hour of the day, the couple of things with Zika that I think are the national conversation is, one, we don't know where this is gonna stop, and the national conversation is about prevention at this point, making sure we have all the systems in place so that a year or 2 or 3 years down the road, we're not caught in a bad situation. And then the other piece of it is that those individuals who are traveling to countries that are affected really needs to have the information as to how to proceed. Okay, that's it.
Yeah. And I would say our Department of Public Health has been doing a great job on that, and thankfully, we're part of a regional mosquito control program as well, which they're doing a great job
Locally,
as
we
well.
need to bring the awareness quite a bit, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine,
Well, I
I'll
mean, I
note
think
that.
once we get my words, our house in order, I think we should do more public forums about
Definitely.
ticks and mosquitoes
That's
and.
why
and-
Farmers Market would be a great place to
Right.
stop. There's free literature out there on it, so.
Speaking about getting our house in order, guys, I gotta, Review of Board of Health policies and procedures. I've been saying for a month, we need to talk about this. Both of you specifically had concerns about it. I've asked for edits and to provide edits. I haven't seen them.
Oh, no,
Do
no.
we really want to do this, or are we just
No,
talking
no, no,
about it?
edits were provided to you on the 11th of May in a packet. Mark and Laura, I think they gave you, all of you. And
That was prior to we voted on the original one, so.
that's the edit. Nobody has seen that edit from the board.
I have greater comments, so I wanted to discuss.
Well,
So
do
she
we-
also
Are
had.
we gonna do it or
You know,
not?
it's
I
kind of
thought
like
we were
looking
gonna
at
form
the
a committee,
minutes. If-
subcommittee.
if-
That was the agenda item, to have the subcommittee formed.
Okay.
That's what we agreed on.
I think they need
And then you said you're going to
conversation.
check with Charlie to see whether he's willing to come on it. I don't know
Right.
whether you got a word from
And
him.
no, I don't have an answer for him, but, I mean, either we're gonna do it or we're not gonna do it. I mean, there's
We have
no-
to do it.
I definitely want to do
I'm the
it.
type of guy who's, if we're
We'll
gonna
have
do it,
to
let's
do
do
it.
it. But, when's the rubber gonna hit the road then? 'Cause we've been
Schedule a
talking-
meeting, and I'll show.
Let me, as a courtesy, let me follow up with Charlie tomorrow,
Okay.
and then I will then send out another email to let me know what that is, and then we'll have to post it, of course, because that
Yes.
is a public meeting.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay? All right, so then we'll do that, because with respect to time, but I mean, if we're gonna do it, we gotta do it, because
I have
Too
no
much time
problem
is
because
taken.
I'm ready,
absolutely
that's why.
interested in doing it.
That's why I sent you those parliamentary procedure things to put it inside that so that we don't worry about what is the parliamentary procedure. So-
is that really part of parliamentary procedure?
That's
I
what
mean,
it says. It
You
doesn't.
guys, I mean, I'm gonna be candid with you. I voted on the policy procedure. I accepted them. It's the way they are. Charlie and Mary did as well. You two had the objections to them, so.
No, I
The
did not.
lion's
I
share of
said
the work is gonna have to be done by the
it's
two of you.
fine.
Okay.
We are willing to do that.
Okay.
You know, I'm used to doing it, so I
Okay.
don't mind doing it.
All right, I'm just saying, I mean,
Don't-
I don't wanna keep talking about it if we're not
No,
gonna do
no,
it.
not at all.
Okay.
We're not backing off.
Mark,
and
you
I'm
have
not backing
a
off.
Board of Health Director's update.
Yes, the budget, everyone should have, it's the one in blue, and both, the budget itself, I kinda went over with the board, and it's in good order, as John said, there's quite a bit of.
It's in very good order.
If you wanna call it free cash.
You get a
it's-
star for that one.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's just the circumstances too, but, no, it's within good order, and the landfill, like I say, is going to be some of our greater costs from this point on. And, we're starting to see that the problem is I haven't seen anything from the state, so I can't tell you what will be mandated, but I've been keeping the town manager aware of it as well. As it relates to revolving funds, they still have not plenty, but they have enough sufficient funds to carry us through until our next group of, I don't even wanna say it, but I will, the next group of permits for the end of the year get approved. So that will happen, and we should be fine with what we have in there. And then, as it relates to beaver management, we already discussed that, if that's okay.
Yep.
Was the budget okay with, any questions on the budget? I didn't mean to be rushing these. Okay. Tobacco control, our tobacco control agent and his assistant went out and did what we call point of purchase sales. And I will say he did a great job as it relates to, checking also for fair pricing. There's a pricing list that the state requires that you can't go under. And he went from store to store checking, there's probably 50 items on there, but he checked like 3 or 4 of them to make sure they were priced according to the required pricing. And minimum pricing, required minimum pricing, and he also checks for signage. He checks for, the pricing, but there's permits that have to be posted, he checks for those, we talked about that earlier too. And, discussion on any questions they may have, so it's the opportunity to meet and greet as well as do like it's a point of inspection and a meet and greet.
He does that every year or
Twice a year, usually twice a year.
twice a year?
So that way it's not all compliance checks, it's also meet and greet, how you doing,
then-
you did fine on your past inspection, you did fine on, and if I have a chance, I compliment people if they didn't sell to a minor.
So I reviewed the 54 pages, not
Oh, you
in
did.
detail, but
Okay.
scanned through. It looks like that he did it on one single day, all of them.
Yes,
Is that-
yeah.
That's,
Well, he's an asset, I'm
Well,
telling you.
he had an assistant
Yeah.
help him. There's
So
2 of them.
we get that every time when he does it, or
Yeah,
we?
yeah.
Twice a year.
Twice a-
This is
about
the first
twice
time
a
I'm
year.
seeing it, that's why I'm surprised, because since
Yeah, no,
last
we've-
May, I have not seen it. It's the
Sorry
first
if you
time I've
didn't
seen
get the past ones, but I'll make sure you get them from this point on. They could have been,
We're really
just
lucky
like,
to have him.
they're like food inspections. it's up to you if you wanna see every food inspection, we'll be here a long time, or I would suggest this, just come in, we'll share,
I mean, if
just
it's an
come on in.
electronic file, it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah,
It's
but
not
still,
gonna kill,
you
not
gotta
gonna
get
kill the
them over.
time.
Yeah, but, we can send them over.
Cause that's how we
electronically.
did,
Yeah, no
the
problem.
tobacco thing was 54 pages.
If you'd
and
like
then-
to continue having those, I'd be glad to send them to
That's
you.
fine.
Yeah, it's
Looking
all-
at the
it's
elec-
everywhere,
electronic
it's
page
everywhere.
will be fine.
Yep, that's fine.
If, John, if you
Yep.
would just consider, just jumping back to the budget
Mhm.
item, and the budget in general, whether it's discussing vaccines and whatever, I believe it was our January meeting where we were limited 2 hours and there was a presentation made and it got very tight on time, so Mark had made a presentation. I personally felt that we as a board did not have adequate time to really kind of discuss our budget, so in preparation for our meeting with Michael Herbert, I think budget sometimes goes hand in hand with our goals and objectives, and I would appreciate actually if we could have a meeting prior to meeting with him where we could discuss health priorities and in a general sense, even if we're not talking about in terms of numbers, because we didn't do that before.
I love what you're saying, and I agree 100% what you're saying, but just so to reset the calendar, is the new budget that's already been voted on by town meeting will start on July 1st.
Yeah, I'm aware.
We
of that.
will start budget the conversations typically in the town in September.
Yeah. Yeah,
So we have from now until September to kind of establish what our priorities were. And what has typically happened, I can't speak for how Mr. Herbert's gonna run things, but what has typically happened is we will go, and I know Mark and I have done it as a selectman and as a Board of Health, you go and you present your case to the Finance Committee, and typically the town manager is there as well. The Finance Committee listens, and then you leave, and then they discuss, and then you come back and you kind of discuss it, so. I think you bring up a good point. We have
It's
from now
actually
until
s-
September to
A
do it.
slight variation on that, so
But
it's
we,
not.
the budget's already decided for
Right,
next year,
right,
so.
but if we just,
No.
let me kind of try to
No.
repeat a piece of that. It's really about health priorities and goals and objectives, which align with budgetary funding. So you may not be able to do something if we don't have it already in our budget.
Right.
But I think part of the reason of meeting with Michael Herbert is to discuss what they probably discussed, the selectmen discussed this last weekend at their retreat in terms of town goals. But I would like us as a board to look at health priorities. And that we can do anytime. It doesn't have to be wait for the budget. In other words, what kinds of things do we want to see on a regular basis on our agenda? Maybe something like Zika that's quite a bit out of our control
Mhm.
is not something we want to see all the time. We want to see it occasionally, where there's other things, and it's more to that. So if, say, food establishes our priorities, then maybe we should have a meeting where we just brainstorm some ideas. And do we need to look at regulations, those kinds of things?
No, I think it's a great idea.
You know, noise regulate, whatever it
No, we
might
do.
be. So I'd like that's
That's a great point.
really the idea, is to have possibly even a meeting prior to meeting with,
Okay,
and have that health priority discussion, what we want to kind of focus on going, maybe even through the end of the year or through, whatever.
good point.
Okay.
Intern status.
Joy's working out. Judy got to meet Joy at our last opioid meeting, our subcommittee meeting, and she has decided to do her poster project on opioids, and she's gonna be meeting with Kristen French, who actually is the chair of that subcommittee. And she also is shadowing me today. She came with me to a orientation of public health and was very happy to have gone to that, to understand what we do and who we are. It was a great presentation by all the associations, Mass Association of Health Boards, MPHN, and also she shadowed our food inspector last week, and she's going to be working on other shadowing that she hasn't had a chance to, but so far so good. She's got her feet wet now, and she wants to help any way she can, so she's done some work with the food inspector too on how we tabulate, so she can learn how to, we were trying to get charts for you for this presentation tonight, but just couldn't get their program to talk to Microsoft, and that was a problem, I think, with many of the programs out there. But she is working on other projects with me as well, and before you know it, she'll be leaving. But I was gonna ask the board if I could invite her to one of the meetings, We always do, and I think it would be important. I'd just
that'd be
like to
great.
have them get their feet wet first, and if she, maybe the next meeting if the board so wishes.
I think that'd be great.
Absolutely.
I'm this close to working out with having Governor Baker, Secretary Sutters, who's in charge of the opiate, come to Ashland
Oh,
to do a WACA program. So when she does, we'll make sure that Joy
Excellent.
makes the
Can
connection
I
as well.
check on you one thing that
Yep.
we had? The review of the Board of Procedures, this is formation of subcommittee. Is that going to be done next meeting, or?
Well, we're gonna have to, I mean,
How is that?
I'm gonna talk to Charlie, see if he's willing to do it.
Okay.
And like I said, I'd send out an email tomorrow.
So
Let me talk to him, see if he's interested in doing it.
Would that, not doing a committee now, would it cause an OML issue later on, or
Not as long as
like
we
an
post it,
offline,
no.
if we can't do offline committee formation, right?
It's no different than the way I see it, it's no different than me talking to Mr. Herbert when we're gonna meet, so.
Yeah,
That's
you can-
fine.
We
you can-
post it and we
You can set up agendas.
Post it and
and-
put an
Right,
agenda
but
to
forming
it.
a subcommittee, should it be formed here, or should it be formed outside? That's the question that I have.
As long as it's posted and it's topical, which it is,
Okay.
maybe we're not forming a subcommittee, maybe we're just having a conversation about,
We could also just post a Board of Health meeting and
Correct.
3 people come.
that is correct.
Okay.
Kinda like
Which is
tonight,
kind of, it's kind of more like how I'm looking at it.
kinda like tonight.
Okay.
It would be a Board of Health meeting posted and,
All right, we have
a
acceptance
limited-
of the minutes of May 24, 2016 and June 7th of 2016. Any questions, comments,
I have-
concerns?
I have a lot, and if we could, can we go to the bird's eye view here? I continue to have concerns about the minutes. The PDF of the 24th was switched into a Word file. I'm finding that there are select items that have more content and then other ones don't, and that may be just the words of one person versus the words of another person. I would still like to suggest that we go to different formats, and I know I've brought this up before, but it's important to have a summary. I think, though, when we get to a lot of extra conversation, a lot of the extra, this person's feeling this or this person's feeling that, our minutes just drone on and on. And then there's the need, because they're droning on and on in certain aspects, if you see all this stuff that's underlined, I added all this stuff because this was stuff that was said that is consistent with all the other things, but didn't get in the minutes. I'll just use an example. So, Mr. DeSoni Mark was so nice to ask us this question about.
Which minutes are we, so everybody is on the
I think
same
it's,
page?
I think it's the 24th, so.
Well, we have to be on the same page here, so where are we talking about? On the
Well,
24th of what?
Citizens participation. Okay,
So
during
Mark,
citizen
on the 24th
participation
of
on the
May.
24th,
Okay,
Mark asked the question about whether he felt it was good or bad, what the discussion was countrywide about moving the tobacco sales age up to 21.
okay.
We had quite a bit of discussion, yet I think we could have summarized it potentially as saying, board members had discussion. And, we could have summarized that rather than saying, Mr. Nariana said this, Ms. Margulies said this, because it's not a vote, it's not, the minutes, to go to what Mary Morton said one meeting, drone on and on. They're really long when I write them, because what happens is I take the foundation that I'm given, and then I fill it in with the things that were missed based upon that same perspective. So I guess it depends, do we want to continue, because I just typed minutes up for that date that are, I didn't number these pages, many pages long, 8 pages, 9 pages. I think that there's some things that are substantive, that we need to have more detail. If, say, we're talking about septic regulations, but when we're talking about our opinions about, I think a shorter summary would work And the last piece of that is if you put one individual's 3 or 4 or 5 sentences, it's their opinion, but then you put one sentence when someone else said 5 sentences, it is not a balanced conversation.
Am I hearing that
Mr.
you want to do
Neary-
with the minutes for the meeting?
Yeah, actually. Mr. Nerian.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing.
So KG, when it came to policies and procedures, we may all remember that discussion went on for a long time. And it was well over an hour, but it didn't hit the minutes in the same way. And I don't have a problem with the fact that it was summarized. I probably would have bullet pointed some of the points, or the points, like Mr. Neriana addressed these 5 sections, and just put the titles of the sections in, rather than all of that detail. And I would like to propose that this meeting minutes, I try to do a draft, and I get it to you by, say, the weekend. Let everybody look at it. If you're not happy with it, I will try to make it more in that fashion. And then we can always come back and re-look, because, you know, people aren't happy with it.
I have to stop you right there. These, Laura drafting of the minutes are probably some of the best minutes I've ever seen. I mean, they're perfect. They're great. I don't understand why, at this late of the juncture, and you're, you know, into this, now we're criticizing the minutes, and you want to write them. I mean, what's going on here?
Well, we can go through, and I can tell you what I've made corrections to the minutes, so if you,
So time out.
what's going on?
So you don't like the fact that they're detailed? You don't like the fact that you don't write them? I guess I don't understand.
No,
And
no,
keep
what
in
I
mind,
just-
I haven't eaten, and I'm a little tired, so I don't understand, but
what I
what-
just
what's-
said,
what's-
what I just said.
what's the agenda here?
They're not balanced. There's no agenda. I want the minutes to be consistent. So if one individual's statements are described in detail, the next person who had comments on that should be
But
described in
isn't
detail.
that why we have this process of where we go through and we read the minutes, we vet them, we have opportunities to change them? Isn't that the reason why we approve minutes?
We can do that, and it's gonna be extensive by the modifications I have with the same format.
But see, once again, Judy, I want to stress, we're not acting like a board if you're taking these things all on as yourselves, okay? You want to do this, and I respect the fact that you want to do it, but that's not how a board operates. You want to come in, and I'm taking over the meeting minutes, I want to do it my way because my way is the best way, and it might be. But is that fair to the board? Is that fair to staff?
May I comment that I'm the clerk, and clerks oftentimes do minutes, so I'm offering that.
Oftentimes, yes.
I'm offering that. And what it would do is save 4 hours of personnel time coming, potentially 3 hours of personnel time doing them. I think it's a time savings. We keep hearing that we're lack of staff. I'm offering it. It's not a control thing. There's no agenda here, other than honestly, one of the things that I'm very concerned about is I had to listen to a tape for 4 hours to look at this, to redo what wasn't in here or was incorrect. And to me, I would rather just do them the first time. If you call that selfish, I'll say it's selfish.
Well, you know, Judy, I didn't want to get into this tonight because of the late hour, but I feel like I would be irresponsible if I didn't. You sit here early in a meeting and tell me you don't read the newspaper, but you send things to the newspaper. I get a courtesy call from a friend that I have in another town that says that you've been calling and trying to pick up dirt on Mark. I'm gonna be very candid about it. You now want to come in and say, you know, the way we do meeting minutes isn't good. You want to politicize the, you know, permits tonight? I have to call you on it. What's going on here?
Well,
What's going on?
let me, please repeat those so I can address each thing.
Please do, write them down,
Each
take your
thing.
time.
So why are you personally attacking me
I'm
on
not
what?
personally attacking,
No,
everything I
this
said is very factual.
This is a personal attack.
If you want to
So
feel like
wait
it
a
is,
minute.
go ahead, take your time, write
You
'em
know,
down.
there was one meeting where you referred to my statements as being lies, but they were consistent.
When you said I used the word hate, I did call you out on that, yeah. But go ahead,
No,
write
it
'em
was
down.
lie, it was lie.
Norfolk?
So,
Norfolk?
wait a minute,
Norfolk?
Norfolk. I called somebody
Just write them
doing
down. And then
Norfolk
you contacted the paper.
paper.
You're calling the permits invalid.
Permits
And
invalid.
now you're saying the way we do meeting minutes are not good. So, I mean,
Meeting minutes.
I just need for my own personal clarification, what's going on here? There seems to be, to me, and it's okay if there is, But it seems to me you have an objective that you're trying to get to.
I'm
And I don't
trying to
understand what it
create
is.
accurate meeting minutes.
So you're saying that these aren't
Well,
accurate?
I'd like to not be interrupted while I'm trying to answer to you. I'm trying to create accurate meeting minutes. And as such, we have a history from what I have seen in the past that they have not been accurate. I want myself to be represented accurately, and I want the topics of discussion. I think
But
that there.
that's what we, that's why we do
I'm being
the
interrupted
vetting.
again. I listened to you when you attacked me on these subjects.
Judy,
So,
please, stop with the attacks. Don't play the victim card, okay? We're trying to accomplish some goals
you're
here.
interrupting me.
Yes, I
I've
am.
referred
Yes,
to you
I
being
am.
a bully before because of these interruptions. I would
Okay.
appreciate not being interrupted.
Thank
This
you.
was a large topic at last time's meeting, how I keep getting interrupted.
Okay,
So,
I
me,
disagree with you, but I'm not interrupting you.
when you're ready for me to speak, let me know.
Well, you've made your point, I don't see any sense in droning on about it.
No,
I've
no,
made my
you've said
point. So,
4 items.
we've had the yeah. You said you wanted to write them down, so you wrote them
I-
down. So we have the meeting minutes
But
of May
you're not allowing me
24th.
to respond. That sounds like
Okay, then please respond. Please respond.
I had explained about the meeting minutes. I'm looking to make them accurate, as I had expressed. One individual may make a comment, and there's many sentences about that individual's comments, and then someone else says something of equal length or maybe even longer, and it's made much more succinct. And what happens in that, it loses the content of what the intention was of that individual or two. And so therefore, if one wants to make things succinct, everyone's conversation should be, they should be consistently written for whomever is speaking, whatever the content is. Yes, they should be accurate. And there's things in here that are not accurate. There are some changes in the intention or actually the words.
I'm not interrupting, I just want to have a
So-
conversation on one topic so we don't
No,
veer
no, you
off like
had
we
your
always
4
do.
topics. You can come back.
No.
Let me finish all 4 of them, and then you
That's
can
fine.
speak to whatever you
Please-
wish to
please
speak to.
do.
Permits, I made a case for me to repeat why I believe that those 2 items, the 2 items that Mark said he would check with the attorney for her opinion on, I don't feel that there's any need to take anyone's more time to repeat why I'm questioning that. If you
Okay.
believe that's an agenda, that my signature was used without my permission, I don't believe that there's many people on the face of this earth that would
I
have a
didn't-
problem
And
with
that's
that.
not what I said.
So,
What I have issue with.
And then you mentioned I contacted
Okay.
somebody in Norfolk. You know, if I am reaching out to individuals for information, and I do it in a respectful, responsible way, and you don't like that, and if someone had notified you that it was not respectful and responsible, that's that individual's interpretation, and I'm not going there. That's hearsay, that's gossip, that's just, I don't attack you if you talk to people you know or want to reach out to.
Okay.
And I encourage you, if you're doing research on something, to reach out. We were actually encouraged by the IG to reach out as a committee, so, and we have not. So,
Okay.
some individuals reach out by looking at YouTubes and watching other boards when they're speaking. The newspaper item, I have not spoken with any newspaper individual today. I did have a call, and I don't even remember which day it was. And when someone calls me from the newspaper, I don't believe that I have anything to hide. To me, it's just part of the democratic process.
Okay.
And I don't know what's in any newspaper article today, so I can't speak to that.
Okay.
Okay. And you believe all of those things are agendas?
You're not
you know-
acting like a board member when you do these things. We discuss things, we discuss plans of action, we agree that that's how we're going to move forward. Sometimes it's by a vote, sometimes it's by agreement that, I'm going to send out an email. But you contacted the newspaper, and I'll say it, you sent them 7 emails today, pushing this permit issue today. And then you come to me and expect me to believe that you're not going to follow up with the newspaper and follow up what's in the newspaper? I got a call from the newspaper saying that, you were pushing this agenda. I got a call saying that, from a person in Norfolk said that you were asking these questions. That's not how a board operates. You're operating as a single agent, and I would ask that you would stop that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it and we couldn't do it, and I'm not saying that it's not good, but we need to know as a board how everybody is operating. That's paramount.
I,
That is
you know,
paramount.
when we do,
And
it- when we
policies and
do,
procedures that you don't agree with, communication with the media goes through the chair, not individuals.
for the board's communication, not
Correct.
for an individual's communication. That's freedom of speech.
Okay.
That's freedom of speech.
So, once again, I'm asking, what is the agenda here? What is the end game here?
I have no agenda. You believe that I have an agenda?
I'm asking a
that's yours.
question. You don't, we have a
Well,
process
know, at
here
a
where if you don't
previous-
like the meeting minutes, how they're drafted, you have a process where you can edit them. You can have a public discussion about, I think this is wrong.
They
I
don't
think
come
we
in a
edit."
Word, I've requested Word files. They don't come in a
What
Word
does a
file.
Word file have to do with editing this
Because
document?
I don't have the ability to translate a PDF into a Word and then send them back, and then if
But
they came in a
we
Word
discuss them
file,
in a
like all
public
the.
meeting, you can make edits
Okay,
on a
well,
piece of paper, and then
Sure,
we can discuss
I've got them
here.
right here.
Okay, well, then
We-
that's
we-
what we're
we
trying
can
to do here.
Okay.
But, I mean, everything doesn't have to be a controversy, is what my point is.
Then why do you make it that?
Trust me, I don't, okay? I don't. I'm just gonna call it out when I think, you know, that there's something askew here, and I think there's something askew here.
Well, you know, Adam, there was a meeting where you read, what, Rotarian thing, you read
Mhm.
some, and you stated that because you and Mark both belong to the same
We
organization.
do not, we do not.
Or something to that
Once again,
extent.
misstatement.
And then you read this, this statement of how, it's an honor statement,
Mhm.
and how someone could never do anything wrong, something to that extent.
No, once again,
Because they
hyperbole.
swear to this, look, to me, where was that at a meeting? So if you want to continue with this, it's you the one who called me, what I said a lie, and it wasn't a lie, it was
Can you give a specific there? Because that's a pretty bold statement right there.
It was what was published in the newspaper, and you brought an article, and I didn't even look at the article, to be honest with you.
But see, I
But
find
it's-
it interesting that you send information to a newspaper that you don't read. I find that very interesting.
Well,
I just do.
that's your problem.
Well,
mean,
it's
if you're
not a problem, I just
interested, if you find it
interesting.
interesting, it's,
I just find it interesting,
okay,
that's all.
fine.
But anyway, we have the meeting minutes of May 24th and June 7th in front of us. Do you have edits or any conditions? Because I'll make a motion that we approve as presented.
I do have edits
Okay.
to the 24th. So, others present, should we change
Sure,
that
do us
to
too, but I can't
participants? Because I don't believe Bill Shaner from the Metro West Daily News, he was in the room, but I don't believe he participated. And I think it's actually better for our minutes, because there are many minute meetings where there are a larger crowd, where we don't get those individuals' names in there. I do want to note that many months ago, that my name, before I was actually on the board, was included on the attendance list. And there was a signature on there, but it wasn't my signature. So I continue to be concerned that we have this list. So it's not a big deal to me that we have others present, Bill Shaner, Metro West Daily News, but I would prefer to have participants, and only those individuals who've actually participated by speaking or participating in some other way. So the first substantive changes. So,
So just for clarity, you're fine with that, or you just don't want to see that going forward?
going forward, I would appreciate that we as a board would consider doing it in a different fashion. So, second line under call to order. Only information to be discussed was what was on the agenda. Discussions, requests, okay, so after, so cross out must be put on and put may be put on instead of must. What she said was may be put on the next,
Mine saying must be put on the next agenda.
yeah, but what Mary actually said according to was may be put on the next agenda at the discretion of the chair. So I would like to have those items, those words inserted there, and the other words taken out.
So you're
So
saying
it
the
would
word
read
it should be changed to may?
Yes, discussions.
Okay.
Discussion requests for new information, maybe put on the next agenda at the discretion of the chair. Oh, no, sorry, I must have had it the right way the first time. Maybe put on, at the discretion of the chair on the next agenda.
So, once again, I'm sorry, what word are we changing?
Okay, be discussed was what is on the agenda. Discussion requests for new information may be put
Maybe put.
at the discretion of the chair on the next agenda.
Right, so changing must to may, okay.
Third paragraph down, Ms. Margulies made a motion to amend the agenda with the items as listed on a distributed document concerning the IG's investigation of Mr. Orem. I would like those words added. Next sentence down.
Say that again,
Hold
because
off,
I'm.
yeah, Laura
I
didn't
have
catch
quite a
that
few
all.
items here.
The only, a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
This meeting was posted from 7 to 11. That means the doors are now locked,
Now locked, yep.
and we cannot meet
Oh,
any
is it
longer.
11 o'clock
Yeah.
already? Holy moly.
It's
Time
10
flies when you're
past,
having fun.
So I don't know if you wanna table this, but that's a point of order.
Well, I think Mr. Arn brings up a good point.
We should,
It is past 11. I didn't realize it was past 11. Holy moly.
but the one thing you should do is at least announce when we're meeting next, or
Uh,
decide on it.
I mean, Judy, once again, I mean, if you have draft edits that you want to do this, share this with the board prior to the meeting, then we're more prepared for it.
It's very difficult to spend 4 hours rewriting minutes. And that's what I'm trying to avoid in the future. Because adding those items becomes very time-consuming.
It shouldn't take 4 hours to rewrite those, even if you disagree with them.
This recording was 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Meeting minutes are not redactions of the entire meeting, they're a recap of what the meeting would be. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you wanna spend 3 hours doing it. I would encourage you that you couldn't do it. I mean, if you read something in the minutes you don't agree with, edit them and then let's discuss them. But I mean, the fact that you're going back 3 hours, going word by word,
And
that's not what the goal of minutes are. They're just a recap
they're
of
meant
what
to be
they-
a summary, an accurate summary. If they're not accurate, then they're not accurate.
Okay, I agree.
And
All right.
that's why I had, and you
I-
may call it an agenda, but that's why I am volunteering to create the minutes, and let's
Right.
see if other people disagree with how I summarize them.
Okay, I don't disagree with that. I'm all for that. Future board meetings.
I do just wanted to add one sentence to,
Mhm.
I did bring up the inaccuracies of the meetings in the last meeting itself, on 24th May, I guess. I cited some of the examples,
Mhm.
so I think we should aim at making it accurate as possible.
But guys, I guess that's where I don't understand, and I'm not trying to be argumentative.
I understand.
Edit them. Let's discuss them.
Yes.
If you don't feel they're accurate, who am I to say if they're accurate or not? If you feel that they're not, let's discuss them.
True.
But,
That's what we
and
try to,
edit them prior to the meeting so we can have that healthy conversation while we're here.
that's what
But
we,
I just cringe when I hear, the accuracy of the meeting. That, to me, sounds like an attack. That's, to me, sounds, where staff is taking the time to
John,
produce them and
I-
give them to us, that's,
I don't want
You
to go, I don't want to go to the meetings
let's look at
prior
your
to
COMCOM.
this. And I have given the edits for the policies and procedures in writing, and that was never looked at it.
When you say never looked at, that's a pretty bold statement.
It is.
That's a pretty bold statement.
It is a bold statement.
I've looked at them. I don't necessarily agree with them all, but I've looked at them. And
Surprised.
other members of the board didn't agree with some of them either.
Minutes are sent on Friday afternoon, and it's sometimes tough between Friday and Tuesday evening to look that closely at things that need a close look at. That's why if I were to be creating a draft, I would do it earlier. I'd send it out, plenty of time. I'd send it in a Word file so people could actually make corrections on the page itself. And
But as I
I
described to
also
you,
would not go into
You don't
all.
want meeting minutes in a Word document. They're not editable, is that a right word? Editable for a reason?
Editable.
Yeah, is that, for a reason?
They can be
Because
edited.
it's a public document.
Right.
Then you
Once-
bring it
once-
back here, then we
once-
make the edits
once-
in public.
That's fine, but you wanted things to be sent by email to you ahead of
Nice.
time?
You said
Right.
send
With
them
the
ahead of
corrections.
time.
So send them PDFs.
But we can't deal with the PDF document, we need Word file. And every other board that I
Put
have
that on
been
your list
on,
for council.
every other board I've been on, they are giving me Word file. And for your sake, you can have a PDF copy, attach a Word file copy along with it. Who wants the Word file, we'll use it. Who wants a Word file, PDF, they can use the PDF.
Okay.
So it doesn't hurt.
We're gonna find out if it's legal, because I've always been told by the same
Legal?
council that the reason
Legal?
you don't have it, hey, who am I to say if it's right or wrong? I'm just telling you what I've been told, is that you don't have the meeting minutes in a Word file because they could be edited and then posted.
Final ones.
Right.
This
Yeah,
is
but
final,
this is,
these are
this is draft
drafts.
minutes.
These are meant to be,
It's on the list.
these are meant to be
edited.
On
edited.
the list. Well, I can edit it, but see, I can print it out and scratch out a word and go write must, and then I can bring it
Yeah.
to a meeting and go,
You
can we change this
You
word
can do
from
that
may
if
to
there are
must?"
only 2 sentences, or 3 sentences, or 2 words, or 3 words. But if there's a whole paragraph missing, what do you do?
Write it in. That's what I do, but, I mean,
And there should be, through all the years of being in legislative bodies and as well as working for boards of health, I've never seen it where it was decided before the meeting. You come to the meeting, you take your
discuss.
votes, you make those decisions and those changes per the majority, then the administrative clerk will change them and make sure they're on for the final document. That's the way I've seen it through my 33 years here in Ashland, 30 years in Sherburne, not 27, as well as many years since 1990 as a city councilor and
Oh,
all
let-
that.
Well,
So
let
just so
me-
you know,
I'm
I'm
gonna
giving-
say that
I didn't
there's-
ask for an opinion.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what I've seen. I didn't ask for comment.
guys, let's decide when our next meeting date's gonna be, because July 19th and August 6th are what you tentatively have down.
Yes.
What about the 5th?
I will not be in the
Yeah, I
state of
won't be
Massachusetts
here
on the
either.
5th.
We're not meeting for a month?
The 5th. And Michael Herbert, I just found out, cannot attend July 19th.
Say that again?
Michael Herbert cannot attend July 19th.
Can
When are
3
you coming
people
back,
meet
John?
them July 5th? Is there anybody?
I'd like to be here at that meeting.
What's on the agenda for July 5th?
I have
It's
nothing.
just, it would be the regularly scheduled date.
In this past practice, and we hit the reset, but has been to meet once a month unless we need a second meeting.
Our agenda was
It's
quite
real-
full this,
Just logistically, it's difficult when it's the day after a holiday to be meeting. I would suggest if we do consider, we consider July 11th. But we will have to meet downstairs.
July 11th is what?
It's
Is it
on a
Monday?
Tuesday.
No, it's a
Oh,
Monday.
oh, I'm sorry, July 12th, which is on a Tuesday, but we would have to meet downstairs. If some are scheduled for ZBA changes too, so they may not be here on that night. But that's what I would suggest as a tentative,
Well,
if you have to go back and forth on the date.
keep in mind, in my mind, I want to meet with Mr. Herbert sooner than later and discuss quite a few issues. When are you away?
I'm away from June 30th, that's next Thursday, through July 5th, coming back July 6th. I'll be available next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Tuesday and Wednesday next week.
Are
Is
there,
anybody opposed
Wednesday,
to me?
Thursday?
are there in,
6th,
are there,
7th?
are there matters which do not require his input, which can be
Well,
discussed?
well, once again, it's important to me, and I'm not saying it's not important to you, but it's important that we have the whole team together, the whole board.
Yeah, I
The
understand.
health director, agent, I just think it makes for a better meeting. What are your Thursday nights like?
Well, I was taking off half a day Thursday, and
No,
then-
I'm thinking July 7th.
Oh, I'm available. I'll be back. That's a good day, actually.
Is that, is it
7th July?
7th of July is a Thursday? I
This
will
is-
be out of town. I can be back for that meeting is what I'm saying.
7th should be all right.
But I have to ask, what are we meeting on?
Whatever leftover topic, if there are any.
I think
Well, the
there's
only
quite a few
leftover,
things
the
that
only
come.
leftover topic is the heat stress. 'Cause we've
And the
addressed
policies
everything.
and procedure.
Well, and policies and procedures, okay.
Yeah, that's going to take a bunch amount of time.
All right, I'm just,
And I don't know what pops up. Maybe there may be another septic waiver and other things may be coming in.
So these other
You never
items,
know.
open meeting law complaint, the IG's report, all that stuff we're going to be taking between now and then.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm just trying to, trying to formulate an agenda for it, so, I mean.
So-
Because if even things like marijuana, I mean, there had been some other items that I tossed out to you,
Mhm.
so if you just go back and look at those.
I just don't
Um,
believe in meeting to have a meeting, so I just want to have a productive agenda. But I also don't want to be here till 11:20.
Correct. So one of the items, noise regulations, it come up at previous meetings.
I'm not trying to be
Right,
rude, I'm not trying to cut you off, I'm
Right.
not trying to be abusive to you, I'm just, we've got one huge thing here, policies and procedures. That could be that could be 2 meetings. We've got IG investigation, we've got Mr. Morgan's open meeting complaint. Let's
You asked?
let's figure out what we're gonna do first before.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying that noise isn't good, I'm not saying that thing about the roads you didn't get the other day was good too, but
Mr. Chair, if I
let's
may,
be organized.
past, and you may remember, because I believe noise and others need to be addressed, but the board has always addressed regulation change September onward, because we're meeting twice a month. Almost setting a working meeting for one meeting
Right.
and a open meeting for business like, unless it's an emergency, business like septic waivers and so forth.
My
Just past
thought on the
practice.
noise is, the neighbors are already telling me that with the RTD that there's constant sounds and, I think whether it's marijuana or noise or other things, we need to be anticipating what's happening in the community and make sure we're on top of it beforehand, rather than,
We are not restricted to only 2 meetings, are we?
No,
We're
no,
not.
you could meet
We're not.
4 times a week if you
We
want.
could meet
I'm
every,
not
we could
suggesting
meet
that.
every 48 hours if we wanted to.
Jesus, let's go home. You need to eat.
We could meet every 48 hours if we wanted to, but I mean,
John?
for an agenda,
Mm-hmm.
policies and procedures, Mr. Morgan's complaint, so we can close that out, hopefully. IG, and what else?
As much as I'm a supporter of discussing this at a meeting, and I really, truly, truly am, it's totally fine to, open meeting law, to do it in an email. Send
Oh,
send you a list, let you decide. I mean, I'm good with that. I don't know what.
Yeah, by the time you would have Lisa meets ruling on that permit issue.
Okay.
So that, because if that is a
And
serious
so
issue.
I'll say, my long-winded point, if you guys have something you want on the agenda, let's see if we can put it in, but I think the policy procedures is gonna be a long one.
Sure,
so
definitely,
Gonna be a long one, so.
yeah. It's-
I think less is more.
I would actually like to see just that as the only item on the agenda. Because that way, if someone didn't want to come, or didn't, couldn't fit into their schedule, at least if there were 3 people who are committed to having a discussion, that if we just had that item and it was very much limited to it, then others wouldn't feel like they were missing something by not attending the meeting,
Good point.
is my thought. You
Good
just,
point.
because
Good point.
I'm willing to come just for that.
I don't know what the other members, what their schedules look like.
Right, so we'll have to, I'll reach out to them tomorrow anyway. All right, with that, a motion to adjourn?
So, moved,
Second?
Second, all in favor?
aye.
Thank you and good night.
Thursday, July 11th, correct?
Well, let me check with Mary.